time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now, 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 now. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Sound, yeah, killin' with a sound. Made the beats go bang. Where you see me in the town, made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed, people moving around like they're rushing. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now, 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 now. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Turn my music up, turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Yeah.
You're my little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart never seen before. And don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. can hold on to the other side. Cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La 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 la. One finger on your lips, oh. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Tell me every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret.
setting. Girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and don't forget our fears. Can you feel it? Girl, I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Do the water dance. Do the water dance.
start of the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost out here. I'm just blinded by the lights. 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 a reason. Is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding, I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone left, it's only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm drowning, I'm barely breathing.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move.
Hello, everyone. Put down your Szechuan dipping sauce and get ready because the LPL is back. It's day number 4 of week 8 here, our first week of returning to cross-conference play, and we have got some pretty exciting games for you to take stock of where the LPL is at. You can see those Group A teams got to play yesterday, but loading in here and now, it's Edward Gaming and NewBee filing in for the rematch. The time to see which of these two teams actually is the greater. The challenge has been laid bare by NewBee taking the win last time, but perhaps EDG will bring it back this time around. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today is Indiana Froskier Black and Barento Raz Mohammed.
I'm doing quite well. How's it going, Frosk?
Pretty good. We had some decent games yesterday. You know, we had our match of the week, IG versus RNG. So excited to kind of finish and close LP out today.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be interesting. Of course, speaking towards those games, like you said, we got to see RNG play once again, and this was the last big challenge that we expected for them before they actually got into playoffs, and this win is pretty important for them in terms of standings.
Yeah, as she mentioned, the match of the week, they were able to take the last win and going into Game 3, and they solidified themselves in the semifinals in taking first place in Group A.
Which means that RNG are now 2 best-of-5 wins away from representing China at MSI, which is the big story point there, which now leads to a big question mark of, you know, what do RNG do with their remaining games in the regular LPL split? We saw Lucian Mid come out yesterday, which Xiaohu was known for playing when he was back on GAMT, so it's entirely out of left field, but there is definitely some flexibility to kind of hold their cards close to their chest, not reveal any secret strategies for the matches to come ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to play that out. Of course, their opponents, IG, are still looking rather good as well, bringing it to 3 games against the likes of RNG, currently the best team in Group A, but we also got to see some middle-of-the-pack teams make some pushes as well. OMG and Snake both also saw wins.
Yeah, the big one for me was OMG going up against LGD. Of course, I look at Frost because she does have that bet them going into playoffs. It's much harder for them now. They really wanted to take that win up against OMG. It really counted because OMG was that one team blocking them from getting it.
I believe in the spreadsheet. We've got a spreadsheet. It's still theoretically possible for LGD to make playoffs. It's just really scary right now.
Are we talking theoretically possible like the Large Hadron Collider proving the existence of the boson particle, or like theoretically possible like...
I mean, it's LGD. Anything's possible. Like, there's a Hail Mary, but pretty much OMG, IMA, and Snake, 2 of those teams need to simultaneously fail while LGD win every single one of their remaining games. If they drop a single series, they are done. They are out.
Oof, it's going to be a rough journey for them. Of course, the second team for that, the final team that played yesterday was Snake versus IMA, and once again, Snake were victorious.
Now, that's the cool thing for me is, I mean, it hurts for LGD, but like seeing Snake return to form, it's kind of bittersweet. I can accept it. SOFM in particular was playing incredibly well in his early game there. Super dominant. It was also the return of Mint as well as Tank in that mid lane. And it just shows this new level of Snake. Like, yes, we can 5v5. We can close out late game. And Tank seems to be the missing puzzle piece there.
Yeah, he's doing a lot for the team. Of course, with Snake's win, that puts them up a little bit higher in the standings. Again, LGD fans are starting to sweat. But taking a look at it, you can see that 3rd, 4th, and 5th, OMG, IMA, and Snake are all neck and neck and fighting for those final 2 spots, and barely ahead of them is Invictus Gaming. However, today, we're turning our focus towards Group B, where we've got another set of important matches going on.
Yeah, every team's playing in Group B today, but the biggest focus, of course, is in the bottom half. NewBee, Game Talents, and Vici. Game Talents and Vici are facing to off today. That's going to be the direct matchup in the second set of the day. And this is the first time we've seen Vici play for the week. So, well, they have a lot of time in terms of prepping. Last week they had their 2-game week. Next week they'll have it as well. But this time around it was just a very calm week for them to look, just to study their matchup up against Game Talents.
And Vici fans should really rejoice. The last time we saw them, they did look good. They've been kind of on the rise since that Easy Hoon support fiasco that we're not going to talk about. Yeah. But since then, it's been a slow, steady climb. So Vici are gearing in for playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, our final match of the day, we're going to get the chance to take a look at Chaogu versus WE. Now, Chaogu did just suffer defeat a few days ago, and WE still look unbeatable. This is their first game of intergroup play now that they're returning back.
Yeah, and for Chaogu, it's a bit of a sad tale because Ali, their support, did announce that due to health reasons that he is no longer going to be on the lineup. His contract, they did release him from it. So that's really hard to hear because he was performing very well. His growth was fantastic to see going into the LPL, and we saw him really taking the role of a shot caller. So now, of course, we saw Cloud come in, and we'll have to see what Xiaogu can do with him back on the lineup.
I mean, he was probably one of the greats there for his shot calling.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's leaving right before he faces across from his old team, he made his name as the captain and shot caller for WE Academy and promoting them into the LPL. So it's sad to see him go.
Truly bittersweet. But our first matchup for the day, you can see on your screen, we are getting ready for the rematch between NewBee and Edward Gaming. Now, NewBee was the very first team to take a win off of Edward Gaming in almost a full year of regular season play. That's right, EDG were undefeated in the regular season for 9 to 10 months. And then NewBee came in and put a stop to it.
But they did it with Coco, and as you can see on your screen right now, that is not Coco starting for them. That's still that revolving door in the mid lane, and it will be Cool cementing his starting position against EDG today.
And it is very fun to see how they have been swapping their mid laners, even swapped their top lane for Sky, and they've only been getting better. We saw their start of their ramp up was up against EDG when they took that 2-0. There's a bit of a slide up and down, but now we're seeing them starting to really punch above their weight, go up against Xiaogu in the beginning of the week. They took them down, and here's the roster for NewBee.
Yeah, as you can see, Cool in the mid lane, but they're returning to a very similar roster elsewhere. It's Sky, Swift, Cool, and then LWX and more returning.
And your eyes didn't deceive you, because if we look across the rift, it wasn't Clear Love starting. It's still going to be Fire Lily cementing that position. So Mouse, Fire Lily, Scout, Zet, and Mako or Braco.
And when we saw Fire Lolly play last, we saw him. It was pretty decent. It was pretty good. It was just come down to the team play element. So there wasn't really any big focuses of someone really like a star coming out. We do want to see an extra star on the team, so it isn't just Scout playing massively. But Mako, when he was on the Thresh, showcased some great play.
What's interesting for me are kind of the dynamics of communication for both these teams. So when NewBee did take down EDG the first time, it was the very first time that Coco really started on the rift. We were really excited. We're like, you know, Coco, he couldn't play the first 2 weeks because of contractual obligations. Now he gets to start, like, this is the roster that we think they want. How does it look? And it looked really good, but then they went back to Cool. And if you actually look at it, Cool and Coco have played 15 and 16 games respectively. So the entire domestic split has really been cut evenly between them. And the team has gone out and publicly said that there is better communication with Cool on the roster because it's kind of like an all Chinese roster. The only Korean import then would be Swift, and low-key, Swift speaks really good Chinese.
Yeah, the last interview we had, or at least we saw from him, he was, majority of the interview he was speaking in Chinese, so it makes sense that with Cool, their communication is just on point.
Yeah, but the thing is if you look across at EDG, you have Fire Lily versus Clear Love. With Clear Love, the team looks to be communicating better. Their shot calling looks a bit crisper. You know, Mako seems to come alive. He's roaming around mid more, working better with the jungle. With Fire Lily, you know, he's the guy who's been playing more often. He's hot hand right now. He has, I would say, almost a higher ceiling of mechanics currently just because Clear Love's out of practice. So it's like, what do you trade off? Do you trade off the individual 1v1 skill in the jungle versus the communication? And EDG seem to be leaning that direction.
It really does create this interesting dichotomy for the team, knowing that they only have 2 weeks left of inter-group play before getting into the actual playoffs themselves. Which of these 2 junglers, which of these 2 mid laners do the teams focus on before getting into those all-important playoff games?
And it's fun to see because Cool coming back. Cool has been popping off every game that he comes in, so it's really fun to see him come in and play. It feels like the difference. It's a very difficult choice to make because Coco, when he comes in, he does the same. You see a lot better synergy between him and the jungler and Swift. But with Cool, Swift just plays towards Cool, and then Cool tends to carry. So I feel like you just don't have a wrong answer when it comes to these 2.
The other interesting thing is that NewBee have 2 different coaches that they've been using on stage with them. When they start Coco on the roster, they actually go back to their old school coach, Hero, who used to be the original coach when they were the QG Reapers before rebranding to NewBee. And they have specifically brought him back. So when Coco starts, to help communicate and clear up comms between the Chinese and Korean players. So NewBee have kind of 2 different plans of attack and 2 different very versatile threats, so that if this series goes to 3 games and they change it out between Cool and Coco, they've shown that they can execute on both of them.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that there's no 6PC on stage. The man does have to go to the back of the room after that point. But it is nice to see the difference between it. And maybe Coco, if he sticks around in China a little longer, maybe can really help out his communication. Learn
Yeah.
some Chinese. on
We'll certainly be keeping an eye on his growth as time goes on, but we've entered into pick and ban for game number 1. It's NewBee versus EDG. And with NewBee taking the previous win over EDG, you've got to imagine that this is a bit of a pride match for Edward Gaming, trying to take this win back and reclaim that prior glory. If only they could turn a win here into a win in week 3 and just maintain that undefeated streak.
They also just want to create padding for them at the top of their standings. The thing is right now they're sitting behind Team WE, and that's an uncomfortable spot for anyone on the EDG organization. They are not used to coming second best.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. They're not used to anything other than first. And just taking a look at the numbers right here, if they actually take a win, I believe that locks them into playoffs because they did already play earlier this week against Game Talents. So even more on the line for them to take. But as you can see, picks and bans, Camille, Gragas taken away from Mouse, along with Rise banned away from Scout.
For those unfamiliar with how the LPL playoff gauntlet works, it is grueling and it is brutal. Any spot that you can climb up means that it'll save you a possible 5 games total in that race towards the final. So again, third, second best is not good enough here.
Yeah. Especially for the likes of the prestige of EDG, consistently one of the strongest organizations over the past few years. And now finally, for the first time in what seems like years, we're starting to see some cracks in the foundation, but they're trying to patch it together. NewBee looking to break it right on down. They've got Rengar locked in for Swift.
Kind of interesting because Lulu is still up and available. I would expect that if NewBee wanted to have a priority pick of Rengar for blue side, that they would have banned Lulu from blue side, but instead choosing to throw the Gragas as well as the Rise ban in there. Kind of interesting. So we'll see how the draft phase develops. I've been relatively impressed with NewBee's draft, especially against their last series for Xiao Gu, but this seems like kind of a glaring hole to me.
I mean, it could just be a respect towards Mouse. His Gragas play last against Game Talents was exceptional.
It is also a flex pick because Firelily has been known to take Gragas into the jungle. We've seen the success of it yesterday. Invictus Gaming's Kid had a phenomenal performance on Gragas when they decided to win.
We've also been seeing huge performance out of Firelolly lately, so first picking that jungler to push him onto something slightly less impactful. He's definitely still got Elise available, but it seems like EDG are going to prioritize their AD carry first with Ashe for Zet, and then Shen for Mouse.
Hello, Lulu? Am I blind or are they? There seems to be kind of this glaring thing that's missing.
Yeah.
So even if you wanted to prioritize the Shin here because there are 3, I'm using quotation marks because 2 of them are flex bans towards the top side, the Rumble, the Gragas, and the Camille. So prioritizing the Shin kind of makes a bit sense, but Nautilus is still available. He can also be used as a flex. It just, you know, maybe the teams have been screaming, maybe they feel like they have an answer for the Lulu support in that bottom lane, but otherwise, I feel like that's just a clear cut, you know, grab it, hold our hand, we can grab picks down the line.
Seems like NewBee are the ones who are hearing what you're saying is they're giving Lulu a hover right now. They've already locked in Nautilus, likely for Sky, unless he decides to switch that Lulu over to something over and send the Nautilus to support. It's been a while since we've seen it, but Stoneborn Pact is a thing. But it is locked in.
So there we go. They figured it out, and this is kind of one of the glaring issues for EDG. You know, they had the opportunity that they could have countered or soft countered the Rengar because Rengar goes in, tries to burst someone out. You know, he has to deal with the wild growth, he has to deal with the polymorph. This time around, now he gets the empowerment of the Lulu, so he can jump in, be that chaos, and then knock everyone up for some added benefit CC. I just feel like it's missing, but maybe EDG think that it's good enough with Shen.
Yeah.
But imagine if you had Shin and Lulu against Rengar.
That's a lot of shields, keeping somebody safe, especially a low mobility AD carry like Ashe. Already, though, we've entered into the next set of bans. Elise now picked up for Firelolly. Very strong jungler, but we've actually seen him focusing a lot of Graves lately, so this is going to be a fun stretch. Meanwhile, Varus and Zed now banned away from the 2 teams during our second phase.
Have to give that respect to Scout. He has just been popping off on the Zed. It also opens up more opportunity for Zed just because you have a AP jungler in the Elise. So I like the adaptation for NewBee. Other picks that have kind of fallen through are the Jace pick. EDG is one of the few teams that will actually flex Jace between top and mid lane position, even though they already have that Shin picked up. But Jace is available.
That's usually with Koro, however. I'm not so sure that we've seen Mouse see a lot of success on something other than the big tanks.
But the thing is Mouse originally was kind of an Aurelia Fizz one trick. He used to be a very carry-oriented player. And they still see the Elise and they're like, nope, get rid of it.
Yeah.
All of the AD casters.
Yep, that's Talon now taken away. You mentioned the Jace. Seems like I'm about to eat my own words as it is locked in.
And really the tell is the fact that they have so much magic damage on the rest of their map that they need to have that benefit of the extra AD. Jay's still incredibly potent and powerful on 7.5 despite the changes to lethality and kind of moving his damage around, as well as a lot of the AP mages that are left and available. You know, since Ryze is banned, that kind of leaves the big Syndra still left and open, and Jace itemizes really well against them.
Yeah. Now it's time to try to keep yourself alive against that Jace. Quick Lucian hover from LWX, but it looks like he's going towards something a little bit more safe. Or not, as he swaps it over at the last second to Talia for cool. Interesting change up. Of course, that means that he will get that Talia into Jace. It's very easy to drop the minefield, the Ruptured Earth, as Jace drops in. The moment you see him transform into Hammer, just lay it down in front of you.
Yeah, there is definitely some counterplay there. We've seen Rookie be the big proponent of Talia. That said, it usually showcases that you want to break out towards those side lanes and not deal so much with that. Talia is one of the few champions that can also match Jace's push. So since you don't want to go towards the burst mages that he can itemize against really well with Hex Drinker, you go for more sustained magic damage carries like the Victor, like the Vladimir, like the Talia. So it still fits in that wheelhouse of having some sort of counterplay or options to get around this pick in the mid lane.
Yeah. And now to help that out, looks like even more pick out of EDG. They've got Cocoon, they've got Death Sentence, they've got an Arrow, as Thresh is locked in for Mako, and EDG, they're going to be hunting.
This also opens up the possibility of split pushing and side wave management and control for EDG. The fact that they have someone like Thresh to offer a lot of safety for Ashe. So if it does turn into where you have that grouped up, you know, Elise, Ashe, Thresh in the mid lane, Mako can just play back with the Dark Passage and then reset any sort of aggressive maneuvers that NewBee would try to engage upon EDG's, you know, 3-man in mid.
And this is something that we were actually a little bit of critical of NewBee when they were playing against Xiaogu, is sometimes they seem to get a little bit too far ahead of themselves. Sure, they were making intelligent plays, but you would have Swift taking Dragon while the rest of the team is trying to defend a turret.
Here's a question that I have for you, Dom. I've never actually seen this interaction or tested it myself. If Talia's wall cuts off a Thresh and an Ashe, but Death Sentence is on the other side of the wall, can Ashe use it to pull over?
Yes, unless she's knocked out of the actual moving animation.
Okay, so there you
So
go.
if she waits for the wall to activate and then takes the Lantern over, she's fine.
So it could also just be a reactive pick to the fact that they've already seen the Talia and they think they can offer more safety there with a Thresh pick versus something else. The thing that I'm a little bit hesitant to say that it's just a reactive pick is the fact that we still didn't prioritize Lulu. Like, counter pick was Thresh from Red side is quite curious from NoFe.
Yeah, I think maybe at that point they were just kind of filling it out and running through the priority. And NewBee did have side choice, so EDG had to take red because NewBee selected blue.
But you would typically have, you know, some sort of plan in place for Red side anyway.
It seems like they do so far. As you said, they've got an excellent 4-1 or perhaps even a 1-3-1 if they want to peel away that Jace for split push to match the Shen split push. But it is EDG, you know, we're expecting the prestige out of them here, and this is a big pride match. And NewBee was the team that ended their 9-month-long winning streak.
I don't even know if EDG look at NewBee as kind of pseudo-rivals in a sense of like,
not in
how
the sense of
dare
like
you?
rivals, but as like, you actually tripped us up. You were the team that started all of this, the root cause.
I feel like even if it wasn't NewBee, EDG were bound to fall. They just haven't been playing very clean. If you are just joining us in the LPL, EDG have fallen quite a ways from grace. But the fact that they've still only landed in second speaks to the strength of the organization, the roster,
really
and
does.
this team.
I feel like it's more of a Batman and Joker kind of thing. It always comes back to the Joker. Even if he's not always directly involved, it always comes back to the Joker. So this time, we'll have to see if the Batarang is successful from EDG as they swoop in towards victory, or if NewBee are going to play a bit of a wild card and upset EDG once again.
But we do have the Keystone Masteries on the bottom of your screen. The one that I always like to talk about is the Lulu Windspeaker's Blessing versus the Lulu Thunderlords. Typically, when she goes Windspeaker's Blessing, it means she wants to empower more trades with the picks versus trying to empower by trading herself and proccing the Thunderlords, which is kind of interesting because it's with the Ezreal. We've seen a lot of the Nami Ezreal kind of rising up globally, particularly in LCK. It was considered weak for the longest time, but it has one of the strongest level 1s of any 2v2 in the game. So we'll see how more an LWX setup. LWX, between the two AD carries that NewBee has, is the more dominant lane control AD carry, but he's actually sacrificing a lot of that setup and power by leashing red buff to Swift here.
Yeah, he's now racing towards the bottom lane. You can see Zet and Mako are already down there as Cool clears out that mid-minion wave and Scout tries to pull it to the side. Not getting any hard push out of Zet. Looks like he's content to sit back in that level 1. A Scout is getting a huge trade, just walking Cool right down the lane.
Yeah, and knew that there was no creep wave because he chose to engage while they were resetting themselves coming into the lane. So it was just abilities versus abilities and no other minion aggro to take account of.
Yeah, that transform gives 2 abilities to Scout to the 1 of Cool, so getting the stronger cooldown window there, as now it looks like Zet and Mako are finally taking control of the bottom lane. Level 2 is picked up, Mako gets his death sentence, and that means a backed away LWX and more.
And the thing is Zet took Hawkshot at level 2, I believe. Yep, there it goes, which they now know exactly where Swift is. They should know where he is anyway because he's doing a pretty standard clear. They saw that Ezreal and Lulu were late to lane, so they were probably leashing for Swift. But it's about keeping tabs on that Rengar and what Fire Lily will do with this information. You know, you have this big window between levels 1 and 6 where he's not going to be as effective in proactive ganks, but rather reactive counter ganks.
Yeah, well, currently it looks like an invade out of Fire Lolly, plus lane pressure from Zed and Mako means he should be just fine to steal away the Krugs. He's spotted out by a ward. If Zed and Mako can keep pressure, that might prevent Lulu from being pulled over, but Moore's already on the way.
He's probably just going to cause him some pain if he can. Maybe try to cheek away a Krug like that.
Actually got the medium-sized Krug, but the immediate invade from Swift. Now that he sees this happening on the other side, he just hops over the wall.
So it will be a, slight EXP and camp advantage for Swift because he's going to get all of the Krugs versus Elise having to share there with Lulu. That tower looked like it hit that creep.
It really did. But there's a quick shock blast out of Scout to balance it right back out, but let's take a look at where the junglers are moving now.
Yeah, Fire Lily's sitting off to the side, but smartly Cool is playing towards the strong side of his map, despite the fact that he doesn't have a jungler waiting in the wings. He can always just walk over to that wall, get his passive, and zip off.
Yeah, and now to help this out, there's another shock blast. Flash Cocoon forces the flash out of Cool, something that he will happily take. Scout looks to follow up, though, Blast Plant. He's exhausted. Ignite is burning down. Oh, first blood, Scout.
And Cool just didn't respect. Huge props to Scout, making sure that he landed that shock blast for the follow-up into the cocoon. So Talia not getting her passive rock surf off and able to zip off to safety, as Cool suspected he would be able to.
So close. He tried to kite it back and forth, almost predicting, but was denied. That means that Swift gets to pick up this CS. And it's always a bittersweet moment for a jungler where it's like, yes, I get all of these minions mid lane, but my mid laner died. But I get these minions. I'm sure Swift actually doesn't have that moment. I'm sure that's just great for him.
Swift is a bit of a greedy. That's going to hurt. They don't want that.
That's a big minion wave,
Look
though.
at all those creeps.
Yeah. Quick repel. Swift actually tags on the Fire Lolly and gets turned back around upon. Volatile Spiderling doesn't follow, but a smite heals him up. Scout already used his flash to chase earlier, so he's just going to get Swift out of there.
Bola certainly probably saved Swift's life there because Scout was going to continue to chase. And he's already got the serrated Dirk because he was the prime pickup of that first blood, so a very scary Jace.
Yeah, and you can see the damage that he's trading back. Cool needs a full combo, whereas it's just the Shock Blast acceleration gate from Scout. He's even got a Mana Crystal afterwards. Let's see if he decides to go for that tier next recall.
And the thing that's so frustrating for me about facing Jace, I hate champions that can just blow you up while simultaneously pushing. I just think it's unfair to give him that much control. But Moore is going to try to help out.
Yeah, there goes another one. Ooh, sidesteps the tectonic disruption, but Moore is continuing to follow through. And that's actually the faster collapse from Sky as he makes his way down to Tribush.
Gotta get that blast plant.
Scout's over the wall, but Sky decides to let him go. That's a very fast recall out of Scout. He just made his way back in, and now Cool gets to catch up in minions.
Yep, gives him a bit of that breathing room, like you're saying. So, won't necessarily change the hard dynamic of how the lane's going for him. Talia is still not going to be in a great spot. Fortunately for her, she is against a Jace, so it's not like the level 6 power spike's going to be
huge, yeah,
that terrifying versus someone like a Zed who will have that ultimate that has, kill pressure on someone. So we'll see what Cool does with his. I would like to see him team up with Swift just because he's also going to get closer to 6 since he got all of that free EXP when Cool, died in lane, unfortunately.
He just ticks over right now, clearing out that Direwolf camp. He's going to go for a quick recall as he actually decided to start boots first instead of going for any sort of full damage item. Now it's 2 longswords as he rounds it out.
And we can start to talk about kind of some of the synergy between Talia and Rengar because it can get very cool, especially when the map starts opening up. Just because, Rengar's so good at hunting people who are kind of left in the open, and Talia is so good at kind of carving them out or hurting them into the knife cat's waiting claws.
Yeah. Swift is spotted as his red buff spawns. Fire Lolly gets a nice ward, so he knows that Swift is level 6 and now on this bottom side of the map. So good jungle tracking from Fire Lolly. We were just commending NewBee before their return to play against Xiaogu earlier this week about the synergy that we were seeing from Cool and Swift. They were finally starting to see some success because Swift was doing more than just playing for himself. He was enabling Cool to use his incredible solo mechanics to put NewBee ahead. And now that we're finally getting the chance to see this once again, Cool gets bopped by Scout and a stand united from Mouse. I was just trying to laud you. I was just trying to support you, Cool.
Sky also making his way down there. Unfortunately for him, naturally Shin's always going to beat him to the punch. It's nice that Sky didn't have to burn his teleport there in response that he walked down, but ultimately it's just to lose half his health bar and watch his mid laner just get absolutely bopped, to put it as you said.
Yeah.
That just feels bad.
Oh, man. I was just celebrating the fact that we were starting to see synergy between Swift and Cool, and now the only synergy we see is he covering minions. LWX eats some damage. Zed is still only level 5, though LWX is level 6. He should be able to clear out this minion wave with a True Shot Barrage, but Zed and Mako aren't going to give him the time of day.
Oh, Zed. He was 2 creeps off of 6.
He's got it.
I know, he just got it, but he was 2 creeps when they went for
before the fight? Yeah.
That's like one of those things that if that was deft, he probably would have killed the creeps with the volley.
He catches him there. There's the arrow, Flay and Exhaust. That's a quick heal used. 2 summoner spells for 1.
And Mako showcasing, why he is such a feared Thresh player. It goes back to him and Deft in their Callista Thresh days and how incredible that ceiling was between them. The reason why Mako went aggressive there, by the way, is the fact that Swift had showed himself mid lane. This is a joke that we always make about Chinese bot lanes. When I was over there scrimming in China, we used to call them the 500 unit bot lanes because if they knew where the enemy jungler was and you were within 500 Teemos of each other, you were instantly flashing.
5, yeah. You don't want to be within 500 Teemos.
Even then, they're flashing across the map. Teleporting in.
Using the practice tool. Shift S.
Love that tool.
It's so handy. I wonder how Galio scales with raw AP. Oh, interesting. He does more damage with this item, but I wonder about this build.
See, you do actual relevant things. I was like, I'm going to build full AP support Ashe and see how much damage I can do with my arrow.
Fully stacked Mage Eyes Ashe.
I can definitely one-shot Zyra.
Oh my god. That's terrifying. Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of practice out of these teams lately, though EDG seemed to have the slight momentum lead. Quick recall out of Mako means he's going Sightstone first instead of Mobies, as he's just focusing that mid lane and jungle, setting up vision with Fire Lolly, as Mountain Dragon is the first one on the map, so need to maintain pressure over that presence.
But there is really strong and consistent vision from NewBee on both their upper and bottom riverside, so you saw all of the pings going down. Cool's like, not again, I'm not falling for this, I see them, they're down there, that's fine. So really it's just acquired vision, but otherwise both teams, they see what's up. And we should just continue to have our farming pack until either the Rengar ultimate or the Ashe ultimate are used.
Yeah, well, Swift is showing up top. He's looking to break the truce. Oh, the hook catches a minion, and he blocks the passive from Sky. Mouse is probably feeling pretty smug, but Swift is right there. If he cheats up top, he's going to be in auto range.
Also needs to wait for kind of that big cooldown on Dredge Line, however, to come back for when they continue to chase. And meanwhile, while Swift is busy top lane.
Oh, there they go. Now they're going to burst him. That's the Shadow Dash, but he's made it under the turret. Do they continue to dive? Bola snares him, flash, but he's able to get the block off once again. He's doing a lot to soak this, so Sky has got to get out. Meanwhile, Swift is trying to chase. Mouse will go down. Meanwhile, a dive bottom. They've caught more. He flashes, but that is EDG setting up for the bottom tier 1.
Oh, LWX, you're on the wrong side.
He's like, team?
Zet can't get the creep wave fast enough to the tower, though. Ah. Really well played from NewBee topside, and you can see why it's so poor from bottom side.
There goes a shock blast. The arrow catches more. He's going to die. LWX leaves his support to die. Sky actually teleported down there.
Why did he go back?
He is feeling lucky. Here comes the minion wave. Shock blast is going to start peppering in. And immediately they set up the dive. Fire Lolly's tanking. He gets burned so fast. Easy peasy turret reset. as Fire Lolly comes down.
And off screen, the Talia ultimate was actually used as Cool was thinking about coming down. But as you can see, he's not down there. He jumped off the wall. He's like, maybe not.
Yeah.
So what looked so incredibly clean from NewBee in the top side, you could see, you know, it's Sky that flashes forward. He hits the auto attack to proc the tower aggro, and then Ringar follows up and cleans up, gets the kill. Beautifully executed. Bottom lane, not so much. They're like, are we on the tower? Are we not on the tower? Like, Moore is confused. He literally has safety and then he runs back to feed.
Yeah.
And then Ezreal's like, thanks, mate. Sky's like, no problem, guys. Teleports down, also feeds.
Oof. Very messy from NewBee. This is not the intelligent play that we saw against Chao Gu just a few days ago. And the only thing that has changed since then, outside of it being a different day and different compositions, is that mid laner swapping out Cool for Coco.
And the primary benefactor of all of this has been EDG's mid laner.
Yeah.
Scout, that's now a 4-0 Jace at 13 minutes in this game. Look at that. He's got his Ghost Blade complete. He's got his tier in his back pocket.
He's getting big.
That's,
Those shock blasts are going to hurt.
yeah, from 3 screens away.
He's
you
level
lose
9.
half your health.
Yeah. Okay, so he's actually on track and experience. Never mind. I was getting excited. But that is the fully, all of the ranks of that shock blast. Actually, no, he has 6 ranks in each of his abilities because he doesn't level up his ultimate. I was incorrect.
Hold on, though. I'm looking for this arrow.
Yeah.
Can Zed, is he brave enough? Will he throw it?
Cocoon sets it up. Holding
doesn't
on to
need
the
to.
arrow, in fact. They're gifting the kill over to Scout. Oh, you need to actually kill him, though. There he goes.
My favorite part of that was still watching Zed and River. Because, you know, because he walked down.
He was thinking about it,
out
yeah.
of the mid lane. And you know he's like, can I hit it?
Yeah. I gotta wait for the Cocoon. When are you gonna fire it, Fire Lolly? Okay, it looks like NewBee are trying to dive top once again. Mako, he's got a full Spirit Visage. And
Talia
Swift will find him.
still doesn't have ultimate, though. So, unfortunately for Cool, he's just going to be walking up here to try to get involved.
Ooh, Swift decides not to dive. Mouse walks it off, but the top tier 2 is going to be slow to go down. Looks like EDG are finishing off the Mountain Dragon while you're seeing Scout clear
Hello?
out that bottom tier 2. Cool. Casually walks past that turret, or arrow.
Did he casually walk past it, or did it just like give him a haircut as it went by?
Yeah. It was a very scenic shot as Scout now completes it and immediately dives LWX. Holy cow, that Jace. Mouse is even down there too. They're going to try to finish this off.
And it's the thing is that Mouse can't do anything top lane. They knew that the tower was going down, so they tried to make a play on the bottom side. Jace has pressure and priority over inner bot side tower. They pulled the trigger on Stand United and tried to make a quick dive. But Moore, finally, right place, right time.
Yeah, he's able to save his AD carry this time, but
Oh,
can
no.
he save himself as he walks into the brush and gets pulled into his death? How was there an assist from Mouse? Was that still following up? Oh, there's the Lantern. Fire Lolly hops right over the wall. That's the interaction.
Okay, finally, we get to see it.
Oh, Cool
Fresh, it's
tries
been
to
so
catch
long.
them. He flashes in. True Shot Barrage brings them low. Oh, but Zed is in the front. The AD carry is now the tank. That's a repel. Teleport in. He's going to get Mouse, but Swift joins the fight, and suddenly EDG need to escape. They've lost their tank as they've lost Zed. Now Mako will die as well, and Mouse should have Flash, but decides just to go down instead and hold on to that Summoner. Oh, no, it
LWX
just ticks over now.
is continuing to chase. Nope, they're good. Okay, so EDG, bit overzealous. They get collapsed upon, but so much bloodshed back and forth. Scout, the big thing, though, is that he retains his bounties,
Yep.
so still 5-0.
Things are looking good for EDG so far. They're only up by about 500 gold, but they're maintaining momentum and are working on these turrets. Those deaths could cost them, though, as the mid-tier 1 looks to drop, as NewBee are finally opening up the map just a little bit more.
I mean, it's nice if they get something in return, and mid lane tower is never going to hurt, just because it gives you so much more control and reach into the side deep jungles, you know, red and blue side respectively. But you have to think that EDG could just turn that around and ram it straight back. They have the Ash Arrow, they have the Jace. They can be patient, continue to play the split pushing game. We talked earlier in Champion Select about the 1-3-1 potential.
Yeah.
You can see that already starting to set up right now. You know, Scout topside. His bot lane is starting to move underneath him just for some added shadowing pressure when he tries to siege this tower. But ultimately, this is how we expect EDG to move around the map for the rest of this game.
Yeah, they've now spotted out Swift. That's True Shot Barrage against the minion wave. Doesn't quite clear it out, but it'll certainly be much faster as Sky makes his way up there along with Moore. The blue buff, ooh, is an elaborate bait. The arrow catches Swift after he flashes, and he, pinned against the wall, dies. Meanwhile, Moore is like, oh god, again. He's having flashbacks.
He lost 60% of his health to a single accelerated shock blast.
Top tier 1 was cleared off, and blue buff actually goes to Scout somehow. Oh no, he's actually retained that from the bottom side.
So this is kind of my one complaint about Swift. Swift is an incredibly greedy jungler. Like, there's no reason to try to siege that blue buff. He thought that he could maybe burn it in time or smite it away. He knew that EDG was going to contest it. It was a pretty telegraphed play, but he does this repeatedly. And when it pays off, it's amazing. That's one of those moments where you're like, man, Swift is so good. You know, his team's behind, but he's denying them so much. Or look at how much more he's getting his team when he's ahead because he's so efficient with everything. Like, you don't just get a tower play on top side. He also solos the dragon at the same time.
Yeah.
But when it doesn't pay off, that's when it starts to snowball the other direction. So he's like a feast or famine type of jungler.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we saw against Chao Gu, where it was right on that borderline. Sometimes it paid off, and NewBee actually looked like an exceptional team against them. But then every once in a while, they would take a crazy fight while Swift was clearing out raptors on the other side of the map, and you were just left scratching your head. So seems like we're seeing that exact same style out of NewBee right now. The question is that style going to be enough to beat EDG? So far, despite a bit of a chaotic fight behind the Baron pit, it looks like EDG have had momentum this entire set.
And it's because their superstar is the one that's fed. So if Swift is the big guy that you're watching for NewBee, on the side of EDG, they live or die by Scout. And right now, he's the 5-0-1 Jace. You have to think that it might have been a big oversight to give away the Jace, the fact that he fell so far through draft phase. His Herald will even go over to Scout.
Yeah. That's a lot of amplified damage.
Is it there?
Yeah. Looking for an opportunistic pick, but doesn't find it. Cool's actually clearing out the bottom tier 1. Finally, Mouse makes his way down there, but despite not having vision of Swift, he will respect it and play safe. He's finally got a little bit more defense. Actually, a team had to clear out the minion wave. But as Swift shows up, his dead man bops the turret, and it falls. It's now 3 turrets to 2 as NewBee have opened up the map more than EDG, but EDG still have the lead.
It's always going to be that matter when there's standing gold left for EDG. They are currently ahead, even though the NewBee have more towers and just their raw power, just because of how strong this Jace is. So at any point that they want this mid lane tower, they just need to group up, get Jace over there, and it'll fall over.
Yeah. Looks like they're prioritizing that mountain dragon, though, 60 seconds before it spawns.
I don't even necessarily think it's just the mountain. Like, that's the added benefit, but the primary thing that they want is if we're sieging on mid lane tower and we want to be playing around this area anyway because we want mountain, we need to actually start sweeping out this flanking vision. Because the only play that NewBee would have then is a teleport flank play from Nautilus.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's one of the benefits of sweeping out the vision. Cool doesn't see he's getting flanked by Jace, who is 6-0.
There's also the fact that he saw that they were sweeping out all of that vision. He's like, ah, my map's going dark. I got plenty of time.
Yeah, I can escape with the ultimate. Ooh, bit of a skirmish over that raptor camp. Now Smite used as they want to hold on to that for the next big buff. That means EDG get an opportunity to push. The wave clear is up to the True Shot Barrage and Mystic Shots from LWX, but now that Zet is sneaking forward, he's actually got to be a little bit respectful of the damage. Still relatively squishy this early on, but turns it around. What a shock blast.
And as I was talking about, all Jace has to do is just be there to threaten an area and the towers will fall over. Scout was actually debating if he was going bottom or rotating mid. He gets caught out, but because the Stand United is there and because he's so big and so far ahead of the clock, it doesn't matter.
Ooh, looks like NewBee might try to fight this as Thrill of the Hunt is popped. They're trying to assassinate Scout. The bounty is still standing and he dies. A good knockup by Moore locks him down as Mouse makes his way over the wall. The dragon, meanwhile, was picked up. Here comes the wall from Cool. It's going to get him in range of the fight, but EDG are almost under their tier 2. They've managed to tag onto Zet, and the CC flings him right back in, and NewBee take a fight.
This is devastating, but what do NewBee do with this? Yes, they're going to get the blue buff, but are they feeling confident enough to maybe rotate Baron, try to get something in the mid lane? Now, the thing is Fire Lily's still alive. You see the actual assist ping go down for EDG, because Fire Lily, he's thinking the same thing I am. How daring are NewBee? They've got their tank full health, and they've still got their Rengar.
Question is, how greedy is Swift this time? They've grouped as 5. Fire Lolly's got to smite back up, and they're turning onto it. There's a lot of added bonus for that Elise if she manages to make it over the wall. The execution damage, the smite, level 11 to 12. It's going to be close. He hops over. Fire Lolly goes up. He's trying to stall it out, and he comes right back over the wall.
He's
got his flash, though. Makes it in, doesn't get the steal. It's secured by NewBee. He will end up dying, though. So too does Mouse. A Scout is going to Acceleration Gate Mako to safety.
Again, incredible communication and coordination from NewBee. Oh, if they could chase down EDG, it would have been just like the cherry on top there. But beautifully done. The fact that Flyerly used a Dark Passage, used his Repel and his Flash to stall out enough time to try to find the Smite Steal there, and NewBee coordinated their damage, stopping and starting it appropriately on the Baron, was beautifully done.
Ooh, very risky play, but it pays off as NewBee are able to punish EDG here. Though it's EDG who are the ones still attempting to make the plays and still setting up in advance for them, it's NewBee who, when they are not punished themselves, find themselves able to fight back. And now that puts them in a gold lead with the Baron buff at just after the 20-minute mark. They've already broken down all of the tier 1s, so it's going to take quite a bit of side lane control to look for some of these tier 2s.
Exactly, as you said, Shu is now on the other foot. And we go back to the two superstars of these teams, or at least the X factors in these games. Swift, 5, 1, and 3 on the Rengar. On the other side, EG, they've got Scout. But if Scout just instantly dies in a team fight, then EDG fall over because their gold's not spread around. Then they need to rely on Zet. And Ashe is, stronger than, someone like a Caitlyn would be in this position, but Ezreal is online right now.
Ooh, they've managed to tag Scout over the wall. He's trying to clear out the minion wave, but a great Weaver's Wall separates the rest of EDG. The bottom tier 2 falls as NewBee are able to convert that advantage, and we're starting to see them find success as they press forward onto the inhibitor. This is a huge minion wave.
That is 2 cannons baroned up. They can't clear it out fast enough.
Yeah, they're trying. The hook misses LWX. He gets back in. 23 minutes in, the inhibitor turret falls. Despite the momentum being so heavily in EDG's favor, the seesaw swings the other way. Swift gets pulled back in. He's very tanky. Tries to get out, but will die as Mako tags him up. Redemption even heals them back up to full. A good tectonic disruption prevents them from chasing any further, though. But Firelolly's looking for a cocoon, and Mouse is there with a Shadow Dash.
Looks like Sky will be able to successfully disengage them, however. So EDG do drop their inhib tower, but they manage to save their inhib, and that's what's important because it's the Baron inhibitor. So it won't guarantee a free second Baron by competing Super Creep's bottom side when it respawns.
And just like this, EDG fight back. They're not done yet. This game is actually turning into much more of a competition than I think we expected. NewBee are showing up very strong in this match against EDG. Despite a very rough laning phase, Scout looks for a quick assassination, forces the flash of more, but decides to turn onto Sky instead, as Zet uses the CC from Mako to try burning through that Nautilus's health, and he's got enough. LWX shows up, but it's too late, and more once again cheats back in to give his life to EDG.
Can Talia and Rengar save the day?
Cool's got the Weaver's Wall ready. He's trying to split them off. Firelolly gets penned in. They've got to take a different route as that road gets closed down. Swift is going to eat a cocoon to the face as he leaps for Firelolly, but he's still got Repel, but he's trying to dodge these skill shots. Mouse just dashes over, and EDG are allowed to walk away.
Oh, disengage successful. That was a close one, though. A real nail biter. I thought for sure that Cool was going to cut them off, but that little route. Okay, that's literally one of those moments where as you're Swift coming out of base, you're like, okay, no one die right now. Let's group back up, and you're dead. Like, what is happening? Sky, Moore, they both get caught. We expect this of Moore. He actually has a reputation all the way back from the LCS. He just dies more than any other support. I believe when he was in the North American LCS, he was actually #1 for deaths as a support.
Yep.
In the LPL, he shares very similar stats. Sky, he's new. He's taking over for V. He's only played a couple of games in the LPL. Used to play in the LSPL, but he's getting used to the team, so we can let that one go.
And take a look at that Baron lead that it got for them. 2 gold. Just 2. Not much more.
Well, they were behind.
They were, but now they're ahead. 2 more gold after that Baron buff is done. I love how they needed to put up a whole graphic for that. The closest to 0. That absolutely. The only way that could have been better is if it were actually 1 gold.
Sometimes the Chinese observers are just vindictive.
Yeah, just like
Like that one guy flashes into a wall and dies, and they just zoom in on his body.
Super slow-mo, yeah. Okay, now Mountain Dragon's up in 20 seconds. EDG already have the first 2, and they've got vision set up once again. Blue buff goes over to Scout. He's still got that glimpse of the Void buff on himself for bonus damage as Cool preps a bottom minion wave, and they've got Mouse with Stand United in the top lane. Sky has got Recall, but he's got Teleport ready, and NewBee are grouped just behind the pit.
Oh, and that ward goes in right after Mako had swept it up. Luckily for EDG, Scout had a control ward sitting. But right now, this is just going to be the teleport battle.
Forcing a
and
fight.
there's the first one.
They don't see the teleport just yet. True Shot Barrage finds a bit of preliminary damage as Cool tries to chase. The hook finds Spiderling, and they turn back on the Sky. They've got a lot of shred and a lot of crowd control. He's able to shield himself up, so he walks away. Swift leaps in, but it might have been too far as Cool goes over the wall with the blast cone. The wall splits Fire Lolly and Mouse out of the fight, and they're trying to get through the carries. But meanwhile, Scout is so far away, he fires a shock blast. Zet can't even get in there, and a great separation from Cool.
And this is the thing about Jace and Talia. Yes, we said that Talia could work into Jace. You know, she can kind of compete with his push. She can beat him out to these side lanes. But ultimately, even if he's never trapped by Weaver's Wall, he can outrange and continue to fight even when the Weaver's Wall separates him from the team.
Yeah, they're now turning on to the Dragon. It is picked up by EDG, and they immediately tag Swift with a Shadow Dash afterwards. He dies ingloriously.
And again, miscommunication with the top lane from Sky. Look at where Nautilus is. Yeah, he got chunked out relatively early on in that fight. He doesn't have teleport, but NewBee, like, be decisive. Are we not fighting? Are we fighting? Are we trying to burn the dragon? What's happening? Because Swift looks like he's on a completely different page. He thought we were burning the dragon or we were getting a smite steal, and he just dies for nothing.
He's got the right ideas, but he needs to communicate them to his team, and perhaps the greed of Swift could be coming back to bite him. We've seen when he's enabled by his team, he sees a lot of success, but when his team isn't on the same page with him, again, it comes back to the same problem. Now it's 13-8. It's almost dead even in gold, but EDG have triple Mountain Dragon, and Baron is up in 20 seconds.
Can never be left alone with that objective, but NewBee have been relatively strong on their vision. So I don't expect that we're going to see an Invictus Gaming, you know, blunder here around the Baron pit where it just goes unwarded, uncontested.
What's that thing again? Oh, Baron's up? Oh, that's fine.
It's more like, what, ward?
Who needs wards when you can just kill them? LPL, never change. Now they are fighting over vision near that Baron pit. You can see Scout and Zet are hanging nice and far back as LWX takes a huge hit.
Yeah, red side Jace. Have fun with that. The problem is that NewBee needs to be in the area because they want to contest the Baron. They can't obviously give it away for free, but that's exactly where EDG want them to be as long as they have defensive vision. So the onus is kind of on NewBee to stop this, whereas Scout, fish in a barrel. He just wants to sit here and continue to throw out Qs.
There goes the Weaver's Wall. That pulls Scout in fact. He's now pinned against it. They bounce him all around, and in the bounce house, he drops to Swift. Meanwhile, Zet is going to try to turn this around. He manages to kill Sky, but Swift leaping over the wall catches him with a bolo. The hook misses as Swift outplays the hell out of EDG. Cool is able to set him up for that success. Fire Lolly gets knocked back in. He repels, but doesn't make the lantern, even dies mid-flash.
And for all of Cool's shortcomings in the early portion of this game where he was just getting absolutely blasted mid lane, he makes up for that in that single Weaver's Wall. Scout, of course, did make the mistake walking down the ramp. He didn't need to, but this will be the free Baron because Fire Lily's dead. No contest from EDG, and Mouse is just trying to get table scraps at this point. Like, can I get the bottom in him?
He's working on it. That Tiamat is doing work for him.
Oh, no.
But he decides to back out with the Baron enhanced recall and home guards now activated. He has got to keep it standing. Slowly but surely, that inhibitor turret will get its health back over time.
Again, all eyes on this Weaver Wall. Scout, he takes the Dark Passage, and you can see like the instantaneous regret as the he stands in the corner and the Shin ultimate comes in. Like, that corner, that's the dunce corner. He's like, I think I just lost this fight for us all. At this point, though, Swift gets in the brush. He gets a nice bullet. He gets 3 repeated leaps onto Zet, and it's just done. Like, Zet's dead, Jace is dead, Mouse is like, great. And Fire Lily, why?
He was trying to go for the outplay, maybe? But I mean, when you've got Swift already camping the bottom of the rappel, it's going to be tough enough to get out of there. Only Flawless we've seen have real success getting out of this. As now you can see the fight in that previous fight. Zet did all of the hard work and Scout did barely anything.
He just resigned himself. He stood in the corner with his face down. He was
came over the wall and immediately like, yeah, I guess. All right.
This has pretty much been 2 team fights, though, from NewBee that have swung this game back in their favor, and it's led to 2 key Barons. Like, EDG can very clearly look at this game, and it's not going to be one of those ones where you'll tilt from it, because you're like, okay, if we just didn't lose these 2 team fights by just changing this one thing, this would have been a win for us. Like, we were winning individually in our lanes, we were rotating earlier.
I think that's the amazing thing that we're seeing out of NewBee, though, and this really actually starts to beg an interesting conversation. Swift started working on the inhib as the rest of his team rotates over, but we said that EDG were on a bit of a decline, and NewBee are on the way up. After their very convincing 2-0 victory here, if they manage to 2-0 EDG, that would be absolutely huge for NewBee to find momentum this late into the LPL split.
It also speaks to their coordination in their 5v5 because that's how they're finding these victories. They do have their newer top laner in Sky, and he did have a really nice teleport that set them up for their initial swing into power when they got the 2 bonus gold off of their initial Baron.
First Baron.
Yeah, but it was that deep teleport from Nautilus. So again, for all of Sky's shortcomings when he's not quite with the team when they're contesting Dragon, he made good on that one play.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do, really.
That's all he needs to do when Swift is this consistent of a threat, you know, returning to form, showing up, being that Rengar. He's just like, guys, I just need someone else to join me.
He's actually taking a bit of a page out of SOFM's book. He completed his Black Cleaver, but then started to go Bruiser Rengar because he knows it's so important for him to stay alive in these extended fights and trade with EDG and really punish them whenever they make these mistakes. So not going for the full burst Rengar, going for that bruiser style to try to catch people out.
I like it because there's really only one target on EDG's team, and it's Scout.
Yeah.
So if he can just trade his health for that one Jace, that's 100% worth going down for.
Ooh, and you saw that Shock Blast catching more, doing a completely different amount of damage, only 40% instead of 60, so he's already beginning to taper off. But NewBee are using this momentum now. They've broken the bottom inhibitor. They've now broken the mid tier 2 and the top tier 2. Bit of a skirmish outside of the base to keep EDG occupied as the minion wave now crashes towards that turret.
Big key ultimates used. Zet no longer has his arrow now, so it's really reliant on these death sentence from Mako.
Once again, a huge Weaver's Wall from Cool. He has been on point with these. Forces Mako out, Mouse goes in, and they're still separated. The inhibitor turret has fallen, and EDG, they just cannot find a good fight because Cool is on point.
And they don't have the CC or the cooldowns available. Again, they're really only reliant on non-committal CC of the Cocoon and the Death Sentence at this point, or Flash Taunt.
Yeah, Mouse tries to go in, gets his Guardian Angel popped, and now Scout is like, dude, it's going to be tough. He's able to take the Lantern to safety, but Mako follows up. Hook is going to miss, but he's pulled back onto LWX and goes down. And now the fight has begun anew. Mouse tries to trade it back. He pops the GA. That's a repel. As Fire Lolly kites it away, Shock Blast doesn't have the gate, so LWX is allowed to walk away with his life.
Really good exhaust also on Scout there from Moore. Saved a lot of that fight, but very close. Very skirmish heavy, but NewBee are sitting on a ton of global gold from taking down those towers, so they're only going to continue to get stronger. And
Suddenly.
I don't know. The biggest issue for me right now is the fact that more members are online or at their item breakpoints from NewBee than EDG, as well as the fact that EDG are split in their focus because Mouse is constantly having to go bottom, deal with that super creep wave. Now someone will have to respect the top side of the map. Unfortunately for EDG, Elder's not a question, but third Baron will be.
Yeah. They've got a bit of time before that spawns, as now that Ocean Drake's just spawned, as you mentioned. So they don't have to worry about Elder for quite a little bit of time. You can see some big items now being completed. Phage turned around as the Muramana from Scout, but we're also seeing the Phantom Dancer finished up for Zet.
Okay, so here's the thing. Before, it was really only Scout that was doing damage. Maybe with this new itemization completed from Ashe, Zet might be able to stand up and be like, okay, I'm the damage dealer now. Like,
Yeah.
the exhaust isn't just going to completely wipe all of it.
Needs 4 attacks to ramp up and get the focus.
Problem is that he doesn't have his flash, so he's still incredibly vulnerable in these team fights. So all eyes have to be on how Mako and Zet are coordinating this because it feels like Scout has been effectively shut down.
Yeah. You can see the Shock Blast even catching LWX for only a third of his health. It's just slowly but surely tapering down as he's trying to catch this minion wave bottom. NewBee are just playing the split push game and pulling EDG apart with that Baron inhib down on the bottom side and Swift pushing top. That's keeping EDG locked into their base, so they can't get any vision towards that Baron pit. It's 60 seconds before it spawns up once again, and take a look at NewBee's vision across the map. They can see any flank position long before Mouse is able to get there. Not that he even would at this point. He needs to stand in front of Zet and Scout to keep them alive.
I was going to say that's the one nice thing for EDG is that they don't necessarily need a flank right now. They just need CC to connect on good targets.
Ooh, Fire Lolly goes up. He's able to get away from the depth charge and takes a Lantern to safety, but that means that despite not having Baron, NewBee are looking for the final inhibitor turret. They break it down, and another excellent Weaver's Wall from Cool sets them up for success, and NewBee bat it out of the park.
And I can understand why the Talia picked and why the Jace was let go. If Cool is going to be this consistent on it, and siege so well with it.
And the fact that he's setting up the wall and immediately you see the rest of NewBee push forward, force the depth charge to get Fire Lolly out of there, and LWX moves up to the turret. They're now baiting out the Baron right now. Fire Lolly leads the charge, still very squishy because he did go full AP to counteract that Jace AD damage. So it is going to be tough. Another Shock Blast tags up LWX, but he's got a lot of sustain already with that Blade of the Ruined King.
NewBee just need to be patient at this point, work around the top side of the map. Fortunately for EDG, the bottom inhib has respawned, so I believe Scout is either clearing out the last wave or just cleared out the last wave of supers.
Oh, the arrow from Zet misses, and suddenly EDG have got to find themselves sweating as the Baron is being started. It's already down to a third of the health. Sky is getting in there. They have no vision towards the pit, and Sky will gladly trade his life or perhaps even try to take a fight. They've managed to pop Fire Lolly. Zet's in the front, and Zet goes down to Cool. Swift continues following. It's all up to Scout. Can he do what he did earlier? He tries to assassinate LWX and succeeds, and now Cool has joined the battle. Scout is about to get his cooldowns back around while Mouse keeps the others occupied. Exhaust denies it, but Mako resets once again. Swift goes in a Shadow Dash, finds 3. Scout is firing across, gets 1, looking for 2. He's exhausted again, but he gets it. That's 3 kills for Scout, and now Swift, it's carry versus carry, and he's playing with the vision.
But check out where Sky is right now.
He survived the fight. He's teleported into the base. He's trying to end the game right here, right now. Baron up, super minions, and Scout has to take the long way back. Mako is doing everything he can to stall this game out, to deny this Nautilus the chance to close it. And the Nexus is still standing, but only barely. Sky is getting pathed by the minions as Swift now joins up. That's a flash auto attack. Fire Lolly's in there. They've got to kill Swift.
No.
He's got the AD. They managed to get him, and Sky goes down. The Nexus is kept alive, but only just.
Swift takes a look to his left at that one creep that stepped out of the way for the cocoon. He's like, mother.
Son of a...
So we take a look at this team fight. So no wonder this looks so lopsided for a second. It's because Sky pieces out and then he's going to teleport to this big crashing minion wave and start sieging up. Props should really go to Mako though. Like, Scout does well, you know, he's kiting backwards, but Mako is landing so many consistent death sentences, dark passages, and what's the word? Flays.
Yeah.
Like the amount of CC that he is giving and setting his team up for, just like a beautiful volleyball player, just setting up the spikes and Scout's just jumping up and laying it down. Unfortunately for them, Sky was like, okay, I'm out.
Yeah, with Sky and Swift dead, it's a brief 5v3 advantage and no Baron buff left on anyone from NewBee. EDG finally push back. They take down the middle inhibitor. It's still a few seconds before we get to see Swift and Sky pop back up, but as they return to the map, EDG return towards their base.
Okay, what's really scary for EDG right now is they need to be so clean with their vision surrounding their base because it's a single inhib and Nexus tower. Like, there's
Talia, Rengar, Nautilus teleport.
exactly. There's a bit of breathing room simply because someone would have to go through the inhib and then to the Nexus. But you're going to start seeing a lot of vision just kind of randomly set in the mid lane there because they're checking for when people start to cut out into their red or blue jungle and look for ways in through the base gates.
Oof, this game is much messier than we expected from EDG. After all of the momentum and strength that they were able to accrue during the laning phase, NewBee are out-communicating them and outplaying them and setting up these team fights and setting up these opportunities to come back. It's only the raw mechanical ability of Mako and Scout that was able to deny the win from NewBee just a few minutes ago. And 40 minutes in, 5,000 gold behind, EDG find themselves scrambling to defend their base.
I think it speaks to how strong NewBee's composition is with Baron, because again, it was really only 2 team fights that led to 2 separate Barons back to back, but the Talia wall and how it was executed with the Baron just ramped up the map control and the tempo control for NewBee so much more in their favor that even though EDG are finally kind of successfully fighting with their backs to the wall, that it's almost too little too late. They can't dig themselves out of the hole they've already created.
Ooh, they've managed to catch Sky, but he is very tanky. Weaver's Wall sets up a fight, and the rest of NewBee are on their way. He already used his flash. Knock up onto Zet, plus 2-shot barrage. Swift dives onto him, but he makes it over the wall, and Swift gets his GA pop. Zet's trying to heal up, but it looks like Fire Lolly will trade his life over. Jungler for jungler, a 1-for-1. And Sky goes back in while Mouse flanks from the back, and then now the tanks are going down. It's 3 versus 3.
But just the carries. Aw, come on. Wimps.
My heart.
That's one of those beautiful, like, crazy outplay moments. No tanks, no GAs. It's just your AD carry, your AP carry, and the support. Just go at it. Twisted tree line that.
There's a much larger map for that. Meanwhile, blue buff is up, and it looks like Scout, very intelligently, is not rushing over there. He's waiting for some vision. I don't know if he caught Cool there, but he should see the Scryer's Bloom now as Cool is there.
He's got the control ward.
Ooh! He's actually going to have to give blue buff away to Cool, as he does get some good harass on the Moor, though. But with Super Minions pushing down the mid lane, LWX has to answer, and the game stalls out after that even fight on the top side.
But we're now into a single team fight that will decide the game. So EDG were able to stall out long enough. We're looking towards Elder. You know, maybe this gets to another Baron spawn. You don't think so? It feels like both teams kind of understand, or at least motivated to look for this single 5v5, as opposed to just continuing to turtle with all of their
It is
wave
very
clear.
risky, yeah. But we're seeing some excellent side lane control from NewBee. They're using True Shot Barrage. They're setting Cool up. They're using Sky in the mid lane to sort of defend against any imminent threats from EDG. As Cool is going to find Mouse for some good harass. Voidstaff is able to penetrate a lot of this, and he's got Rylai's for permanent slow. Mouse might be in trouble here if Cool's got the outplay. He lands his second Tectonic Disruption, follows it up for a third. The Redemption is dropped. He's going to barely heal. The third misses. Oh, and Cool solo kills it despite EDG racing to save him. That means the tank is dead.
Oh,
Weaver's
no.
wall forces Flash out of Mako, and Swift is like, drop it! I need to go in! Oh.
Maybe that's Cool actually saying, Swift, no. No one else is around you.
Oh, but he's found Fire Lolly now. There, he's turning it around. The rest of NewBee follow up on the collapse. Fire Lolly, still no GA. He's going to kite it out. They're looking for Zet and Scout. They need to kill him. Zet goes low and will finally drop. Scout is trying to turn it around. Flash snare onto him from Sky. As LWX goes in, he's happy to trade his life with the Jace if he can. And Jace is dead. NewBee take the fight off the assassination of Mouse, and his deficit alone will cost them this game.
And again, huge props to Cool. Yes, his early game suffered, but his late game entirely made up for it. Weaver's wall after Weaver's wall, perfectly placed, allowing them to siege up inhibs, to take out towers, to trap Swift out of making terrible mistakes.
And NewBee take game number 1 over EDG in a repeat performance of what they did in week number 2 of the LPL. Now, EDG are currently 0-3 against this current iteration of NewBee, and they have got to be a little bit worried. As you can see, NewBee are all business. They go right backstage and get ready for the next one.
Still wasn't perfect. Definite things to tune up, particularly in the early game. You know, Cool dying, I think, 3 times solo in lane is pretty inexcusable, but EDG unable to convert that to the rest of the map.
Yeah, now to help us convert this into an analyst desk is Raz. Welcome back.
Ooh, I don't need coffee. That was the most adrenaline pumping game at the very end, if at all. The Scout came out of that game, I think 12 kills, 3 deaths. He's not going to be coming out with the MVP, obviously, because he didn't win this game. This guy just blasted this team from the very beginning, tried at the very end with that 1v3 outplay. Of course, Nautilus wasn't there, but man, did he pop off.
Oh yeah, those shock blasts were huge.
Yeah, and it just, the composition coming out of EDG, just to bring it up, because EDG had a great early game. You saw it in the gold graph. From the very start, Elise, Ashe, and Thresh, you knew exactly what they wanted to do. It was a good old-fashioned pick composition. They even had those 3 control trinkets, the red trinkets, to be able to just, once they got the early pressure in the lanes, and they were really far ahead, as you mentioned. Cool was just really far behind in his own lane with the ganks that did come through. And on top of that, just losing trades versus Jace. Jace recognized when he was going to go all in, and he made it happen. And it was just time and time again, EDG were pressuring. They had the proper control. There were just no wards on the map for NewBee because they weren't able to get it down with the threat that EDG had. And we'll show it in the first replay, because this is when they finally went towards their dragon. But this was great for NewBee. This is the one fight NewBee wanted to get. It was finally given to them. And so what was the purpose of this? It was EDG seeing that one small moment in which they can get it. They all in on it. And of course, they were separate. They lost 2 kills from this. And eventually, it turned into a Baron, as we'll see as this gets sped up. And this was great for them because you see the Elise coming in. It is a 50-50 at the end of the day. could have gone easily towards Elise, but the fact that she didn't get it, the fact that it was secured by NewBee, it elongated the game for them. It was a good breath of fresh air, and you mentioned it, Dom. It turned into a 2-gold Baron power play.
Yeah.
So it was like theoretically nothing came of it, but what did come from it was the time that it gave them, the more team fights that were coming through. Ezreal was able to get to his Blade of the Rune King eventually, and the Weaver's Wall time and time again coming through. I think Cool was the MVP because those were really separating EDG in these team fights. Even at the very end in another Baron fight where the Thresh gets a lantern over to Scout, and then Shen ulti comes on top of him. Scout's like, I can't do any damage. They're gonna kill me. What'd you bring me in for?
I need help. Faster.
And honestly, that would have been a great idea if the Shen ulti came in further, because they needed the tank line up first. They just didn't know how to deal with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, looks like MVP, though, is going to go to the guy who did the damage in this one. 7, 5, and 8. It is Swift on this Rengar once again.
So here's the thing. Swift definitely helped set up, NewBee's comeback into this. Yeah, it was cool that finished them off. Once they were in the sleeper hold, he came in, did the elbow drop. But Swift did lead the charge. So while I agree with you, Cool was instrumental in securing a lot of those structures and those objectives, the very first pick was Swift, that Rengar, knife cat, flying through the air, finding Scout.
And at the very end of the game, you can see LWX being as courageous as possible. Finally gets that 1v1 versus the raid boss, Jace. Can he kill him? With the help of his friends. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can get that extra kill. So that was really back and forth. That was such it was such a close game, and to see NewBee come back and take it at the very end in a very, I guess, a really a nose hit finish, I suppose.
Yeah, it certainly was. But again, you talked about how volatile the fact that this was. EDG running that pick composition, they got the early momentum, and against the composition like NewBee's, if they hadn't fought back, if they hadn't been getting those perfect Talia walls, that could very easily have been a swift EDG win.
But the conversation is about the perfect Talia walls. The conversation wasn't about the perfect arrows, and I feel like Zet really underperformed that game on the Ashe. The arrow time and time again was hitting Nautilus, and either you congratulate Sky there, or you have to, question mark over Zet.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if he can fix his performance in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that ready for you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's time to break out that Szechuan sauce because we are getting into a spicy game number 2 between EDG and NewBee. We just saw NewBee take game number 1 by winning team fights and playing more cohesively as a team than EDG, which just a few weeks ago, we could not have said that.
Hello? I think I've been saying this for a long time about EDG in particular. I've been super hard on EDG. I'm one of the few analysts that has like stepped back. Like every single time we go into narrative meetings, I'm like, this is the fall of EDG. Everyone's like, Frostgren, calm down. You can't just say that they're still in second. I'm like, no, this is inexcusable for the best team in the LPL. Like they are one of the greatest dynasties that Chinese League of Legends has ever created, and they are not playing like it. Their macro decision making is poor. Their communication is poor. And it's like if Scout doesn't pop off in 1v9 or Mouse doesn't go massive on Maokai, they don't win.
Yeah,
we agree with you. I think the biggest point is
Oh,
about...
now you agree with me.
Gotta finish the sentence first. Wait a minute. And so the end of this sentence is that the expectation for EDG is massive. The expectation is for them to always finish first because that's how it was. Is when unless of course the first season when OMG was the best. But we got to rewind to that expectation because they are still second place in their group. Before this set, you look into this, you're thinking EDG could take it, and they were doing very well against Xiaogu. Maybe they're uncontested, and then of course, game 1 happens. So, this is when we have to redial in this conversation because NewBee, looking already out of the 3 times they've faced them this split, they won all times. And if they're going in for another 2-0, yeah, this is a problem for EDG.
Yeah, this is like that's the thing. Like, you say that they're second place, but I'm like, NewBee are is that 5th? Is that 4th? Like,
we just don't know.
Every day the number's changing. Yeah,
and this is just in their group. If we're looking into the other group, when they do get into playoffs, we have OMG who took another set against EDG, and then you look towards the other teams here. It's like IME. Who took another? It just keeps going. Actually, it just keeps going. Teams take
this hype train keeps leaving, and Raz just keeps grabbing hold.
Just keep taking games off of EDG. So EDG needs to
more and more bandwagons are grouping together.
Yeah, we talked about this. I am the bandwagon king.
But let's be fair. EDG haven't lost the set yet. But even if they come back and it is a 1-2 to their victory, like this is still frankly disappointing unless they just come out and smash this with super clean fundamental macro. I'm gonna be pretty upset because if you have RNG and Team WE and we keep putting EDG in that same bucket as like the top 3 LPL teams, like you need to have better fundamentals if you're going to be, whispered in the same breath as those 2 orgs.
Yeah, and one slip up, and we saw it in this set, that one slip up near Dragon really is a rolling, it rolls you downhill. It just is a snowball of a game.
It was so greedy too for them to take it. Like, just give it away. You look over, you just press tab, you look at your items, you're like, we're probably not strong enough to fight this as a 5v5. Scott's like, no, we got it.
We can do it.
Even if you take the Dragon, it just comes down to moving as a team away in the opposite direction, and they split up. That's when you lose kills, and it just gets ridiculous. Especially since Talia has a good comeback mechanic of her ulti. If you want to get the fight going, it doesn't matter. You can really just propel yourself into the team fight and get your team with you.
But the thing that, like, the decision making on it, I just think is fundamentally wrong. Like, you knew that the only way that NewBee were going to get back in was going to be with a teleport flank. It was a catch on Scout as well as a TP flank that won them that fight. But it's like, Jace is really strong when he gets to poke you, so why would you try to burn the Dragon? Why not lay down your vision, let NewBee walk in, and then try to force them off of it? Because you weren't going to be able to burn it fast enough.
And remember, just piggybacking off that point, they don't need to get the Dragon, they need to get the skirmishes and the picks, right? So even if they know it's being contested, they can actually just stall out just a little bit, maybe get a pick going forward, maybe nail down that Nautilus because he was pretty squishy early on. There was no damage in the backline because Talia was fairly far behind, and Ezreal just didn't have items.
Yeah, perhaps that could be the struggle that EDG are having with their identity. Classic EDG had complete control over Dragons in the early and mid game, and this composition was not something that was designed to succeed in those situations without a skirmish beforehand.
And that's the only thing that I just wanted to underline, that I don't think that this is about like the communication of like the 5v5. Raz does mention a good point, don't split up when you're walking away, everyone hold hands. But just fundamental bad decision making that costs EDG.
Well, with priority choice, it seems like EDG have elected to take blue side in this as we get into pick and bans for game number 2. Raz, thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us a little bit later to break this down. But you can already see Rumble Rengar, Camille, Gragas. Looks like Kha'Zix on the left.
So we've had back-to-back Rumble bans. It should be noted of Sky. So Sky the newer top laner, replacing V. He was kind of their primary top laner before. He came from the LSPL, has slight LPL experience, but not much. He's historically known as having a smaller champion pool. So you can afford to throw targeted bans at him, not necessarily because, oh my god, he's terrifying on those champions, but that you could probably exploit him if you start thinning out that pool enough.
Just not quite as much experience as some of the older players here in the LPL. As Lulu once again goes through for EDG. We get the chance to see more on that this time. Perhaps he'll be able to die a little bit less. And if NewBee were able to take a game number 1 with him dying that many times, it could be big for them.
Why does EDG hate Lulu? She's so good.
Something against Yordles.
She's... Okay, we've talked about this a little bit before, but like Lulu, she is taking over the global meta. Why is she taking over the global meta? She is incredibly good at skirmishing 2v2 in the bottom side. She's incredibly potent against all of the assassins or the burst that's coming out in the mid and the jungle positions. She synergizes super well now that lethality builds have taken over and you have less attack speed that's being itemized. So she uses her Whimsy on someone that gives them, what, 45% bonus attack speed? Like, she just covers all of these bases and makes this beautiful, well-rounded package of just, like, kick-ass.
Yeah. Looks like EDG, though, are trying to swap things up with their composition a little bit, as Mouse now takes Maokai in the top lane, and Ashe is once again locked in for Zet. So not quite as much pick as the Elise Shen follow-up, but we'll see if that's going to be changed around.
Hand went up. I was
Yeah.
almost ready for the draft to stop.
You can see Cool right there.
Yep.
I mean, Lucian could be pretty good right now. He's already got the Nautilus for prep. He's got Lulu for bonus attack speed for even more procs of the Light Slinger.
We'll see what it was. It was definitely the hand up from NewBee's coach. So
Yeah.
Lucian was the last pick on the board. Nothing else came out. We'll see if it sticks or if it's going to be adjusted. But so far, EDG, Lee Sin, Maokai, and Ashe. The Maokai is interesting to me because it came out after the Nautilus. So Nautilus historically is known as kind of the counter to Maokai. He can out-push him with the Riptide as well as out-trade him with Titan's Wrath. It really just has push priority on the Maokai. This gets incredibly more volatile now that the 7.4 and 7.5 changes have gone through, where he doesn't have the
Damage on sapling.
And what that means is that Maokai just can't insta-clear waves from afar. You know, he needs to come up to the creep wave and clear it multiple times with his Arcane Smash, his Q, which opens up more trading windows and more trading opportunities for Nautilus to just punch him in the mouth.
Yeah, and that's something that we are looking to see Sky do in this setup. Of course, with this now stronger matchup in the top lane, that could open up a completely different game. We saw how Sky was trying to respond to Mouse on that Shen in game number 1. In early game, he was just always a few seconds late to follow up on the Stand United.
But there's a very different context when you talk about like bad matchups between tanks versus bad matchups between carry top laners.
Yeah.
Like, if you get counterpicked as a carry top lane or someone squishy, that usually means that the other carry top laner is going to go like 10-0.
Yeah.
You know, Riven versus Yasuo, something volatile like that. If it's Nautilus versus Maokai, you can control that matchup and maybe you fall at like a 20 CS deficit. Which Maokai also has kind of this flexibility with his new build path rising, where he goes the triple Doran's rings and the cloth armor, which I talk about this all the time. I don't really think that's a bad thing for Maokai, just because he's so low econ. He doesn't need that completed Sunflower or that completed Spirit Visage to be unkillable because of the current ecosystem of 80 carries.
Yeah.
You know, with Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus all running around, they can't kill him.
They go Blade of the Ruined King, and they just kind of annoy the tree for a while before they finally get Black Cleaver, and then it becomes a problem.
Yeah, so he's not punished for that very early inefficient item slot for going triple Dorans, because if you do that, you're effectively giving up like a free chain vest or like 800 gold.
Yeah, not too much to worry about for him. We'll have to keep an eye on Mouse's performance. Again, that Gragas being banned away from him in both games seems to be pretty big. He had a huge performance against Game Talents where he was winning against Gimgoon, keeping track of him and playing flanks really, really well.
I think it's also just really good for EDG, because while their macro game has really fallen behind and their communication about how they move cross-map, their 5v5 is still very strong
Yeah.
when they choose to stay together, and Gragas offers them an immediate reset to kind of like keep them in that team fight. So it's always been a strong pick from the global meta, but I think particularly for EDG, it empowers what they're already good at.
Yeah, and now NewBee are going to try to deal with that by locking in Varus for themselves. So they've still got their mid lane and jungle for Swift. Let's see who they decide to save counter pick for, as EDG look to do something similar. They've got their own support and mid laner open with a Ryze and a Rek'Sai ban. you can start to see some of the priorities.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That is indeed a Rek'Sai ban. Swift has played it a couple times in the LPL. EDG are also one of the few teams that will go back to Rek'Sai, so she's still very fringe, even for the LPL. But Swift repeatedly has gone back to it to help set up Cool in particular.
Yeah. So taking a look at Swift, he's got Kha'Zix, Rengar, Graves, Lee Sin, and then Rek'Sai. So he is going way down the tier list. The next most played for him is the likes of Ivern. But with Syndra and Elise now banned away, and Elise super strong in the meta, let's see if he decides to go to that Ivern, or if he's going to show us something new here. And save that counter pick for Cool. Or he could just pick mid laners and give us a bit of suspense.
That's going to be the question. Cool could always just go back to his Twisted Fate.
Unfortunately, that's in Italy.
How long have you been sitting on that?
I have been sitting on that for a week. Raz stammered it like 2 weeks ago, and I wrote it down in my notebook, and I've just been waiting. I have actually been waiting.
Just imagine you sitting at your desk
Like,
writing
look,
down all these puns.
I can show you the page.
Oh, it's fine.
Right here.
He definitely has it written down.
But that's Nidalee.
That is Nidalee. There's a lot of match damage, which tells me that NewBee will probably go for a Talon or a Zed. Some sort of AD or physical damage. Jace is also available, so Cool could go that direction. Just something to balance out the overwhelming AP from the Nidalee, from the Nautilus, from the Lulu. Which EDG knew that, so Scout choosing to go into Taliyah, knowing that it's probably going to be something like Talon, something like Zed. I'd like to see another Talon. We saw a great performance from Rookie on the Champion yesterday. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it.
It's awesome.
It's sick.
Okay, but this is actually going to be a bit of a different role out of Cool this game, with Taliyah now picked up for
Wow.
Scout.
Wow. Different role for what you've seen on NewBee. Let me take you down a trip memory lane, Dom.
For this specific lineup, at least. I mean, even remembering week 1 of the LPL when he played Cassiopeia and almost single-handedly carried.
Wow. Cool is a quintessential assassin player. He is the Ahri guy. He is the Zed guy. You know, people go back and remember his unfortunate death to Faker at Worlds. I'm like, oh, the Orianna guy. No. Zed fits certainly into this wheelhouse. So we can finally see NewBee's composition. You got a lot of poke elements, but the cool thing for me is the 1-4 again. You know, if Cool gets ahead, how you can swing Zed out to one of those side lanes and really start abusing your particular lane matchups. But EDG, they have a lot of response for that. You know, if Cool isn't as ahead as he wants to be, or if Scout's feeling frisky, he can start, you know, cheating, using that Weaver's Wall, cutting into those side lanes and bringing the Maokai along. So there's definitely counterplays in both directions. EDG looking a bit more for kind of some pick into a 5v5, whereas NewBee, it's a bit more of that siege into kind of 1-4.
We'll see if they find success, as they've got a lot of very strong enablers to try to close this out. If they manage to take the win here against EDG, that is absolutely crazy. Looks like we actually do have a bit of a wrong pick going out.
What was that word? Did he say Varus?
I think he did.
We've already got a Varus.
They already went through the entire thing. We're not quite sure what's going on, but there is a brief delay. Hopefully we'll get that resolved as quickly as possible. We try to figure out what's happening with these picks in the LPL. I think it works as a composition, right? With the Zed and the Varus?
Yeah. Usually when you have kind of like a, how to explain this, an empowering of the AD carry. So you have like a Nidalee there who can empower Varus with Primal Surge, you know, increases attack speed. You have Lulu who can also put the Whimsy on and protect him in the backline. Normally you don't go in Orianna at the LPL. Like you'll see that a lot in kind of the NALCS or EULCS, that they'll go kind of whole hog on protect the AD carry comps. But they like to pick an assassin, so they're self-sufficient. So the Lulu and the Nidalee can focus only on protecting the Varus.
As you can see, though, we have loaded it onto the Rift, so whatever issues that we did have were resolved rather quickly. Seems like, do I want to play Zed? I could go back. You know what? Yeah, I'm feeling it today. I am feeling it. I mean, after that Taliyah performance, he certainly hopes to be.
I think our producer was just trolling us.
Yeah, just giving us the old Kappa. April Fool's was yesterday, Ray. There are a lot of laughs going backstage right now. Rather standard summoners as we look at it. We've actually got Thunderlords out of Swift, so Assassination Nidalee.
So cool thing, we talked a little bit about history and cool with Assassin's picks.
Yeah.
We haven't really got to touch on Swift and his Nidalee pick. So Nidalee certainly has been changed from the last time. She was kind of big OP, flavor of the month in the jungle. But Swift is notorious in the LPL of being an incredible Nidalee player.
Yeah.
This champion was almost permabanned away from him. So it's nice to see him kind of return to that flavor, and we'll see how successful he continues to be on her.
That is adorable, as he's just running circles in the mid lane. Probably excited just to be able to play the champion again. Last time he played it was in summer 2016, so it's been a few months. It's been a hot while, but hopefully he's still got his mechanics nice and sharp.
And I believe we've seen 2 Nidalees in the LPL. Swift hasn't been one of them, so
Yeah.
she's cropped her head up a little bit for us this split, but not a lot.
It has been a while indeed. But we're looking forward to that performance as he gets a brief leash and starts out top side. We're seeing Fire Lolly start out bottom. There he goes, still holding on to that smite, so he's actually rather low health right now. Red buff should top him off, and we'll keep an eye on his pathing, as it looks like Moore and LWX are the ones who are trying to push in now.
And looking across from the Nidalee at the Lee Sin, it actually helps the Maokai make a bit more sense in terms of being picked into Nautilus, despite the fact that it's not a favorable matchup for Maokai, just because of how well Maokai synergizes with Lee Sin. He W's forward, he locks them down, he gives him a static target to land that Q onto. So usually you can see LPL teams still go for the Maokai despite his changes, because they do like how that pairing works in tandem. Now, can they get Fire Lolly up there to make use of it? That's the question.
Absolutely. He's currently on that top side of the map, and it's still even between the two as Swift goes for a very fast clear, immediately moves on to Scuttle Crab, racing through his own side of the jungle.
I feel like you can just change that adjective. It doesn't have to be fast, it can just be Nidalee. Goes for a Nidalee clear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, comparatively, because it's been so long since we've seen it, he's already invading onto the other side. Fire Lolly shows himself top. Scryer's Bloom spots that Krugs are being done. We'll see if Mako and Zet are going to be the ones to respond as Fire Lolly finds Sky.
Get him!
Manages to get a good snare. Kick and Red Buff are slowly burning through. They're actually standing in front to path him. They set up the dive. Fire Lolly snared under turret before dashing away.
Really well executed by Sky. So you can see the setup. We were talking about how well in tandem Lee Sin and Maokai work for. Maokai went for the Twisted Advance and set up a beautiful Q for little Fire Lolly there, but not enough in the end.
Ooh, they
that
could
might
be trying to bait this as LWX takes a lot of damage. The minion wave is cleared out, and despite a good Glitter Lance hitting.
Fish in a barrel.
Yeah, here
Dodge.
comes Swift. He actually field goals between the two of them before laying down a trap. Mako is going to zone him away. So despite having red buff, Swift has got to land these skill shots.
But the creep wave is still continuing to push in.
Cool, you got to respect that disruption. And looks like the push bottom is dissuaded. Due to the wave clear of Zet and Mako, they're able to avoid the dive from Swift.
So both ganks fail. In the end, though, it's still going to be a slight advantage to Swift, just because he's the Nidalee. He's moving faster through his jungle, despite the fact that his Krug camp is actually being taken away right now.
He's already cleared out the Krugs, and he had time to sit there and gank for a while.
Just a slight tempo advantage still to NewBee, and Fire Lolly now rotating down what looks like mid.
Yeah. That Zed, very low health, will steal away the Raptor camp. So this is actually a slight camp advantage for Fire Lolly now that he clears this out. Unless Swift heads over to the Raptor camp of Fire Lolly, which he's doing right now.
These are mine.
Yep,
You made this?
I made this. Manages to get a nice Swift clear and knocks that out. Fire Lolly still sitting in the mid lane, just trying to pull away. You can see even more is getting pulled up there to support Cool, as we're seeing Scout open up a CS advantage in the mid lane with that very successful harass. He's using a lot of mana to do so, however. And Cool's actually waiting outside of vision so that he doesn't get harassed anymore.
And here's the thing is, EDG knew that it was going to be either a Talon or a Zed because Nidalee was the one that was showcased. So despite the fact that Zed was technically the counter pick, Talia, knowing full well what
That
the matchup
laning
was going to
phase.
be.
Yeah, once things tick over to level 6, though, we'll see how that changes. Looks like Cool. Oh, man, he's going for the greedy build. Serrated Dirk before Hex Drinker. So he's relying on the all-in of a good assassination or a gank as compared to an extended laning phase.
I mean, he got bopped last time in laning
Yep.
phase. This time around, maybe he's looking for revenge. Just
That-
double down on it.
That could bite him, though. Oh, man, Fire Lolly actually didn't even go for a full clear. He's
He took the big Colonel Sanders chicken. That's just rude.
and left the tiny little boneless ones, the fatty pieces.
No, those are the ones with the bones in them.
Yeah.
No one likes that. It's all about the popcorn chicken.
There goes another Scuttle Crab, or excuse me, Scryer's Bloom. That spots out the ward from Firelove, so they now have vision. Mako shows himself mid to protect Scout from an aggressive all-in, especially now that they see Swift is just outside of vision. Weaver's Wall is going to force the flash out of Swift, but he's pinned away and will go down. First blood, Firelove as Moore gets hooked in. Ooh, and pulled away from the tectonic disruption.
Moore just slightly late on the rotation, so backs coming from both the supports. They make their roams into the mid lane. Excellently set up between Scout and Mako, and actually leave Zet to suffer a lot of damage down here in the bot lane.
You can see Zet now trading with LWX. Moore's trying to make his way back down there, but Mako gets the opportunity to set up some vision. Both of the supports are going for sight stones. Cool now without that flash. Perhaps going to be a little bit more hesitant looking for the all-in, especially now that we're seeing Zet recall pick up a second Doran's ring to go with his already completed Seekers. So that assassination is becoming a little bit less likely as time goes on.
The thing, though, is that the first blood went on Firelove, so it's the jungler that's moving around between the lanes rather than staying cemented in that mid lane and helping, you know, snowball him or propel him even closer to that Zhong's hourglass. So Cool's still in a relatively fine position in terms of kind of his all-in potential, but as is Scout at this point.
Yeah.
He's got his exhaust up. You saw the sick damage that Talia was laying down on Zed if he ever oversteps, because it is that range versus melee disadvantage.
And this is the big difference that we were hoping to see in this game. Sure, Scout, no assist just yet, but he is opening a CS advantage. He's still maintaining a lead over Cool, which speaks to the mechanical ability of this mid laner, as Cool is very prestigious himself.
This blue buff?
That's mine.
It might be. There's a ton of pings going down, and Zet and Mako are moving up underneath it.
He actually decides to give it over. They could be looking for a collapse. I mean, Zet is level 6.
Kind of, again, that indecision from EDG. Are we contesting the blue buff? Are we not contesting the blue buff? It means that Mako and Zet are losing time where they're either contesting LWX for the CS, because Moore's not with him. So anytime you're trying to make a team play like that, you're giving away your potential to seek a 1v1 or a 2v2 advantage. And if he doesn't execute on anything, then you're just giving something away from free.
So far, it looks like the only thing that they've given up is minor CS deficits.
That's a big CS deficit between the 80 carries.
That's like 10?
10 to
I mean,
13
if he
CS.
catches this next minion wave that's coming in right now, it's going to be a 4.
But the wave will just be built back up back towards Varus. He's holding it, or he's trying to hold it.
Yeah.
But
That buys a little bit of time to allow Mako to roam up towards mid.
13 CS is the gold equivalent of a kill. So if someone's like 20 CS up on you, they might as well be 2-0.
Yeah. He's slowly getting back in there. Zet catching some of these as Scout gets passed over. Blue buff, EDG playing a much slower game this time. And as we sort of pressed over to that 10-minute mark, Infernal Dragon still stands untaken. LWX finally shows a back up bottom to break the slow setup from Zed.
There's so many pings going on right now. They want to use the Weaver's Wall to cut off Zed.
He's got Shadow, or his Shadow. There he goes. That does force it out of lane, however, so now Scout gets a good 20 seconds to control the lane.
It's pretty auspicious to think that you can kill the Zed. He's got, I mean, his flash isn't up there, but he's such a mobile champion on such a short lane, and you don't have any hard CC there. It's Lee Sin Talia. I don't know, I feel like EDG are kind of wasting a lot of their playmaking potential by trying to force feed it in mid lane when they could look bottom with their Ash Arrow.
Yeah, they're looking for Mako and Zet right now. Swift pulls it back. Mako walks in, eats a Chain of Corruption, will eat a lot of burst. Arrow finds Moore. Let's teleport onto the minions as Moore gets pulled in, and they will kill him. Another kill for EDG as the teleport's completed for Mouse, but canceled for Sky.
Here comes the wall.
That's the Weaver's Wall as Scout follows up, and another kill. 3 kills for EDG.
Thank you, EDG. This is what I wanted to see from you. I thought, why are they spending so much time mid lane trying to make that work? They're never going to get the Zed. Go bottom, use the TP, use the Weaver's Wall, pick up the Infernal Dragon. It's even more important to be playing around the bottom side of the map when you have such a prize like this waiting for you.
They pick up that prize as well on the way back to base to cash in their gold, but Zet and Mako will finish off some damage onto this bottom tier 1, finally more than making up for that CS deficit that LWX was able to earn during the laning phase. Here's that fight again.
And it looks bad for Mako at first, but he does a great job connecting the Flay as Nidalee tries to bounce forward and then chaining CC onto more. So the Lulu's dead, only level 5, didn't have the wild growth, and then the reinforcements arrive. Fire Lily uses his ultimate, he picks up the other kill. Scout then uses his ultimate and picks up the final kill.
And NewBee bite off way too much more than they can chew, as once again, 11.5 minutes in, EDG find themselves in the lead with a very comfortable tempo advantage.
But EDG's problem has never been in their macro decision when the towers are up. Like, it's almost coloring in the line or paint by numbers. It's so much easier to determine where the right place on the map is when you have the initial towers up. It's like, I go to lane to farm. If I push the farm, I can roam. It's when these towers start falling and it becomes bigger decisions. Are we contesting this blue? Are we contesting this vision over Raptor Camp? How do we set up for the Baron properly? That these holes start to appear in their gameplay. Did he fail that?
Yes, he did.
So let me tell you about how good of a Nidalee player Swift is.
He's got a 60% win rate on it out of 20 games. So he is very experienced in professional play on the champion. But everybody makes mistakes every once in a while. He was looking for the full range, so he fired the spear just a little bit too soon before he could make it to the wall.
That moment when the cat's too fat.
Somebody has to loosen the diet. And actually right now he's 0-2 on the champion. Though he's been clearing super fast and moving around the map, he hasn't been affecting any ganks. Who can he gank? Thresh? Aaliyah?
And Nautilus. He needs to use the Nautilus TP if they want any sort of CC. I mean, he had the right idea. They had the Chain of Corruptions or the other CC by connecting with Mako.
They
but
tried to burst him.
they lost control of the mid lane because Cool can't follow Talia as quickly.
Still no Youmuu's out of cool just yet, as he's actually building yet another longsword before finishing off that Youmuu's completely. So 13 minutes in, haven't seen that power spike just yet. Scout finishing off his Zhonya's nice and early. Zet is on his way to finishing his own Blade of the Ruined King. And we're starting to see the beginnings of something big for EDG, though it is only a 2,000 gold lead this early on, and there are no huge objectives for them to trade over.
And what the Hourglass means right now is that Cool is kind of worthless for the next 5 minutes. You know, as long as he's 1v1. Hold on, though.
Oh, Swift gets caught in his own jungle and immediately punished. Even Cool tries to get in there and just needs a Sonic Wave. Dragon Kick forces him back.
And it's while we're in lane phase that Cool is worthless. He doesn't have kill pressure on Talia now, or he shouldn't if the Zhonya's is executed correctly. He can't beat her out into the side lanes, so we're pretty much waiting until his team comes and picks him up, and he can start to exploit maybe his pressure on the likes of Zed, or maybe out-pushing Mouse.
Certainly will be optimistic for him to do that right now, as blue buff is stolen away by Fire Lolly and denied to Swift and Cool. They're now pressuring mid. They don't see him over the wall, and Fire Lolly solo kills Cool from the shadows.
Had flash, had shadows, didn't have enough time to react from Fog of War Q. This is now going to be the blue buff as well as the tower, but that said, he should have known they were there. He knew his blue buff was being contested. He knew the potential to dive. You know, he was scared, he was stepping back. That greed. If it's between Swift, if it's between Cool.
Oh man, Scout sets up the wall, and LWX and more will try to turn on him. That's a Zhonya's to stall it, but here comes the rest. An arrow from downtown locks it, but Scout is doing a lot of damage to Moore. On top of the Unraveled Earth, he's going to be knocked up. The Seismic Shove flings him back in, but the rest of EDG show up in time to secure the following 2 kills. 7-0 EDG.
And repeatedly making these plays on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, both top laners have their teleport available. Mouse making sure that he's pressuring Sky, that the team can't help him, and more importantly, there's not a lot of wards or options for Sky. He maybe had that one deep ward. You can't see it because Fire Lolly's head is actually blocking it.
Yeah.
But right where Lee Sin is, there is a ward that Nautilus could have used.
And suddenly it looks like NewBee are a completely different team when playing from this far behind. The composition that they've set up for themselves is very opportunistic, and it can definitely snowball if it gets ahead, but they didn't even get ahead during the laning phase in game number 1.
Just off the back of 2 key team fights, but, you know, maybe NewBee can get it again.
Yeah. Look for the mistakes from EDG, or perhaps EDG have cleaned up those mistakes
Their
right here and now.
composition is also really strong at playing around monster objectives, as long as they get the vision on top of force. You have someone like Nidalee, someone like Varus. The poke's not as strong as it once was. You know, the lethality changes, Varus arrow changes, as well as Nidalee changes in general.
Yeah.
But the concept is there is that those champions are really good at skirmishing locking down key targets and kind of ripping you apart. And, you know, instead of a 5v5, let's make this a 2v2 or a 3v3.
We're seeing a lot of success out of that from EDG. They're now looking for the Ocean Dragon. It's up in 45 seconds. Swift is trying to clear out some vision, but Fire Lolly immediately follows up and tries to bully that cat out of the jungle. Cool is forced to use Youmu's defensively as the arrow is fired and misses. Perhaps a little bit opportunistic, but they've found more instead. They'd be happy to take that. They even find a follow-up hook onto Swift. Don't need an Unraveled Earth to lock him down.
They're just done. They're getting torn apart right now. EDG, Zet's going to clear this creep wave. If he wants to, he can stay here, but he should actually rotate underneath his team. Oh, cool. Don't get greedy.
Ooh, once again, he's still there. Zed doesn't exactly have a lot
He's
of wave
got Weaver's
clear.
Wall.
Yeah. There it goes. Cool. He's going to walk away. Mako gets a flay. Ooh, tries to read the hook over the wall, but Cool goes to the side instead and just gets some damage onto Mako, but the mid-tier 2 falls. And EDG are breaking this map open. They've even brought Mouse down for support.
And this is the other problem with having a Zed. He doesn't have wave clear. Yes, if he's left alone, he can clear waves, but he can't do it safely. So when people start to siege like that, it's not like a Victor or an Orianna where you can kind of throw down your skills and at least delay them out.
Oh, they're looking for Mako. He's got Flash and Exhaust, but just walks back to the rest of his team.
So when you fall behind and you can siege because you have the Talia and you can start, you know, separating objectives from the team with Weaver's Wall, they're just gonna pop. Zed can't do anything but watch.
Yeah. The Ocean Dragon is now being taken. Ooh, Smite lets Swift take it. He's even able to get away from the seismic shove. So NewBee finally gets something, but they're 6,000 gold down. They've lost all of their mid turrets and all of their mid pressure. Cool has done nothing this game on this Zed.
It's going to get a little bit better for him now just because he can start choosing his matchup. He doesn't have to continuously go mid lane and face across from the Hourglass. Although this play is now being set up. LWX.
Yeah, EDG are looking for the bottom tier 1 turret. And NewBee know that this is happening. Can they do anything, though?
You see Sky right now. He's TPing back, or excuse me, he's backing right now. He will have the TP available if they want to try to... nope, he canceled it. They're like, nope, just let it go. Play fizzled out.
Scout is going to try to bully Cool away. You can see Mouse collapsing into the river. As Cool is spotted by a Scryer's Bloom, suddenly this Zed is on the wrong side of the map.
He does have Flash.
Yeah. He's got a lot of mobility. Will try to pop in. Fire Lolly just waits for it, though. Tries to burst him, eats a Sonic Wave before hopping back. Swift actually turns onto Scout. Will look for another assassination on the far side as it's turned into chaos, but Swift is the one who dies first. And there goes the Weaver's Wall to catch up with Cool. He's knocked back away. Just hit the Gromp. Ah, he actually decides to go for the Dissonance for a kill.
Games of cat and mouse.
Yep.
This is actually just really brutal to watch from NewBee. You can tell that they're just not talking to each other, that they back themselves into a poor corner.
And what happened? This NewBee is completely different from the NewBee we saw in game number 1. What did they say in between 1 and 2 to lead to this change? Is it just a composition thing?
I mean, ultimately, NewBee didn't play a strong early game in game number 1 either. It was kind of like they found the right target at the right time and then snowballed off of Baron. So I don't actually think that they performed game 1. Like, they didn't crush EDG. They just made the right choices at the right times.
They are not making any of those choices this time.
Well, more like EDG aren't making the same mistakes anymore.
Yeah.
It's a much cleaner game. You know, they're not going for these risky dragons. They took the Infernal Dragon when it was free and available. Instead of crashing back to the Ocean Dragon, they chose to siege at mid-tower, recognizing that this was the better objective, that they had the numbers advantage on it. So playing just fundamentally cleaner League of Legends in their objective identification.
Yeah. It's been working out for them so far. At 20 minutes, they've got a kill every other minute. They've cleared out 3 turrets so far and are looking for the top tier 1 next. A whopping 8,000 gold lead. They are earning approximately 400 gold more than NewBee every minute.
And a lot of that's on Fire Lolly right now. So 5-0 and 3 on the Lee Sin. We know that it's one of his signature champions. There is kind of this question of, if Clearlove's not on the roster, who is picking up the slack and being that shot caller? Is it Fire Lolly? Is it Mako? What does Fire Lolly actually fundamentally change about the team? You have to think that he's performing mechanically better than Clearlove right now just because he's playing. And on a champion like Lee Sin, you can definitely see that.
Yeah, he has been landing some very sick kicks. As EDG now press onto the tier 2, the minion wave is slowly being cleaned out, but there's still no sign of LWX. There's still no sign of Swift. He's finally making his way up there. Mouse is managing to keep Scout occupied, going for double armor after his Spirit Visage, so he should be able to keep that Zed busy. And actually, with Cool moving towards the mid lane, that means that Mouse can push the tier 2.
He's just going to clear the wave, though, and then match Maokai. Maokai can't push fast enough for how quickly Zed, except Zed's pushing for an extra wave. Or walking for an extra wave. I was going to say,
Yeah.
Cool could have matched the Maokai, but instead they're trying to make a play and fight them at the 4v5, but Maokai has TP.
Yeah, now they're swapping it over. EDG are grouped as 4. You've got Swift and Cool ready to flank if a fight were to break out. They managed to find an arrow, a spear onto Zet. And Cool gets even more harassed. He's got the Shadow ready. That means Zet is forced to pop away. Hook finds Swift, but they're going to try to burst out Mako. Cool is exhausted and has to pop back. Fire Lolly is going to separate as the Chains of Corruption goes wide. If Mouse joins us in along with Sky, and this skirmish separates.
So what's interesting is that both these teams are very good at fighting in the jungle, but for very different reasons. So you have the mobility of Nidalee and Zed to get over those walls, to chase people down, be that janitorial cleanup, and then you have great AoE control from Varus and Nautilus. On the other side, incredible terrain and AoE control from EDG's comp. If they ever find you in a choke point, you know, separating you with literal terrain from the Weaver's Wall, using the box from Thresh, Maokai's big AoE on his ultimate. It's like, I always like when compositions come down to just favorable execution on the day and one's not, you know, infinitely stronger than the other. I do think kind of the lack of hard CC on NewBee's comp will bite them. It's much harder to execute. I mean, it's super easy just to throw your hard CC from Fog of War, especially in LPL when teams don't clear out vision or deny vision as well as they should.
I mean, you even saw how they managed to get Zet so low and he just flashed behind his team and walked away. And that is a huge priority target for them. Scout's going to be so much more difficult to kill now that he's got the extra health from Haunting Guys and his completed Zanya's Hourglass. So things are looking rough for NewBee. I mean, they managed to take a brief skirmish and had the inside track to mid lane, but EDG were able to respond to defend their mid tier 1 turret. Dragon's up now in 15 seconds. NewBee were able to take that as a consolation prize just a few minutes earlier. But EDG are setting up. They're not going to give this one away.
There's no reason for NewBee to try to fight this either. The gold difference is speaking for itself. It's only a Cloud Dragon. You know, it's not risk dying here and then giving away the Baron. They just want to continue to secure their vision around the Baron pit, control their waves in the side, and try to get Varus and Zed closer to those breaking points.
Mako finds
Swift
the hook and actually,
wide.
catches Swift, brings Zet, who misses the arrow. Blast Cone is not enough. He's got his own Zanya's, but the hook gets tossed out. And a missed timing from Mako means that Swift gets to escape. That was messy.
That was a chain of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
That was a missed
It's
arrow.
like Swift messed up. Oh, Zet messed up. And
Mako messed up.
messed up? Everybody had an opportunity to be awesome there, and all three of them missed it. On the upside, that means that we get to see a little bit of action as everything starts to reset once again. Now EDG are pushing towards the top tier 2, seeing Cool on the other side of the map. They've got a window.
They're going to take everything. NewBee they're slow to react. I don't think they can do anything if they want to try to 5v5. I feel like they're just getting smothered right now.
Yeah. This is not the same NewBee that we saw earlier. I mean, they're trying to react, they're trying to play intelligently, but they're just too slow. Is this meeting the standards that we set for EDG if they were able to take this win here? A swift and brutal 2-0?
If they can close out cleanly. It's easier just because NewBee don't have so much wave control stacked up on their composition. They're really reliant on LWX being at the right place, right time. So the Baron's not as necessary as it would be in other compositions that we see in the LPL, which means that EDG shouldn't have to go for this, because this is like the one way they need to get back into the game, is that they get the Baron, and that allows them enough time that Varus comes fully online and can shred the tanks.
Yeah. Oh no, Swift is caught again.
He just got lemony sniggeted.
Oof. That was a series of unfortunate events. I see what you did there. The hook finds Cool. He's actually pulled in. Exhaust tries to deny it. He's still holding on to Deathmark and flashes to safety.
Okay, well, it's super easy to make a decision to take a free Baron because there's no jungler. which means that NewBee's only response is either we fight this and try to force them off the Baron, or we bum rush mid. And it looks like they're going to try to fight.
Yeah, they're pushing forward. A lot of health still on EDG. Those Scout and Zed are sitting in the back. Moore gets a ward over the wall. It's down to 2,000 health. The arrow was fired way too soon from LWX. Ooh, and Fire Lolly Smite secure, takes the Baron. EDG now turn on to Cool, who decided not to commit. He's caught by the play and pulled into his death. 13-0. It is not NewBee's lucky day.
This game is pretty cut and dry. They would need a Hail Mary miracle to win this one. But the issue is that even if they found the right target with like a flank from Sky, you have so many damage threats on EDG right now. Like, Zet's ahead of the clock, so he's a damage threat because also Nautilus is behind clock.
Yeah.
Lee Sin is massive. Talia, huge.
Swift is trying to clear out blue buff while his inhibitor is going down. He actually missed his first spear.
Like, look at the difference between the two top laners just because of all the global gold.
1, 2, 3 items, 1, 2 chain vest. A fully completed Guardian Angel for Mouse over Sky.
He's a full item ahead of him.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. And now with the middle inhibitor down, EDG will set up their side lanes. Mouse is going top solo. There are 4 members of NewBee up there. They could try to set up the quick shutdown onto him.
Can we kill the tree?
Oh man, if they could stop this split push, that would be great. LWX just walks boldly forward. He's got the GA, they're trying to burn it down. He goes on to LWX and is able to get a knockback. Slowly but surely, they're getting the health lower and lower. Super early death mark to try to pop this here as they manage to pop the GA. The minion wave is being cleared, but they're losing their bottom tier 2. It's up to Nautilus to hold the rest of them, and finally, they're able to get the kill onto Maokai. So that's one lane threat denied, but EDG are happy to take this inhibitor in the meantime.
Can they get the inhib before NewBee get there? No, they back out. They're scared. It's 4v5, I understand. They don't want to give up their Baron. They want to use that Baron, take more towers.
Does that mean that Sky gets to buy everybody dinner at the house later?
For what?
For excuse me, Mouse. Mouse gets to buy everybody dinner because he died in the perfect game.
That whole team definitely owe him beers.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. As Cool is now clearing out the minions in that mid lane. EDG are running a very, very smart game here. They're not taking a lot of chances at all, not giving a lot of openings over to NewBee to get back in. They're 12,000 gold ahead.
And it's a very different game than game number 1. So Scout got ahead. He was the primary source of all of the gold, had all of the resources. This time around, Scout spread his power around towards that bottom lane. You know, time and time again, it was the Weaver's Wall being used bottom in tandem in conjunction with the teleport with Fire Lolly going down there. So just fundamentally a completely different execution of the composition.
And this is what we were hoping from them. It's so disparaging for EDG as now they're going to force this top inhibitor turret. A great Weaver's Wall separates the rest of NewBee. They break it down. They've got Mouse waiting over the back. He could even teleport if he wanted, but they managed to hook Swift in and pull him forward. Zhonya's to stall it out as Mako is zoning along with Mouse. Scout and Zet are firing shots onto Swift from behind. He drops. That's a quick assassination attempt from Cool. He finds Zet and will get the assassination at the cost of his own life, but only just. Scout unravels the earth and unravels the chances for NewBee to get back into this as Moore is bursted down by the rest of EDG. Fire Lolly resets the aggro, allowing Scout to continue firing across. He actually gets pulled back in, tanking turret aggro. They've got to respect the damage of that turret. They've got to respect the Nautilus. But they say, go down, sit down. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, as the Nexus turrets fall and EDG clean it up and reset the match. We are now in a best of 1.
And it took 30 minutes, but this game has been over for the last 15. NewBee just fell over like a stack of cards. It was a pretty pitiful performance from them, or at least a defense.
Yeah. EDG clean up their fundamentals. They clean up their mechanics and maintain a strong laning phase. And look at those faces. Does that look like the face of a 17-2 win? Oh, there he goes. Now he sees the damage dealt.
I out-damaged their entire team as the tank top laner?
Excellent. A huge performance from EDG in this game as they seem to be returning to what works here. The fundamentals have been cleaned up, but the question is, can they do it once again?
That's a gold
Raz,
graph.
what's your take?
Well, yeah, you already said it. That's a great gold graph. It's a nice smooth slide down there. I'd like to take a ride on that one. That graphic. Very
I'm sure you would, Raz.
Thank you. That was a very clean game. You've already said it, and it comes down to the fact that in both of these games, even though NewBee did take game 1, these were strong early games coming out of EDG. They had great pressure. This time, it was just the adaptation of just saying, don't slip up. It's easy to say don't slip up, but really just play a lot more cautiously because it was very difficult for NewBee to come back, especially with the composition where they had. Zed, Nidalee, if they ever lose a lead like that, there's no comeback mechanic for them.
Yeah, and it certainly was. You can see the gold right there. Scout was absolutely huge. Mouse, as you said, outdamaged everyone on the other team, with the exclusion of LWX, who was able to get some damage across.
Just Maokai things.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit of damage on that one. So it's real fun to see this game because it was a good start theoretically from NewBee, because even though the early game was in EDG's favor, as I said, it kind of started off with the replay as I'm going to show you, because it was a good look and a good gank in the bottom side of the map. The problem was, this Thresh happened. They get the catch on Mako, but of course, the turnaround, even as you mentioned, the stacking CC to get the kill onto Moore was very impactful. And of course, Talia's in the game, able to just get the clean sweep. That's 4 kills to nothing at the very, very start of it. Even just a little bit before this play, you were recognizing that they were camping out the mid lane. And I think that's fairly proper in the sense that they need to get the Talia going in the mid lane. And the only reason that would be, even if it's not for a secured kill, is to just free up the Talia in the lane. Even if there's a gank happening in the bottom side of the map, then you would have especially once she gets level 6, she can reach down to that bottom lane, even to the top lane, depending on where the play is. And it's going to be very difficult for Zed to follow. It's nice to see the Talia coming back up. That's 2 wins for the Talia in the set. And it was very impactful coming through from that point forward.
I agree with you, and I have no problem with the idea of getting the Talia ahead, because you need to make sure that she has the priority in the lane so she can start cutting out to the sides. Yeah. My issue is how they set it up. You knew that they wanted to use Weaver's wall, because otherwise there's no reason to have Talia on the side, because she wants to, she doesn't want to shoot it this way down the lane. She wants to shoot it this way down the lane and cut off Zed and force him to use flash or force him to use, Shadow somewhere. So the fact that it was Scout off to the side instead of in the lane and just pulling the jungler to get the push priority, tells me that this wasn't just push advantage for Talia. They wanted to kill Zed. Yeah. It's stop wasting your time. You're never gonna kill him.
Yeah, I think what's hilarious is that you already mentioned the Zed pick. And so I like how we really went back to it, because he did kick him in the face and killed him. And so, this is another setup for Scout. It happened time and time again. This one, he was just alone. He had the Zhonya's hourglass for himself. So even though he was doing it and he would probably die after a certain time, the rest of his team was going to follow up. He knew the rest of his team was going to follow him up. And the kill was going to be guaranteed for him with the power of friendship. So what's fun is that you look towards the composition with how cleanly the early game is being played out, and we focus on the Zed pick and the Nidalee pick. They need to get up ahead. They need to get out early. Zed is great into Talia if he can get the early items and if he can survive the early game. He went with the serrated Dirk, not the Hex Drinker, so that was a bit of a risky play. But with the extra damage, you're like, all right, maybe you can get a play going. But of course, he gets shoved in. The play like that happens where Talia is able to get the
next time we see her, she's fed because she got all those assists bottom.
Yeah, so then it's what is Nidalee and what is Zed supposed to do at that point? They don't have the wave clear at that. The vision control is going to be put down once again. The pick potential coming out of Thresh is always going to be relevant. And so the Thresh pick, just bouncing from one pick to another. And I guess it's a good segue, because Mako does get the MVP here. And he does get a lot of plays. And so we saw EDG prioritizing Thresh over the Lulu. It's not so much Thresh over Lulu. They're confident that if the enemy team picks up Lulu, that they can pick up the Thresh. And the enemy team will never get a solid team fight with Lulu just empowering the rest of the team, because they'll just get one hook, or if they have the proper vision, get one play, blow the Lulu ulti, and then they can refresh it and restart that fight all over again.
And we talk about, everything that makes Lulu strong. One of the few things that she doesn't offer is that pick potential that a Thresh can. He's literally the one thing she doesn't do, because she empowers everything else to such a degree. And so it's quite interesting. I'm curious if EDG will still prioritize Thresh against other teams. Like if this is just about Mako being able to abuse Moore, because Moore is one of the weaker supports in the region, whereas Mako is like top of the table. Like he is the best LPL support we have.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can carry EDG to a Game 3 win. We're getting ready for that one right now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just about ready to get into game number 3 here between NewBee and EDG. Finally, EDG have been able to take their first win against NewBee this year, going 0-2 against them in week number 2, and now they finally get a chance to rematch. And after losing game number 1, it's down to one final game to determine which of these two teams will have that better seeding moving closer to playoffs. Things are looking tough for NewBee. I mean, so I just tried to have this conversation with you, saying, excellent, NewBee played great in game number 1. They played intelligent. They were sort of at a deficit early on, but were able to come back through intelligent decision-making and team fighting. And EDG just played smart in game number 2, but it was also capitalizing off of NewBee's poor decisions.
I know Raz and I have very polarizing views on this, so I know Raz, you'll rebuttal me, but here's my problem with this. I never want to take the wind out of the winning team sails. Like, EDG did do a good job last game to get the victory. My problem is that a victory is always going to count more for me when I feel like two teams are playing well and one team just played better. Whereas if I look at game number 2 between NewBee and EDG, NewBee just played bad and EDG played good.
Well, it's a bit of degrees, right? Game 1, EDG did play well up until that one mistake, and that one crucial mistake made it very easy for NewBee to come back in with their composition that did scale quite well with them. Game 2, on the other hand, it was just NewBee getting kind of strapped down by their composition when they fell behind. That's 4 kills very early on in the game. What is NewBee gonna do with Zed and Nidalee? They're gonna try to force fights. They're going to try to maybe split push? Nah, Talia is going to be able to collapse on that. So it was very difficult. They banked on getting early leads, and that didn't look good, especially since Swift did die very early on near Raptor Camp.
But that's a huge miscommunication problem. Like, the fact that they just lose track of where Fire Loli and Talia are there. Yeah, Talia has the ultimate, so she's going to beat Zed down there anyway. But there should have been some sort of, communication like, guys, probably don't go for that gank on the bottom side because we don't have vision of where Scout and Firelily are. You're probably getting collapsed on down there.
Yeah, and that's the difference
Is
between...
that
that's
exclusively NewBee's mistake, though? Or are
My,
EDG actually improving their fundamentals?
My point on this is that it's the difference between Game 1 and Game 2. I think the difference is very slim, very small. I think it was just the EDG did have a strong Game 1 early game up until that one mistake, and in this one it was just also as clean as possible. I think it's now onus is on NewBee to play a bit better. In fact, I think in Game 3, they should have stronger lanes and maybe ban out that Thresh. If
So-
that's going to be something that is constantly threatening the Lulu composition, and if it's something that they're playing so well around, that's something they should take away.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that then as we get into pick and ban for game number 3, the ace match between NewBee and EDG. You can see Camille and Ash banned away from Edward Gaming, whereas Graves once again taken away from Swift along with Rengar, so focusing out those super strong carries for him.
So already an adaptation by targeting Zet as opposed to Mako. So we'll see if NewBee heed Raz's advice and also look to take away the Thresh, or maybe even mix it up and not go towards a Lulu. Maybe go back to something that does better into Thresh or has more confidence into Thresh. I have a inkling on what it could be.
Karma?
No, it's more.
Yeah, well.
He plays Braum. It's not a great matchup, like Braum into Thresh. Like, it sounds weird, but
yeah.
Moore is actually just super confident in that matchup, and he was known as a big Braum player.
That's because you just turn any time you get picked into a fight.
Yep. Moore has one direction, and it's forward.
Suddenly it all makes sense. Put him on something that sets him up to fight whenever he gets picked off. Play towards his mistakes instead of away from them. Final bans are going to be that Rumble and Gragas, again taken away from Mouse.
No!
Lulu is the priority for Moore once again. Locked in.
Okay. I still like Lulu as a champion. I think that she's incredibly potent. We talked about it game number 2, so I'm not super against a Lulu priority pick, especially because it denies a lot of burst potential from anything that EDG could pick up in second rotation. But still, Moore is not performing very well, and Mako seems to have figured this out and just either overall raw mechanical strength. Like, my question is still, do EDG continue to let NewBee go, or excuse me, Lulu go when they face, stronger teams than NewBee, the likes of RNG? Can you give them Lulu? Can you give Team WE Lulu?
It is an excellent question. So far, they seem to be content with that, as it's a Varus and Lee Sin very first rotation for EDG in this setup. Finally, we get to see Zet on something other than Ashe, but he goes straight down the tier list. Again, prioritizing that jungle and AD carry has been huge for EDG. Looks like they've gone Lee Sin and then second round Ashe in game number 2. Then game number 1, they went Ashe and then Elise second round in game number 1.
Wow.
But that is a super fast Kha'Zix Nautilus out of NewBee.
And we're just getting comfort picks across the board for pretty much every single player, other than Moore, really on the Lulu, who's trying to play pretty stock standard global meta. They're like, Maokai's weak on this patch? Maokai's not weak on this patch. Did you see Mouse's damage graph last game?
To be fair, they were 17-2, so perhaps he can make another convincing argument for himself this time. But Mouse has had slightly better presence in this matchup now that he's still having a little bit of difficulty during the overall laning phase, but we're seeing late movements out of Sky to group up with his team when NewBee aren't ahead. So Mouse could be looking to use advantage with that Maokai and turn that into further presence. That's a Thresh ban.
Get him out of here. We'll see if they double down and go Zyra ban, because that was the other pick that Mako was hovering, feeling confident to take into Mako, or excuse me, take into Lulu.
Now getting to the final ban from EDG in this.
Jhin, possibly Ezreal.
Yeah, they look for yet another AD carry. I mean, we saw LWX on that Ezreal in game number 1. Rough laning phase, but he was able to get out of it just fine. But this time he'll have to show us something a little bit different. Lucian is still up. And he's got that Kog'Maw that he could try to return to.
I would love to see a Kog'Maw, but it'd be incredibly dangerous against the likes of Maokai and Lee Sin right now.
Yeah.
Because you already have 2 champions that could just reach you into that backline and pop you like a balloon.
They've got Wild Growth. They've managed to get some sustain from, or shielding from Nautilus if they go for that as well. Final ban is Rise, taken away from Scout. That means that Talia is falling through once again. Is Scout going to take it away from Cool, or will it go over towards the side of NewBee?
And both these players have shown that they're more than capable on the likes of Talia But Scout's going to give Cool the option of going for it first and looking for the counter pick.
He's thinking about it, yeah. Still hover on Zyra, but it is in fact locked in, yeah, so that passes it over.
So with the ban of Ryze, like I said, the other champion that Mako's been looking to take into Lulu was the Zyra. You now have even less reason to pick Kog'Maw.
You do not want to be caught by a snare. Instead, it is Lucian now locked in for LWX. So you've got the Lucian Lulu bottom lane to match up against Varus Zyra.
And the 2v2s are different in that Lucian Lulu want to be a trading heavy 2v2. You know, they want to use the help picks, they want to use those quick Lucian combos, whereas Zyra and Varus are all about controlling the creep wave. Between the line damage as well as the AoE clear from Varus and then the plants from Zyra, you should never have minion priority bottom lane if you're newbie.
In answer, that means that Cool gets to take Orianna for himself, and NewBee round themselves out with a very comfortable all-around team composition. They've got excellent team fighting if they can make it to that phase, but it looks like EDG seem to be doing the same. They've got a slightly similar mobility in that jungler, similar tank, high burst sort of control mage, and then high power scaling bottom lane.
And it's just so much AoE damage and so many comfort picks. The fact that you know, Mouse is on his Maokai, that Scout went back to the Syndra. Like, look at that zone control. If they walk over to a Dragon, if they walk over to a Baron, that is absolutely devastating to face. On the other side, you know, NewBee, they have a strong 5v5, but it's not necessarily in their all of their zone control and their CC. It's you have the Shockwave for the zone control and kind of like the Wombo combo, but it's a lot of like skirmishing. Like, they want to survive the initial ramp of EDG where like the not wild growth, the Stranglethorns comes out, the Chains of Corruption comes out, you know, Maokai gives them the clap and goes in. And as long as NewBee can absorb all of that, they will have more rotations through kind of more meaningful cooldowns. Like Syndra and Orianna are both sustained damage mages where they have their big initial burst, but like Orianna can just like sit there and, you know, Q, W, Q, W, E, Q, W. And Lucian's so good at skirmishing, like flanking around the outskirts of the fights, ramping through his cooldowns multiple times. So I feel like if a team fight goes longer than 40 seconds, let's say. No, let's give him 35 seconds.
35 seconds. Okay. So looks like NewBee are looking for the extended trades and engages, whereas EDG will see more success with the quick 1-2 punch. Varus and Syndra to pop somebody while Lee Sin and Maokai set them up for that. However, that puts a lot of the onus onto Scout and Zet, and this is something that we have been critiquing EDG for, is that when Scout is online, EDG look great. But if he doesn't pop off, if Zet doesn't have protection, he's just not quite able to do the same thing that Deft could only just a few months ago.
But if Scout's going to pop off on any champion, it would be the likes of the Syndra. He showcased that as kind of one of his signature picks in the LPL alongside his Zed, which followed him from over from Korea. So let's get into it.
Yeah. We have now loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 3 between Zet and, EDG and NewBee. And as you can see, the bottom lanes meeting down there. You've actually got a quick recall. Just sort of faking it back in the bush. Nobody wants to give too much vision. We're actually seeing Mako sneak forward and start planting some of his seeds for that garden.
And it's been a hot minute since Zyra was kind of vogue in the LPL. She cropped up a little bit the other day, and so teams have not forgotten how devastating she can be in early level 1 as creep waves come in, especially if you get that garden set up. But no Weed Whacker. They're not bringing in the Lulu to help them out.
Not yet, at least.
They're just going to give control and give away wave.
Early on, yeah. They need to keep that... keep themselves safe. They can't afford to be at a disadvantage in this lane early on, as there is a lot of potential harass. You eat a single Grasping Vines, then that's going to be a follow-up arrow. Not as much damage as it used to be, but still great. Looks like Swift starting off with that Raptor camp. We're also seeing Fire Lolly do the same on the top side. Echo's got so many plants ready. Ooh, there's the trade. Why are they walking into it? They saw that this was happening. Holy cow!
So that's dumb. That's just bad. You know that Zyra will just blast you like that if she gets her plant set up. You have control of the creep wave, and they went around the wrong way, walk straight into all of that damage, and now sit less than half health on their AD carry, which it's important because it's the AD carry, because he theoretically would have less pots than the support. Luckily for LWX, he went longsword triple pot, so he at least has some of the backbone, which this is actually cool. So it's Doran's Blade pot versus longsword triple pot. You have to think that Lucian is kind of giving Ashe and Zyra, or excuse me, Varus and Zyra just the respect build. Like, it makes sense to go longsword because he's going to itemize more of them anyway in his current lethality build path. But having more of those pots means that he trades his health effectively for CS.
That's the hope. So far, it looks like he's not missed too many. Fire Lolly looks to affect the first gank of the game slightly faster. Dashes up to Cool, gets the red buff slow, and forces Flash right away. Despite Cool having cleanse, he doesn't want to risk it. But Swift is right behind him, waiting in the river. Scouts are still playing towards that bottom side, though, very intelligently. I would immediately cheat up and be like, oh, where's the other jungler? I need to drop a ward.
But still a very different dynamic in those mid lanes just because Orianna doesn't have the hard CC. I mean, technically would have Shockwave at level 6, but that's about the best you're going to get.
Yeah. Dissonance for a little bit of slow, maybe. We do see junglers now swapping Krugs as they continue to do a top-down clear, almost identical, in fact, but Fire Lolly hops over before moving over to the Scuttle Crab. Yep, he's even got Scout down there getting a nice forward ward just in case Swift were to try to contest him on that side of the map.
And it's setting up the strong side of the map, recognizing that Mako and Zed have complete control over the bottom side, and so that's where we're going to continuously see Scout and Firely play to. I feel like Mouse is going to be left up to his own devices again on that Maokai, which worked for them in game number 1. Although, that is a very deep gank from mid lane that the Observer didn't even waste his time with it. Like, check out what's happening on mid.
Yeah,
Swift is
where
literally
Scout is.
He's standing there.
He just shows up and Scout goes for a walk. He's like, you know what? I think I did want to check out on the Scryer's bloom behind red.
I wanted to complete my diamond division over the bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah, but will continue to catch minions as he heads right back in. And Fire Lolly now spotted out by the ward, so Swift heads back into his own jungle. Things are nice and calm this early on. We are seeing a CS advantage for Sky, as you predicted. That is a losing matchup for the Maokai in terms of CS. But other than that, it's still fairly even everywhere else.
You expect teams to play a little bit slower when it comes to game 3, just because you don't want to risk the series on trying to play an early snowball comp, although Moore and LWX didn't get that memo.
Yeah. They are definitely playing a little...
Did he heal?
Yeah, he did. Alrighty.
Oh boy.
This is the game that we're playing right now. It is game number 3. Everything is on the line, and LWX and Moore walked into a Zyra lane. Snare catches Moore, and he already used that heal summoner spell. He's only got that health.
Oh no, he flashed before he let go of the Q, so it didn't travel the full distance.
Yeah. Unlucky there. And that's a very far recall. Fire Lolly's actually down there as well, and there's a minion wave.
Can he get there?
He drops a ward.
Throw the Q!
Oh,
Go,
he caught
go!
LWX! Oh, first blood!
Kill him!
Flashes away from the turret, and Moore is left sitting there on the corpse of his AD carry. Oh, the punishment! That's what you get for using heal in lane.
That's what you get for fat. He was like opening up chat. He was typing help.
Typing to Swift furiously, need gank bottom. No sums. What, bot lane has no sums? No, we have no sums. Need gank bottom.
Okay. Firely once again gets first blood, which is super unfortunate for NewBee because now it means that the rotating member, the rotating strong side of the map, is ahead of the clock. So you can see Firely start creeping up towards mid lane. Fortunately for Cool, the wave's pushed into him, but it's only a matter of time. He's like, I know your flash is down.
I know. Soon, TM. It's only down for another like 90 seconds.
Syndra's level 6.
He's got cleanse. Fire Lolly's clearing out Gromp right now, and the only other camp for him is red buff and blue. Yeah, Scout is actually prepping for what looks to be blue buff as he now heads down to the bottom side. He's got a recall from Mako, who completed his own Sight Stone, so that's a lot of vision over there. You can see Moore is trying to match it, but he's got no summoners. This time, though, he does have his jungler waiting. Swift is like, fine, I'll wait. Nothing's going to happen, I'm telling you.
Meanwhile, Mako mowing his lawn. Get off of it. This is my brush.
Drops another ward, so that means Fire Lolly just casually walks through mid. crests level 6 before heading towards his own red buff. But already you can see how the dynamic has shifted. Very forward wards from Fire Lolly and Mako to control vision on that bottom side. With red buff now picked up level 6 on Fire Lolly and level 7 on Scout, they could pop somebody.
Yeah, this is a huge power spike for the 2v2 jungle mid of EDG.
Why are they pushed so far forward with no summoners?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a snare onto Moore. He's got no flash.
He's dead. He's definitely dead. He's
Alrighty, 2-0 EDG as LWX and Moore. Where did they go?
They can't be that far forward, which is why Zed is actually trying to hold the creep wave here, knowing that Moore still doesn't have his flash. So even though Lucian's pretty safe, he's got his Relentless Pursuit, he's got flash, he could disengage from it.
Yeah.
He's like, someone will step forward.
Yep.
You will be punished, or you will lose CS.
I mean, it's game 3, right? We were supposed to see the respect
I said
from the two teams.
that Moore and LWX didn't get that memo.
Yeah, but why?
Like, Cool did. He's like, oh, fine, I'll play Orianna, I'll play safe, we'll just have wave clear. Like, he's not a bad
His
Orianna
assassin
player.
didn't work out, yeah.
But it's like, it's one of those things where, you know, game 3, throw the gauntlet. He's like, Orianna, ah.
I'll play it. I mean, this win means something to some of the members on NewBee. The question is, does it mean a victory to enough of them? Swift is trying to gank mid once again.
This is not a matter that Moore and LWX don't want to win, it's that Shockwave misses.
Yeah.
It's simply that Moore and LWX are the members that you exploit on NewBee. You know, that bottom lane has been kind of this rotating door of them trying to solve multiple problems.
And that CS deficit means that perhaps next week the door might rotate once again. 30 CS down as Fire Lolly just continues to camp down here.
That man has a family. He is level 4. Leave him alone.
Ooh. Scout even shows up as the first third of the game goes down. EDG brutally breaking down the hopes of NewBee as they've got a 2,500 gold lead at the 10-minute mark.
But the question is, what do they do? So you see that Zyra and Varus are being pulled over to Infernal. There's no way that NewBee can contest this. At best, you would get a smite steal from Swift, but I don't know if he wants to trade his life for that.
Smited Krugs.
Okay, then yeah, there's no way that they're going to contest. Their bottom lane is non-existent. Take Infernal, and now you have a couple different options. Because Mouse is going back towards the top side of the map, I'm going to assume that Scout will clear this wave and be kicked down to the bottom side, and Varus and Zyra will now replace him mid lane. Or maybe they just 4-man mid lane because they are so strong, and they brute force down mid tower and then rotate up and take top.
Yeah. We finally got calling from LWX. He finally ticks over level 6. Only 9 CS down when the lanes end up, the wave ends up resetting, as compared to the 30 just a few seconds ago. And Cool continues to hold his own in the mid lane. You're seeing Swift farm rather effectively in the jungle. The top is still very close to even between Sky and Mouse. So really it is just that weakness opening up the advantages for EDG this early on. Can they stop the bleeding?
I'm going to go with option 3. So I thought that Zet and Mako would go towards the mid lane. They could still make that rotation there, but Zet's going to pick up this last creep wave. I thought for a second that Zet was holding the wave or trying to freeze the wave just to be like even more infuriating to poor little Lucian and Lulu. And that's the big problem, is that Moore has nowhere to be on the map. He's level 5. He can't even like help in a team fight because he doesn't have his ultimate very well.
Oh boy, they know. They are spotted out though as they walk back around. Cool eats just a bit of damage.
They're just going to brute force mid.
That's the unleashed power.
It's just to chunk out Cool to make it more threatening for him to be on the tower. Because now you have the poke of Varus and the reach of Zyra coming through.
Yeah, they're bringing Mouse and Fire Lolly as well. Mouse is now flanking from the side, just tosses a sapling to scare them away. LWX is on his way up there, but that culling is too little too late as the mid-tier 1 gets broken.
EDG needs to be respectful.
Oh, they managed to line up the CC afterwards. Shockwave flings Mouse forward, but that's already 2 dead.
And I say EDG need to respect as they like crush them.
Yeah.
But NewBee shouldn't have walked into the hard CC like that. There was no reason to be on the tower as it was going down. But that was the one area that NewBee could come down. Like, EDG needed to focus the tower. Don't dive until the tower goes down, because this is the only way that they get back into the game. If they die here, we're going to take so much more because we have the wave incoming behind us that we'll transfer this into 2 mid lane turrets.
Huge play. Here's the grasping roots from Mako. Oh, catches 3 members.
Right into Chains of Corruption, right into Strangle Thrones, right into Maokai. That is just
It's a miracle Cool and Moore actually survived that fight, blowing everything they had to escape.
Bright side, Moore is level 6.
Hey, he can keep one person alive for an additional half a second.
As long as it's himself.
You can even see Swift now is trying to set up Vision single-handedly. There he goes. Moore is starting to be pulled down to clear out those wards. As EDG go for a recall, you've now got Bladed Ruin King finish for Zet. You've got Morello Nalmakan and Sork Boots on Scout. Mouse is getting bigger and bigger, and Fire Lolly is already 2-0-1. Despite the fact that it's only 4 kills, things are looking huge for EDG. 3 turrets to 0. They've got so much momentum.
And this is much better for them. So now 3 consistent games for an early game, but 2 consistent games where they've done great macro play and map rotations in particular.
Now pushing down the top tier 1, no answer from NewBee. Looks like Cool is trying to break the bottom tier 1 to trade, but it's 4 turrets to 0, and with Maokai holding, he's not going to succeed.
And this entire snowball, I'm going to say, it was set up by Mako. Like, this is huge support props here. Because LWX and Moore face-checked into the Zyra lane so inefficiently, lost all of their pots, fat finger to heal, and then, like, time and time again, these roots into Chains of Corruptions, Mako is playing out of his mind this series.
That is savage. They now turn on to that tier 2. Moore decides to back away as LWX finally makes it there, but the turret already drops.
How do you lose 5 towers in 14 minutes?
Oh, man. If this were Season 3, they would be on Baron already. Instead, they can only take the Rift Herald. And Swift is taking Gromp.
That moment when they walk to Rift Herald, they're like, let's do it's 15 minutes in the game.
It's not even 15, it's 14 minutes into the game.
Let's do Rift Herald. Yeah, it's next.
How do we win the game even more? Take Baron. Okay, what if there isn't a Baron? Somebody needs to take the buff.
It's Fire Lolly.
There he goes. And Smite. Okay, so that's recall now completed. Zeal picked up for Zet. He's getting larger and larger. That's needlessly large rod for Scout. 5-0, 15 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead. This was the question that I wanted to ask on the analyst desk. Is this NewBee exclusively making bad decisions, or have EDG just cleaned up their fundamentals as we wanted from them?
They walked into a Zyra lane, lost all their health, fat-fingered Flash, didn't back when they knew that the jungler was down there. Like, they knew he was there because they were all the way behind their second tower. Like, this is 100% NewBee making terrible life choices.
Is there something that EDG can take away from this then, outside of obviously the series win?
The big thing, and this seems so small, but the thing that I really liked from EDG as another Shockwave misses, NewBee really digging down, is the small thing of kill the tower first, then throw out the non-committal CC, then we go. It's not immediately diving, you know, that reining in of the aggression of the bloodthirst, because previously, when they lost game 1, it was NewBee being, EDG being greedy with their leads. You know, taking plays that weren't 100% guaranteed to them, and then being punished by retroactive plays from NewBee.
This time, we're not getting any opportunities for NewBee to make any retroactive plays. EDG, they're not making a lot of mistakes this game themselves. 7,000 gold ahead. They're prepped for all of the neutral objectives. They've got a minion wave building bottom. Mouse is even making his way down there. Scout. That's a bit of a mistake. Tries to go for the burst. He lands the stun flash from Swift. He dies to an auto attack of Mako. Still a mechanical, huge player, but that's Scout making the same mistake as he did in game number 1, not respecting Swift's jungle.
That window that Swift had to react, though, to get that flash, Syndra was standing so close to him. It's not like you get the full, you know, what's the word, duration of that animation because it has to travel.
Yeah.
It's travel time. There we go.
Oh, huge play out of Swift, able to finally take a kill for his team. Gets just a bit of gold on the bounty shutdown from Scout, but that is not going to get them back into this game. It's still a 6,000 gold lead. I don't even know if that's going to slow the roll. Actually, it is. Mouse is now heading back towards the top lane. The wave that was building is reset.
The thing about the point of the game right now, though, is that EDG really can't do anything at this point. Like, the game has snowballed so far in advance. Like, what do they take? Did they try to crack an inhib tower? Can they even do that? The towers are so strong, and the You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's too
yeah, yeah.
early in the game. They don't have the Baron.
It seems like they're trying to set up for it. Swift looks for a gank top, forces the flash out of Mouse, while you can see Zet continues to control mid. With that many people from NewBee on the top side of the map, the bottom tier 2 is completely undefended. Sky has teleport.
But that's the only thing that EDG can do. They can try to take the outer and the inner towers.
Ooh,
Don't
cool.
do it, Cool.
Suddenly that Orianna pick makes a lot of
Don't
sense.
do it, Cool.
And he does it immediately. Oh, Cleanse Flash gets him over the wall, however, and away from the Sonic Wave. And Zet makes the same mistake as Scout. Culling. Oh, it's not enough, but Flash Auto is a shutdown. We were just saying they weren't making mistakes this game.
It's too early. It's only 17 minutes in. That's
Yeah.
like, no one expects the game to ramp so quickly. Like, why are all these inner towers? Why are we extended so far? You know, we don't even have our core builds out. We've got the first items. We've got Spirit Visage, Morellonomicon, and Bork.
I feel like EDG right now are struggling with an identity crisis as Swift finds Mouse walking blindly into the brush. Nobody saw that Sky. Swift finally is going to leap away, and suddenly Sky's got to get away from EDG. Fire Lolly just looks to tag him. There's no tier 2 for him to get to. It's going to take a long time to kill him unless Scout shows up with a Haunting Guise. They've got a lot of crowd control. And once again, the top laner of NewBee dies out of place.
But there's nothing for EDG to rotate this into. They'll take a blue buff, they'll take the kill gold, but the Baron's still not up for another minute 20. They don't have a dragon. There's no tower there. They're like, okay, we're going to farm for probably 2 minutes, and then we're trying to make a pick and take a Baron.
This is a rough game from NewBee. 2-7. They're finding picks due to very silly blunders from EDG, but as you said, 60 seconds before Baron is up, time is running out. But as I was saying, I feel like we're seeing an Inception level of crisis for EDG.
This is going to be a weird theory. Scrim culture, for a lot of professional... Oh, man. Swift.
You can do it. He's just going to leap away.
Scrim culture for a lot of professional teams, that if you get absolutely destroyed like this in the early game, you press pause and you remake.
Yeah.
Like, it's just done. And I feel like if EDG are consistently having a really strong early game, do they ever really get to scrim late game? You know?
I mean, they could treat this game as a bit of practice.
It's just some things I think about when I watch them move around the map. I'm like, they really... Sometimes late mid-game, late game for EDG, I'm like, they don't really know where they need to be right now. They kind of fall back on their basics of, like, let's just 5v5. You know, we need to vision control an area and we need to lure them, but it's not as cleanly executed as, like, Team WE or RNG.
Yeah, or even classic EDG. Baron has finally spawned, and EDG on the dot. Swap may go up, or excuse me, Mouse. They've got tons of vision. Looks like Sky is heading bottom. There's going to be a fight brewing. Can NewBee take it? Or do they just give it up?
It's entirely dark if they wanted to face check into the area, and they're just running out of time. And they don't have their tank. That's the biggest problem. Even if they had their tank, he's not really tanky at this point in the game. But
Yeah.
they can't face check into the area because there's no one to lead the charge. It means that the Baron is given away for free.
Easy peasy, quick as you like. Baron is locked down as it is spawned onto the map. LWX tries to push down mid to get some recompense, but will not find anything as Mouse catches the minion wave, and the rest of EDG get big buys. Runon's finished for Zet. Rabadon's death cap for Scout after a Haunting Guise. This is a big, big advantage. Nearly 10,000 gold. It's 8.5 up.
At 21 minutes in the game.
That is huge.
So EDG want to be playing around the mid inhib as well as the bottom outer. Excuse me, bottom inner. So they're probably going to bounce both the waves. I'd like to see them use Baron in at least both of the lanes, but they don't necessarily have to just because of how far ahead they are, like that 8k gold advantage. They could probably just dive the tower as a 5-man unit, and if they kill NewBee there, they'll take everything. They'll probably just end the game. Or at least destroy their base, which will pretty much end the game, just not at that moment.
So far it's the bottom tier 2 as Swift pushes a minion wave top, denies another, a triple inhib as there won't be any minions going that way. Hook goes wide from Sky as he eats a stun to the face. With Zet firing these shots across, there's only so much poke that this team can take. And now they're just going to keep swapping back and forth between mid and bottom.
But they actually made a mistake. So you can see Mouse on your screen right now. He's walking to pick the wave, again, he kind of joined up with EDG because they're like, are NewBee going to make a mistake here? Will they have all of their members on the tower? If they don't, engage, kill them, take everything. Because they do, go and grab the wave, but it's just not as efficient as it could have been. Why not just expect that your opponent's going to play perfectly and that all 5 members will be there and have the wave ready? So it seems simple, but that time that it took Mouse to walk bottom to grab the wave mid lost EDG the momentum and the tempo on their Baron.
I think that's a bit of a conversation that you can give towards EDG. As, Shockwave catches Mako. He's forced to flash out of this. Scout gets great damage onto Swift with his just raw combo. But after game number 2 and the first half of game number 1, they could expect a mistake.
Yeah, but they then doubled down on their mistake. Look at that. They didn't break the inhib with the Baron. And yes, it's still very early in the game. And yes, NewBee have a ton of wave throw in their composition. So it is difficult for EDG to do. But Maokai grabs the wave and he's pushing it in. Why did EDG rotate or think that they had the inside track to rotate mid? They just ate the shockwave. Like, the thing is split them up. Split up that wave clear. Have Lucian responsible for one wave, have Orianna responsible for another wave, and see if NewBee mess up on their lane assignments and try to exploit that. Don't just 5-man into a single lane, get shockwaved, have all of your creeps die, and then have to disengage and lose the Baron and not break the base.
Yeah.
Like, RNG don't make that mistake. And that's why they're the better team with Baron. And that's why they're on top of the standings.
This is still a younger team from EDG. They are struggling to grow and find their identity in the wake of the old organization, the old lineup. And with the organization going through these rebuilding changes, it has been difficult for them. They're still trying to close this game out right here, now fighting over blue buff. Smite is going to get it for Fire Lolly, and now they have the inside track down mid lane as they're able to push NewBee top and bring the minion wave mid.
Can they get there? Can they do it? Ah!
Hook catches the minions. Sky is going to pop Death Charge onto Scout. He's separated. They manage to turn onto Swift, who's collapsing from the far side. Still looking for the unleashed power from Scout. He's just going to walk in and zone the rest of NewBee back with his raw damage potential. Finally, the turret falls, and they look for the inhib just behind it.
That moment when Syndra gets to take the tower and no one is punished. They brute force the tower down. They're trying to brute force the inhib on the scraps of Baron that they have left. And there it goes.
Yeah, finally fades away, so it's just a regular minion wave as they continue to press in. No flank out of NewBee. Still no depth charge out of Sky either. That forces the flashes. That's a good stun. Scatter the Weak separates him. Shockwave is back off the cooldown for cool if you were to find a moment, but EDG set up and finally succeed.
Okay, not the inhib that they would have wanted, however. So mid lane inhib, if you're going to lose any of them, probably one of the better ones. You want to make sure that you have your bottom one, so that way when the Baron respawns, again, you can contest it. We'll see what they do with this. It should be kind of another wait for a Mountain Dragon and another wait for the second Baron, and then EDG can put the nail in NewBee's coffin. But this does open up kind of this 5-minute window for NewBee. What can you recover in those 5 minutes before that last nail comes down or before the hammer drops? Like,
they're 10,000 gold behind. It's going to be tough.
You have to get a Baron still.
Is that what we're just looking for from Swift?
You either need a massive pick to stall out EDG setting up for Baron. Like, if you can stall it out from like a 5-minute window to like an 8-minute window and get even more items on Orianna and Lucian. Like, Lucian's kind of okay. He's got his Black Cleaver and his Blade of the Rune King, but because Varus is so far ahead of the clock, like, that must be sitting on a lot of gold. Yeah. Because he's been sitting on those 2 items for a while.
He's going to be looking for a recall after this push here as he's fully topped off. And with Mouse split pushing bottom, NewBee will now answer the 4-1 prepped by EDG, but they seem to be setting up a death jungle.
Because they want to move in, place the vision. Baron's the next big thing for them. If they get this inhib tower, that's just, you know...
icing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Icing on the cake. But as it is, like you're saying, they're setting up vision for that Baron. That's up in 60 seconds. But they have to keep an eye on Mouse and the super minions crashing into the mid lane.
I was looking at Orianna's itemization, Leandri's and Morello.
Yeah.
So trying to go for kind of some cheaper builds so he gets some immediate power in the mid game.
I mean, just take a look at the comparison. He's a full Rabadon's behind. That is not an expensive AP item.
When you two are 11k gold ahead, you can have Rabadons.
Yeah, we're seeing a full item advantage for Mouse as well. This is just huge numbers out of EDG. They're trying to play this by the book.
I would love for them not to look towards the Baron and actually just continue to exploit their super creep wave, especially as it now gets pulled over.
Oh, man. Yeah. LWX brings the super minion to the turret, and EDG decide to give them a bit of breathing room.
Oh, there
With
they
Mouse
go.
there, they go straight for the Baron.
Okay, Swift.
And then
One
turn
shot.
right back around. Sonic Wave misses.
Oh
Holy
my
cow!
God.
Ha! Oh,
He didn't even get a chance to zippy. He
that wasn't even Unleash Power. That was Scatter the Weak with an orb.
didn't even get a wild growth off.
Yeah.
He had everything.
Mouse actually used his flash to get over the wall, but that's Swift. He pushes the minion wave back up towards the mid, which means he can start looking for a flank, but Scout heads him off at the pass.
Oh no, he still has ultimate.
Drops one and just presses R. Is not able to get the kill though, and oh, finally he's able to follow up. Meanwhile, fight on the far side. Zet dies to Sky as LWX is coming in for cleanup. It's 2 versus 2 somehow. Excuse me, 3 versus 2. NewBee won the fight. No, they actually killed more earlier. 2 versus 2.
But NewBee won the fight, and they stalled at the Baron. This is what we were saying. You know, they had this 5-minute window, a race to get items to survive. If they could get a pick before the Baron and stall that window out to like 8 minutes, then they get even closer to those items. Cool's like, I'm saving up. I'm getting 2 jobs. I'm putting into overtime.
Working the night shift.
I'm gonna get a death cap, and then I'll see you at 3 items Oriana.
I think I'm a splurge. I could use a new hat. I hear purple is in this season. Still not seeing any items out of him just yet.
He doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna take a long time.
He just picked up the extra shift. Like, this puts them slightly over the line.
He's actually going for Blasting Wand. Could he optimize by going for Void
Void
Staff
Staff.
first so he could damage a mouse?
Because they're so far ahead.
I know.
He needs some way to penetrate them. But, I mean, it's flexible.
Yeah.
We'll see where he goes. I would assume it's a Void
I
Staff.
can't believe they won that fight. I mean, I appreciate Scout trying to solo kill Swift on the far side, but he went so ham for it. That sort of greediness will be punished as Mountain Dragon is now being taken by the rest of EDG.
It's the idea that they know that NewBee's only way back into the game was to look for the Baron steal, so Scout had the responsibility of saying,
Yeah.
I'm the one that's going to zone off the jungler. Just unfortunately, that left the rest of EDG versus Baron and NewBee.
Is that the high risk, high reward, low punishment play? Or excuse me, low risk, high reward play from EDG?
Yeah, because I mean, they're still, 10k gold ahead. They still have complete control of the area, so why not just try for that play? It's technically the correct way to do it, just the execution fell over. Or excuse me, it's the correct theory, just the execution was bad.
Yeah. Swift now is spotted by Fire Lolly.
This guy just squatting.
Oh. Oh, he eats the Unleashed Power, flashes. Somehow he's going to escape. Meanwhile, the rest of NewBee are pushing up mid lane against the minions. And they get damage on the mid tier 1. The elaborate plan worked.
Exactly where I wanted to be. Help my
Yes.
team push mid.
I'm pretty sure we just saw the old switcheroo.
But continue to do it. EDG, unfortunately, haven't cleared out all of the vision perfectly. They walk over the ward now, so NewBee are actually pulling the trigger and looking for a TP.
Oh man, but the teleport is completed from Sky into 5 people. They have so much damage. The rest of NewBee are suddenly backing away like, no, 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 no.
But they place their wards and they're clearing out more vision. They're continuing to stall EDG. EDG, like, they're getting frustrated. Like, we just want the Baron. Just let us have it.
Just let us win the game already.
Fine, we've got the inside track. We'll beat you to your base. See you at your house.
Like Ferris Bueller, they're racing forwards. The slow motion trampoline leap gets them onto the inhibitor before NewBee can get there in time. It finally falls. And they turn back now towards that Baron. Still 5 versus 4. No, are they going to look for the next inhibitor? There's still no tank from NewBee.
They're frustrated. They couldn't get the Baron. So, like, kill both inhibitors, wait for the super creeps, then take the Baron. It's like, okay, now come at us.
NewBee is Ferris Bueller. They take the shortcut through the house. Dinner's ready, clear a ward, and then leave. That's it. Skipping school right now, but somehow still in the game.
Where's the 80s musical
11,000 gold behind.
parade? Was that Swift behind the Baron?
I mean, they're trying to shake it up. Just shake it up, baby. And EDG are not having any of this.
Okay, so NewBee traded 2 inhibitors, Swift's life, his flash, Sky's life, Swift's flash, and Sky's teleport to buy them 5 extra minutes.
Yeah. I mean, the inhibs are down and Baron is still up. And now you can see Swift is making his way back over there. Looking for the exact same play.
Checking in on itemization, though, it has gotten cool over the line, so he now has his sick new Void Staff. So double shift paid off. He's now got double penetration.
Yeah. So hopefully he can finally do some damage.
All it takes is one shockwave. The one shockwave on 3 members. I can't.
Certainly risky. Here comes the rest of EDG. They sneak forward using that. He's actually doing a lot of damage to Mouse and keeping him zoned away. LWX is able to clear out these minions, as you said, with his 3 items. Meanwhile, Sky is nice and tanky now at this point. NewBee are starting to creep in. They see that this is happening. Mouse is trying to zone. Baron is now picked up. Swift! Too little too late, buddy. He drops, and now they're turning onto LWX. Sky keeps Scout occupied, but will once again sacrifice his life. LWX is trying to shred through Mouse, but it's Cool who does damage to that Maokai. Holy cow, he chased him really far. Flash from Zet finally catches up, and it looks like it's 5 versus 2. This could be it.
As the teleport comes through from Mouse, this is the hammer drop from EDG. Wasn't as clean in the late game as it should have been, but eventually they made the right call. They smothered and tore NewBee's base apart and are now flooding it with creeps.
Oh!
Hello?
That was the shockwave, and there it goes. Fire Lolly follows up and is going to chase the rest of the team away while EDG, in frustration, turned to the Nexus. And finally, after much delay, are able to close out the series and take the revenge win against NewBee.
To be fair, who has that much experience playing with a 10k gold lead at 20 minutes? EDG were like, what do we do now?
I guess look for turrets and stuff?
We have to wait 3 minutes for Baron to spawn and we're ready to take it now? What is this? Very happy faces.
Finally some relief out of EDG as they're able to take the win and get that much closer to playoffs. This defeat over NewBee, I believe, puts them over the line as they are now at 9-4, and NewBee is at 5-8. So this might just be enough to lock in that final playoff spot for them.
The question is then, as you look across at RNG, kind of the other big team or Team WE, what does EDG's final form actually look like? Like RNG, Uzi's out from injury. They're playing with the sub, and again, they're already locked into the semifinal spot or have a bye into it.
Yeah.
So the rest of their LPL season can be a bit more, we'll say, experimental.
Loose.
EDG, do they go with that same mentality, or do they feel like they still have a ways to go to climb and reach their ceiling or their final form, like training up Fire Lolly more, possibly seeing more clear level, though I would doubt it just because it's so late in the season?
It is an excellent question. And here to help us find some answers is Raz.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of a more comfortable road going into playoffs, but they should start training up. They're not in the same position as RNG, and good God, look at that graph.
That was an 80s montage movie.
It really was ridiculous. That was 8 minutes of LWX and more just getting smashed. Just getting absolutely demolished in the lane. The moment they walk into lane, they walk through hot coal. And it was, yeah. You can see it here. There's not much to really talk about other than, of course, Syndra damage. It comes down to the very beginning. And now, you mentioned it, the criticisms towards EDG versus NewBee this set is that NewBee played fairly poorly. But now the question is, how did EDG react to that? Because their early game was very clean, as it has been. This is the third game in the series in which their early game was they just swept them apart, where they moved their bottom lane towards the mid lane the moment they were able to get the bottom lane shoved in and smashed. And it was an immediate just go onto the tower. The mid lane tower was just, it looked free for them. They even had a Syndra ulti onto the Orianna to just that this is the play where Orianna was far back. She's blinking red in HP bars. And so even just check out this confirmation on Mako's E. The moment he gets it, as the turret's going down, because NewBee's trying to look to contest, which is very awkward. Either give it away or not, but they lose the turret. They lose 2 members immediately the moment Mako gets the confirmation. It was really clean. Now, This is a big lead.
Yeah.
So what do you do with it, Frosk?
You just have to wait at that point. Like, to me, they took so many towers, and I'm like, they can't take anything else. Like, it's too early in the game to try to crack the inhib. You're pretty much waiting for Baron to spawn, so you can get Baron and crack the inhib line.
And the proper play from that point forward is you have full control of their jungles, both of them. You will have full economy at that point because they're only going to be able to take one wave out of essentially every lane because they're only really working off their inner turrets, and even those goes down. So it's just a game of stacking up dragons. They had a lot of dragons that game. I believe it was 4. They had full potential. They had full Baron control. But the first Baron that went down, that should be game over. For any team that is worth their salt, should be it from them. But it started to slow down. That Baron power play turned into a 700 goal. That's nothing. As we see here, Scout takes it. Yeah, you know, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I like your expression there. Mako show.
Mako
show the
Yep.
entire set.
Scout
So-
was popping people. He
Yep.
zoned Swift away. He chased him down
Man.
all over the map.
It must be really easy to pop level 4 Lulu. I wonder who put Lulu at level 4.
All right. Calm yourself down. And he did have a good game. But I just do want to focus on Mako just a little bit more because he did set up a lot. The Thresh was taken away from him in this game. That was a good adaptation. They were able to secure the Lulu. Say you don't get Thresh, they still get completely demolished because the pick potential coming out of Zyra is just as good. Disengage a little harder. I mean, the ulti is still fine. It's just a bit of a I guess, delay until you get the pop up. But they didn't even need to disengage. The entire fight was in their favor. So just to hit up that Baron point just once again, they get the Baron. What do they do with it? Nothing. They play very slowly. In fact, Maokai, or at least their top laner, Mouse did not rotate towards the mid lane soon enough where he can get the shove in on the only inhib that was down. And why that was important was if he gets that shove in, someone has to deal with the super wave. He can go towards the top lane and get the immediate dive because someone had to deal with it. But they just didn't really. First of all, he comes late to it. Second of all, when he does do it, they don't really do anything. In fact, NewBee smartly moves the super minions towards the top lane turret.
Yeah, the top
so
lane
they
tower.
can be there. But of course, unfortunately, then the super minions are like, I guess we can hit this tower.
Yeah.
so that was
A
hilarious.
little bit of a mistake. But I think it's time for us to expand the conversation to
Yeah.
what this set particularly means for the two teams. Obviously, NewBee was able to take game number 1 through some intelligent play.
Yeah.
We saw them take the win over Chaogu. They still look like they're on the rise, not quite competing with the top-tier teams, but they are making a push for playoffs.
What we look towards in NewBee, it's great for the opponents up ahead. In Vici and Game Talents, they know that NewBee is not going to be able to take wins off of EDG. That's good for them because now they can catch up.
Yeah.
That's nice for them. EDG, on the other hand, they see their strengths in the early game. That's great. Now they need to really capitalize on their weaknesses as the game moves on with the mid game and late game, because teams like NewBee can catch up to them because EDG pulls the brake far too often.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a weakness to EDG, and they have a lot of time until the playoffs in which they can work towards that.
Yeah.
NewBee, of course, they need to start getting more wins.
And when we say weaknesses of mid game and late game, like especially for me, what that actually translates to is I feel like EDG have 3 really good parts. They've got their jungle mid part, which works really well together because their early game is so crisp and beautifully clean.
Mm-hmm.
They have their bottom lane, Mako and Zed, are actually surprisingly really dominating. We saw that against LWX and more, especially in this last series.
Yep.
And Mouse, by himself, he'll take on 1v3, probably kill someone and just draw so much time. The problem is that these really strong 3 parts aren't working together very well. Like
Yeah.
sometimes you'll get 2 of the parts working together, but Mouse isn't making the correct rotation, or sometimes
Scout just like face checks randomly.
or he has bad target priority in a team fight. Like chasing
Yeah.
or over chasing Swift that one time and trading his life there, and that means that they lose the team fight. So it's just. When we say bad mid and late game, that's what we're talking about. It's just kind of that blanket statement of their mid game and their late game are poor. But
Raz?
Yeah, I mean, we compare it to RNG and W, not close.
Yeah, well, we'll hopefully see some growth for them in the future. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next set.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL. I'm subbing in for Dom. My name is Pulse, and we'll be coming in for our next series of the day. And of course, it's a GT game, meaning I'll be joined by Raz by my side, who will be casting, and of course, Rusty. Welcome to the desk as well. You just came with me.
Yep, happy to be here. Watched a very interesting first set, I think it's safe to say, Raz.
Yeah.
EDG found something. If it was form, I don't know what it was, but they found something.
Something happened. Mako definitely is starting to pull some weight, so that's nice to see that. Want to see a star? Well, it seems like they always had one in Mako.
They found technically a win, I think is
Technically.
technically a win. So yeah, GT, they'll be up against Vici today, so it will be a real test for both of these teams because they're both basically in the race to try and get into playoffs right now, along with NewBee in that group. So really matters whoever picks up this win here, the fact they're actually playing each other. We definitely said that GT are like the boulder in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and Vici, are we saying they're the kid or Indiana?
Ooh.
I'd say they're the
Who's
kid.
the kid? I think the kid as well, right? So they're the most likely to trip over and get run over by the boulder.
What's funny is that we were talking about this reference. I still haven't seen the movie, so when we're referencing the kid, it's like, all right, one of these guys are going to get rolled over by the boulder.
Indiana
That's a classic.
Jones.
How have you not seen it? It's
He
like
goes into
so-
another movie.
Oh my god.
He goes into another movie, so I know who got hit by that boulder.
Raz, if you are the analyst on this, I'd say go out there
Oh.
and go on YouTube. It's one of the most famous scenes of movies all time.
Okay.
I cannot believe you haven't seen
Alright.
that. Either way, that is our reference. We're sticking to it. So it's your fault that you didn't come to the class prepared with your homework.
That's
So
unfortunate.
downgrading you for that. But yeah, no, GT definitely have a chance to win this. However, they have looked not as good over the last couple of weeks and last couple of games. They have faced hard opponents, but Vici have looked significantly better. They seem to have not completely remedied the fact that they cannot win games once they're ahead in the early game, but we've actually seen them pick up wins now, which is a positive.
Yeah, and a good win against IG. They have a lot of time to spare as well because last week they got a double win, or at least, no, not a double win, but they had 2 games to play in the last week. This time around, they only have 1 game to play, and it's up against Game Town. So they have a lot of preparation to go through. And so this next week, yeah, sure, they have 2 sets as well. So Vici, they were looking better, much better. I would say debatably better than Game Talents. And they have time to pair up
Yeah,
against them.
and to be clear, it wasn't a double win last week. It was still very strong performances, right? So they go 2-0 against IG. IG are definitely a good team when they show up to play, and they took a map off RNG, and that does say a lot towards what they're able to do when Vici are actually showing up and are able to play. They've got 2 world champions on the roster. They've got an SKT person as their actual coach as well. Like, there's a lot of potential behind this side, and only now, we hit week 7, they start actually showing it.
And we did see them as a growth team and maybe even looking towards the summer split, but if they do start ramping up towards the end of the season, when they actually still do have a chance at playoffs, and now is a really good time to do so. If not, then maybe they just make it into the next split, don't get hit by the promotion tournament, great, we'll just see them in summer and see what their player front then looks like. But if we do see that spike, then all the more to Vici and what they can attain as an organization.
Yeah, early on, we've been looking at Vici as a team that has a lot to build on. Obviously, they have a lot of Koreans on their team. Bengi's coming in, has to learn the language and has to communicate. We didn't, or at least I didn't expect how low they would go. But their focus is, of course, towards summer, and if they can squeeze right into playoff position, that's great for them. They're going to have a breath of fresh air with NewBee losing out in the last setup against EDG, so there is a good chance for them as well.
Yeah, and honestly, for what it's worth, I did say they'd finish super low. I was very prepared to say that this is a team that will be a second split team because of the Koreans, because they have to integrate once again. They have a new coach that they'll be able to work with Easyhoon and Bengi, but even Bengi got rid of Easyhoon as his translator. He just said, you're fired from translating position. You're just a mid laner now, so just do mechanics. And like, realistically, they've done better than I expected to be able to show up in week 7 after underperforming for the whole split. They really got it together and found their strides.
Yeah, and it's not until we start seeing them play teams who are around them, such as GT, we can really start seeing if they are actually better than those teams around them, because a lot of the teams at the bottom of the table, I feel, not only in Group A and Group B, definitely bring you down to their level. You look towards like a GT or an OMG, you just feel like you have to fight because they just instill rage, and it's just like, well, we've got to go for this. And we've seen that time and time again from middle of the table and top of the table teams.
Yeah, which is hilarious because Vici going up against any of the teams in Group A, that's a lesson they had to face. With just being able to skirmish, because they were a smarter team. They would get those early game advantages just through playing a methodical game, but then they would just get crushed whenever they get into skirmishes, whenever they get into fights. Game Talents is essentially a Group A team with that style. They do not want to get run over by that boulder. They do not want to get tripped up, and recently they've been taking those fights, and they've been playing properly in those fights. So maybe if they can mix the two in, Vici can propel themselves upwards.
There's a chance, but I think the point that you made is the biggest one we have to consistently go back towards. Vici are playing against the only Group A team in their own group, and they have to try and actually individually perform well. Now, Game Talents, we have looked at their track record recently. It wasn't great, but Vici's first.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at their lineup. Long in the top lane, Bengi, EasyHoon, Endless, and Hatong in the bottom lane, so a couple change-ups there.
Yeah, it seems like Endless is going to be the constant starter, not so much Shuan P. That's been a change that's come up recently.
Indeed, and on the opposite side, the Goon himself, Gimgoon, Xiaoyu in the jungle, Republic in the mid lane, with PentaQ coming in as ADC and Soulmate.
Which means Savoki's not going to be there for them, at least starting in game number 1. He is a great player, Savoki, and Soulmate, from what we've seen, hasn't been that outstanding. To me, perhaps the biggest difference is the champions that they can actually play might separate them. We know Savoki's literally Tahm Kench as to how he plays. He even had a Blitzcrank game in there. He's a tank player, and the tank meta is getting there. It's creeping up into the meta, but it's not the most prevalent thing. So they get Soulmate, maybe the Karma player or something along those lines.
And that's what's very confusing for me when it comes to Game Talents. A lot of the swapping, now they're still swapping in players as a lot of teams are, but nothing is really changing when they're swapping. For instance, they had Zubin, they put in West, and then after that it's PentaQ. The style just doesn't change. When they've seen success, it's when they can actually translate their top lane and mid lane lead towards the bottom lane and impact that bottom lane, give them a little bit of love. But that's not happening here. In fact, the quality and the players are not going upwards, and their strategy is remaining the same. So even though they're new faces, different people, even though PentaQ, we've seen him time and time before in the past season, it's the same Game Talents.
And this is speaking for the whole split, to be fair, but as of the last week, they played against IG, they played against EDG. They haven't had the easiest of matchups coming into this, and so their performance might actually look a lot worse than what we're going to see today, which may actually be a lot better. So positive signs potentially on the horizon for Game Talents.
Yeah, it's been difficult to actually see where the weaknesses are, though, because we said this a couple of weeks ago, particularly when they did face those top-of-the-table teams, that they only have one carry at the moment, and that's in the form of Gimgoon. Republic was the other guy, and you had that two-pronged assault. When the Ryze nerfs came through, that hurt him, but we have seen good performances from other players in the league who have played Ryze and still had it to great effect. So maybe Republic against a lower-tier team would be able to make that happen.
And I agree, we have to challenge where the rest of their carries are going to be, but when you look at their one consistent strength being Gimgoon, and you look at this matchup, he's against Long. It's not going to be the craziest matchup for Gimgoon to have to deal with. You would expect he has a slight edge over it. And so the one strength of Game Talents is still a prevalent feature that we have to keep our eyes on.
It is a strength, and this is going to be a problem with Game Talents because that's the strength that they rely on. A lot of the times we do like to highlight jungle mid synergy. This is going to be a matchup where you have to see it as a weakness for them because EasyHoon, Bengi, they work together. They were built to work together. Republic has had a lot of problems. Individually, you look towards the rest of the LPL, he's on the lower end of it.
Yeah.
You look to Xiaoyu, sure he replaced Wushuang, also on the lower end of it. You could debatably say that both of these are the worst players in the league, and that is a weakness.
It really is. We were going over it as casters, and it was just like the fact that Republic is a step below everyone else and being at the very bottom of the league, just because we have such a stacked mid lane, and EasyHoon fits among those stacked mid laners. Either way, we're into Champion Select. Will be Fizz, Rengar, Echo. So 2 theoretical bans towards Republic, while iFern banned at Bengi and Camille at Long.
Yeah, it's fun to see the Echo ban. You usually don't see that coming out blue side for most teams. Republic had a great set, or at least a great game on it, so he shows that he can play it, but also Gimgoon has been playing it fairly consistently in solo queue. He is seen as a carry player, and they are on red side, so they're not going to give that one a shot. They're not going to let them have it.
You talking about the Fizz?
The Echo.
Oh,
Fizz,
the Echo?
Yeah, Fizz is a good flex between the two as well. We haven't seen Republic play it. It's mostly Gimgoon, but Gimgoon has shown the propensity to play the Echo in solo queue. That's about it.
As the final ban being Elise, it will be Graves as the Vici, and we're looking towards GT. I was just interested because Gimgoon had Ignite and Teleport hovered, so I was just like, maybe Vici had just scouted very well, and it's just like, instant first ban, take away the Fizz.
Yeah.
And Gimgoon wanted it.
Close your eyes, clarity. Maybe they saw him practicing the Fizz. Maybe. I want to put in a bit of scandal, just a little bit of salt on that one. But no, he's probably going to have to change it unless he has a crazy champion like the Shyvana or the Hecarim. get that flash out of there. But yeah, the Graves gets picked up. That's been I would like to say it's a Bengi special because he's done so well when he's had the Graves in his hand. That's going to be Lulu falling priority, but that's honestly just been the case for the rest of the day. Earlier on, we saw EDG picking Thresh into it. They were fine picking Pick into that teamfight champion.
Will be Ezreal and Kha'Zix towards Xiaohu, so we've seen that before from Xiaohu, but making sure that PentaQ is comfortable, get him an Ezreal early on. Lulu is still on the board though, and it's very rare you don't see it in the first rotation on either side.
Yeah, seems like people are a lot comfortable leaving the champion up. I want to see what the priority, or at least the answer, if the Lulu is picked up. What is Game Talents looking for? What can Solent play into the Lulu? What can Natang play into the Lulu? Malzahar is up. That's been a bit of a difference in terms of the recent champion pool. Maybe that's just another pick champion that they would like to pick into it. But yeah, Ezreal's really weird for me because sure, they're giving him a comfortable champion. They're giving PentaQ a champion that he can play on. But there are no 80 carry bans. You could even go to Illusion if at all possible. But you can see that Game Talents once again going back to that style where they leave bot lane on an island and hope that they just can scale up.
As long as they are okay for the first 15 minutes, top side will do the work, but it's not all that consistent. All the same. Lulu was the third pick in there from Vici, which is not too surprising.
Yeah.
However, Karma will be the final pick in the first rotation from GT.
Yeah, so that's the answer that Game Talents were looking for. They're just going to be comfortable with the Karma into Lulu. That's nothing special. In fact, I would favor Lulu up against that. That just means that Ezreal and Karma will have a bit of poke in that lane. So they have a little bit of freedom in the early game, or at least just before he builds tier.
GT banning away Shen from Long. Kennen towards Gimgoon.
Okay, you gotta start stacking up the top lane bans.
It does open up a possibility for Rumble to come through from Vici if they wanted it.
That's gonna be a big question mark for me. Even though Gimgoon has played Rumble to such success, biggest problem is that they can never close it out. Because there's always been an issue about who's going to be able to start the fight, who's going to be setting it up for them, and the setup is never there. And if it's Gimgoon setting up these fights with the Kled, for instance, because it's so easy to play that champion for him, then it's very easy. The go button is there for the rest of his team. But if he gets rumbled, then he has to leave the engage to the rest of his team, or maybe hope that they can follow up in his ulti, and it's just a lot more complex than it needs to be.
Talia and her counterpart, Twisted Fate, both bound away. Two champions who do very similar things. So mid lane pool hit in that regard. Now over to GT. You need the mid laner, you need the top laner. Let's see who to give the final pick to.
Yeah, usually they would give last pick to Gimgoon. And so that's just what it looks like is going to happen. The Orianna gets picked up. That's a safe one from Game Talents.
Yeah. Orianna over to Republic. I like Republic being on something like an Orianna. He was on Rise before where he could actually make the Rise work. He could scale up. He'd go for like the Catalyst, the tier, and just scale to mid game. But not a lot of faith.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So Orianna's great.
He needs to build himself up. This man needs to start playing a slower game. Maybe don't give him as much mobility so he doesn't have to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, as he showcased in a few hard games.
Syndra picked up here for EasyHoon. Playing against the Orianna we've just been talking about. And now waiting on that final pick from Vici.
Ooh.
It will be that top laner.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tricky one for Vici. Maybe they go towards the Nautilus, but they might just pick a stronger champion. Now, this is the big question mark, because if the Renekton gets picked up, now question is, what is Gimgoon going to pick up? Because that's, what do you counter up against the Renekton? It's usually someone that can kind of kite back. The Kennen got banned, but then again, Kennen and Renekton does have a few ways of dealing with it. So this is a hard task for Gimgoon.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton is Renekton. There's very few matchups who you could say win the matchup or at the very least go even, especially with the bans that we've had already. So he might just go with the tried and true Kled. I love it.
Okay. All right. He's challenging him. This is hilarious.
Woke up this morning, and then there's just like, I like to imagine all over the GT house is just like the word fight, like subliminal messaging. And like on their shirts as well. I saw the fans had it on their signs, and it's just like flashing before their eyes. It's like, cut,
fight, 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 fight. And then as the coach, of course, the organization has forced him to wear a suit. In the back of that suit says fight. So whenever he leaves the stage, if they so much as look at the man's back, they know exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah, they're level 1 sorted out.
Yeah. So Kled versus Renekton. Now, I, for one, do favor Renekton here. The Graves matchup, it goes back to the 2v2 essentially, because this is going to be a really volatile matchup. Renekton has the option to get in. I want to see what runes, or at least masteries, that he's picked up. The Keystone, if it is what's it, Fervor, as it usually is, then that's
Fervor.
fine. Yeah. If it's the cheeky, if it's the cheesy Thunderlords, get in there, kill the man. Hopefully if you get the jungler on your side. So for me, it's all about where Graves is at the time, because Graves can put down the Kha'Zix. If he gets to the lane first, we can see what's happening.
Yeah, can absolutely sway that matchup. And just at the end of Champion Select, you saw the champions did not move, so it's not Renekton support. They definitely...
Yep. Someone needed to move that champion.
Bit of an error there, so...
I would love it. Not okay. Maybe it would be bad to cast it, but I would love to see someone just get punished for it. Say, hey, you know, it was your fault.
Yep.
Now you get into that game. We already penalized, I believe it was Snake, when they had the Taric, and that Taric was not going anywhere. So
That's
suddenly
true.
the Malzahar had to go jungle, and it was just a bad time for Snake. So move your champions around. I'm sure they're gonna give him. I'm sure they're gonna give them the opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, you can see them just getting back into the Champion Select just there. So no worries, we're going back into Champion Select soon. It's probably better that we've gone all the way to the end of Champion Select before having to figure out what's going to happen next time on the LPL. So just in terms of compositions, I mean, personally, if any team picks Kled, I'm going to favor them.
Of course.
That is the play-by-play opinion. What is the color opinion of these compositions?
All right, color opinion on this one is that I think that Game Talents, they've built up a safe composition. Now, with how safe the composition is, I think that Vici did well in terms of banning out the Kennen, banning out the top lane picks that they were afraid of, and then giving the Renekton over to Vici. So I'll give it to Vici simply because they prioritize the jungle matchup that should theoretically work, unless of course Kha'Zix gets this man isolated. And honestly, with a stronger jungle matchup, I'd favor it to Renekton. It just depends on how Game Talents goes, because theoretically this is not bad for Game Talents. We just wanted them to go back to their skirmishing habits. They've been playing too cutesy lately. Now going back to the skirmishing style with a safer pick on Republic is actually the band-aid we've been looking for.
Yep.
So if they can play this out well, and we're all just, you know what, we didn't even have to see this. They already locked in every champion they wanted.
What is the point? Well,
maybe
we get
this,
to see it again.
Maybe just the change in mood. You know, they've changed the song up. They want to...
That's a yeah, they came in with a different song. Amazing.
Wait a
what's
minute.
your
Why is the
prediction-
coach up there still? Wait a minute.
What's your prediction for first pick? Oh, it's going to be Graves.
Yeah, okay.
What's the response here from GT?
If I'm looking at this properly, it would have to... yeah, they've already locked it in.
Okay,
you know?
Vici.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking of bot lane.
Yeah, bot lane. It would have to be bot lane. It would have to be the Lulu, I would say.
And the Ashe?
Ooh, yeah, it has to be Ashe. It has to be.
Oh.
Lock it in.
It's not been locked in just yet. We'll have to see if our prediction rings true here.
They have to be thinking about this. Maybe the Lucian. Maybe Lucian.
Nah, I think it's definitely going to be Ashe.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, makes the most
okay, there we
sense.
go.
There we go. Locked in.
Strong pick.
Yeah.
Wonder how you figured that one out.
And Lulu, of course.
Strong Lulu, yeah, because it's a clear counter to everything Game Talents values most.
What do you want to secure here?
Karma, 100%.
Karma.
100,000% Karma.
Oh.
No doubt in my mind, that's a Karma pick right now.
All right, now the bands.
Ooh.
Where will they aim?
Okay, all right. This is a difficult one. Shen, how did I not see that one coming? I don't know how I didn't see that one coming.
Now Vici, will they do the same? Will they look towards Gimgoon?
Yeah, it would have to be Gimgoon. It would
So
have
like
to be
a
the
Kennen?
Kennen. Yeah, Kennen.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
Sweet. Okay, we're
on fire today.
we're doing well. We're doing super well.
Oh, Talia, I think Twisted Fate.
It would have to be
Surely.
Twisted Fate. Now, anyone who, kind of rejects that, challenge you again. There we go. Has to be Twisted Fate. It's the clear response.
GT now. I'd love something like an Orianna, which he is hovering currently.
In fact, they are setting up so well for a Kled pick. In my mind, I see nothing less. I see nothing other than that.
That's a bold prediction. This is 2 picks away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to look at Vici's composition right now. I don't even want to see
Syndra, whatever, man.
I don't care. Kled.
Oh, he's definitely thinking about it, right?
Yeah,
He's on the same telepathy field
He
as
has
you.
20 seconds. Oh, okay. He didn't even
doesn't
need the
even
20
need
seconds.
it.
Yeah. All right. So we've got our compositions here. Very clear cut. We knew it from the very beginning. Don't ask us how. We're just that smart.
Raz and Pulse. The rush hour casting desk. We have the knowledge.
We're just using it. We are gifting it to you people out there, free of charge.
Yeah.
In fact.
Most of the time we're sandbagging, but we just decided to bring it all out in this Champions State because GT and Vici, that's the game that we want to really flex our analytical muscles in.
Kind of reminds me of when OGN, when they had if you like increase the quality to 1080p, if you had that mod access, you have to pay a little bit, like $9. You people out there, we aren't even charging you for this knowledge.
Yep.
We aren't charging you for this casting.
It's free. Free coaching.
Free chat, free of charge.
Yep.
That's good.
All right. So
Okay.
these compositions, Raz.
All right, now we can get right into it. Guess we talked about this a little bit, or just a tiny bit. Yeah, this is Game Talent's going back there, tried and true. Should be easier to work around. Now, this is a bit of a challenge towards Republic, because even though this is him playing safely with that Orianna pick, he has to worry about this Syndra and Graves. Now, Syndra and Graves, very hard to play around, because now theoretically, you look at Graves, it's like, what can he actually contribute to a gank? What can he actually do? Syndra, stun you, ult you, maybe you have like 30% HP. Graves walks into the lane like the couch potato this guy is, and he just ults you to death. So it's really hard for anybody that it walks a little bit too far from the lane without even a gank. Without a ward. So that's a little bit of a trial that Republic has to go through in his own lane.
I think both Syndra and Graves, when they both get ahead, are couch potato picks.
Yeah.
It's like I can miss all of my abilities with Syndra and click R on you,
Yep.
and I win.
Miss end of the line. You can even technically miss your auto attacks on Graves.
Yeah. But
Press
if you
R,
hit that collateral damage,
that's all you.
bam.
That's all you got.
Easy kill, easy money. Once again, I'm getting real good at just memorizing exactly what's in this intro because it's the same one every single
Every time. That's actually true.
Yeah. There's some hieroglyphics on that wall.
They need to change it up. Now
You
we
get
got
to
to
see the
message
dragon.
China. We got to tell China right now.
And
So
there's some flowers on the floor which are purple, like
Okay.
a lilac color.
that is probably the most beautiful part of the map. They
Yeah.
even have a butterfly going onto the bottom left side of the
That's
screen.
true. Did you know at the very bottom, which you can't see normally, but if you use the spotlights tool, there is a deer.
There is a deer.
yeah, just stood on a rock. You can't see it normally.
Sometimes if I'm in the top lane, if I don't really do anything to help my jungler, because either he's doing bot side, so
Yep.
he's starting on a blue buff.
Mhm.
Or on the top side of the map, you're like, you know what, I'm just not going to help you. I'm that kind of a guy.
Oh, he's Shaco.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
You saved me with that one. But you could just look out into the distance in the top side of the map, so that's nice to see. See what the developers tried to add into that skylight, I suppose.
Mhm.
Nothing much.
At 1:30, there's a dragon.
Oh, is there?
Yeah. If you look over the distance, a dragon flies past.
You've been looking at that top side of the map
Yeah.
for far too long.
Well, apparently you did as well, but you're not observant.
Okay, that's true.
No.
That's true.
Come on, Raz.
I'll take that.
Next time you're in game, everyone who's watching and you're playing top lane, or even you're not playing top lane, just go all the way to the top left hand of the map, and at 1:30, every single time, dragon will fly past.
All right. Okay, I'll remember that one. This
Okay.
is
Did
a
you see
new-
the
Hello?
the masteries? We
Yeah.
were talking about Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton got the purple one.
Yeah, yeah.
So nothing cheesy on that front. No Thunderlords. But here's the thing. Now, Graves, I've seen this about 2-3 times already now. He didn't finish up his Raptor camp. The big one, the big honus of the Raptor, left that one up. So he was able to take the small Raptors. He got the red buff, and then he moved towards top side. He's going to be able to get level 3 still. But, yeah, that's just going to be a bit of him counter jungling himself on that one. So we'll have to see if him getting towards the top side as soon as possible with this blue buff, him really cutting down the time, is going to benefit him. Unfortunately to him, he's not going to be challenged by anybody because Kha'Zix's starting top side went down.
Gimboon kind of got wrecked in the top lane, had that level 2 advantage too long. Not really much Kled can do about it though. He just simply does not push hard at level 1 versus Call to Meek.
That's the thing. Renekton just does well into Kled really early on. Most champions do, even the Maokai. Maokai has good base stats. Kled, his Q doesn't do much damage. He's manaless. That's usually just the one benefit he gets. Problem is, the Renekton is too. So there's a lot of damage on that front. Republic getting
Here
caught out
comes
here.
Bengi, he'll flash away, but immediately Bengi's on his face, and the line cuts off to the side, auto attack. It was almost too easy for Bengi. First blood collected.
Yeah, he had to stay still a little bit longer to just recharge up, but he gets the kill. Very easy from him.
Xiaoyu back into this mid lane to cover the whole wave, so it's not too bad for the team, but quite disastrous for Republic.
Yeah.
And if you are going to exploit one part of the top side of the map, it would be Republic, the guy in the mid lane.
Yeah, didn't even have to wait till level 6 to get that gank going. Honestly, level 2, Graves has such a strong ganking power, so he just has to watch himself at all time. This is going to be a challenge on Game Talents, Xiaoyu, Soulmate respectively, to be able to help this lane out. Soulmate's doing quite well in terms of shoving here, so he wants to be able to, at any point, first back, second back, be able to place some wards for Oriana, make it a lot easier for him to farm it out.
You know, Raz, if we're looking at themes for this game and themes for the teams, you look towards Vici and it's like their problem is they get the advantage early game almost always, no matter what team they're up against, because they have such a good early game leveraging Bengi with Easy Hoon, etc. And then they hit the mid game, and whether it's through execution, Gimgoon just destroyed Long, by the way,
absolutely demolished.
or just whatever it is, they cannot make the mid game work for them. And they struggle to close even with massive leads. GT do play very well from behind because they'll just keep fighting you. And they are mechanically very good in these team fights. However, this early game, not great for them, but Gimgoon, he's in this 1v1 against Renekton. He'll get the tower aggro. Skull comes out, auto attack. Gimgoon with a 1v1 kill on the tower against Long.
Yep. It seems like Gimgoon's already powering up. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. 5 minutes into the game, and you know what? This counter pick's working out.
Counter pick.
Counter, quote unquote. Everybody.
Air quotes. Because Renekton meant to do very good into Kled, especially in the laning phase and pre-6.
Yeah, the only difficult portion now. He got low in the matchup, but with Kled, he can stick around for a little longer. He actually has very, I would say, fake sustain in the sense that if you don't kill him out, he gets a little bit of rage on you. He brings back a lot of HP to these fights, or at least in the skirmish. So now Renekton's going to have to face a little bit of problem. Surprised that Bengi didn't really give a visit to that top side of the map with how where he was going up. So he went up to the top side of the map initially, did give the mid lane game, but then he didn't really give another chance to that lane. Ooh. Okay, all right.
Yeah, taking some hits in the mid lane. Does have flash though, so he is very safe.
All right.
Top lane, Gimgoon, he's charging in once more. There's another joust. Auto attacks coming in. He has that level 6 and Long. He's actually just gonna kill him once more. Welcome to the Temple of Goon.
This is the Temple of Goon. What is happening? Someone give this man some first aid.
He needs a lifeline. He needs anything.
This is when he starts dialing in. He's like, I've fallen. I can't get up. This is ridiculous.
What is even happening? Like, it's so rare to see a 1v1 kill in a lane, and that's pretty much inexcusable. But then it happens twice as Renekton into Kled.
If we get this replay, and I hope we do, because Gimgoon he expected Long to dash out, and he was able to get the latch on with bear trap on a, what is it called again?
Bear trap on a rope.
Okay, there we go. He was able to predict where he dashed and threw the bear trap on a rope predictably, and that was great. So he was able to get the kill because of that. But now what is this man supposed to do? Tiamat's already coming into the top side of the map. Renekton's gonna have to run away.
All right, we're calling it in. Call a friend. Rusty, get us that replay. We want that one. Pentacute. We haven't even looked at the bottom lane. I forgot bot lane existed in this game, honestly. As level 6 is ticked over from Easy Hoon and Republic. Pentacute is farming up. So that's actually very good for them. He's not only farming up, but he's ahead, actually, in CS. Hasn't gone back yet, which sucks because N's got the preferential back timing. But bot lane hasn't bled out, and that's perfect for GT.
Yeah, it's fun because it works between both teams where Game Talents, he hasn't bled out. He's in a good CS point, but he needs to find a good back timing. That is it. You look towards Endless. Now, the big point between Ashe versus Ezreal, or at least Ezreal versus most AD carries, is just the gold that he comes in backs with. So he's able to back with, I guess, the 1800 gold to get Sheen and the tier. Meanwhile, Endless went back. He got himself a longsword and, of course, a back speed boost. Because usually, if you get a good back timing, if it was earlier for Pentacute, if he was able to construe this a little, ghosting. Okay. If he was able to construct that back a little earlier for 800 gold, then it'd be a question of what would Endless look to buy, right? So doesn't that question is not really a big one anymore because Endless did get a decent back time and getting attack speed boost.
Yeah, Pentacute does go back and pick up both Sheen and Tier.
Yeah.
So that's a surprisingly good back for Ezreal. So you don't get that big trough where it's just like, well, I've gone back. I picked up 0 combat stats. So, yeah, got him.
That's good for him. Now he has a bit of skirmishing power there. He should just be fine on the bottom lane. I honestly wouldn't even be mad if we don't look at that lane for a little bit with how good the top lane trades are.
Yep. Long has to farm on the tower now. He will get most of these minions. That's not awful. Xiaoyu has pretty much had no impact on this game, but hasn't needed to. His goal right now is to not die. And Long is getting chased down again.
That's a really hard goal. It's thankfully Bengi and EasyHoon are starting to get good control of this topside jungle here, but it's going to be hard for them to make much use of it. Xiaoyu and Republic they understand what's being prepared here, so they have a good amount of wards here to cover up the blue side jungle. 2 wards to get both entrances of what's threatening Gimgoon. So Gimgoon should have a good enough idea with where the wards are from Game Talent if Gimgoon gets ganked.
Yeah, if Gimgoon gets ganked. And even if he does, he'll be dying very quickly. He has the team already, so pretty strong in that 1v2. And bot lane still farming it out. Endless has still evened up the CS advantage, so really not too much to write home about until ultimates start flying. Gimgoon is now farming behind the tower. I'll have to walk all the way around because you cannot joust over walls.
Yep.
So he'll actually just recall in the enemy jungle.
I wonder what he's going to look for that one. I think that this is just a tactic most top laners do. If he looks to dirty farm, and if Game Talents can get good look towards bottom lane, to start pressuring Endless and Hitong, they can maybe look to trade towers if Bengi and EasyHoon look to stop him. But that's just another game. I think right now Game Talent should be fine with not looking to trade. They have a good enough vision control to just work around topside, and it's going to be on EasyHoon and Bengi to constantly look to try to either help out that top laner. Long does need a bit of help, or B, of course, trying to go top lane and trying to trade out pressure.
Bengi has been almost exclusively farming.
Yeah.
Now he's on to the dragon, but Xiaoyu's going to find him, so we'll have to quick draw over the wall. Xiaoyu clears out the ward as well.
Yeah, it's low enough. You can just kind of pick it up.
Bengi chasing after. Well, he's on crab vision. It's going to come down to a smite battle. Oh, actually wipes the vision away. Always takes Xiaoyu out with the collateral damage. Sharon from downtown flashes out of the way. That was almost a kill onto Xiaoyu. And he'll go back.
Yeah, that is always fun to. Oh no, get out of there. But yeah, that was always fun to watch because, of course, you go into the blue side jungle, you can kind of recognize where he's passing with how slim those corridors are. So Endless almost got the kill, but gets the flash on Xiaoyu, so that should work out later. That's 5 minutes of Xiaoyu playing a little farther back now.
Yeah, Xiaoyu, again, his objective pretty much now is just to kind of farm it out. Can't go top lane because it's constantly shoving from Gimgoon. Mid lane, I guess there's a chance, but if it turns into a 2v2, someone's dying, and it's not going on the side of Vici.
Ooh. Okay, I was kind of pumping it a little too much because Gimgoon was going around the mid lane, but he did get a ward down, so maybe that helps out if he clears the top wave again and looks for another flank. Because now this is just a fear, right?
Yeah.
At this point, Gimgoon is doing so well for himself in the lane. Luong has recognized that he does not want to touch this man.
Or does he?
I mean, Graves is up top. If he can buy enough time, if he doesn't get caught, this man sits inside that box like Metal Gear Solid. He could do something.
He's going to come in. He has been found out. Here comes Bengi as well. Gimgoon was going to be dismounted immediately. Now he's down into Kled form. He'll jump away with the cube, but he should be going down here. Bengi follows after. Gimgoon's still alive.
Oh my
Flash over
God.
the wall. He's still alive. Oh, Kled down to find him. He was so close to getting his skull back.
Yeah, very close. Just not close enough, though. Gets assassinated by Bengi's collateral damage. But man, all right. Yeah, check your bushes there, because Renekton had that opportunity. He's sitting in the bush wondering if he should back at base. My earlier point was that Renekton is going to be safe in terms of thinking that I will not touch him from this point. I promise I won't die again. It won't be a 0-3-0 Renekton. And it's going to be up to Gimgoon to start using his advantage and bleeding out across the map. Specifically, mid lane, Syndra is very immobile. She doesn't have flash at the time, so he could, and he was looking for a flank around mid lane, and that's usually how Game Talents can propel their lead forward. He didn't get that opportunity because he did get ganked in the top side of the map, so that's a little unfortunate for him. But it doesn't change the dynamic in the top lane. He's only getting a larger lead at this point in time, sure, because the kill did go over to Bengi.
Yep.
So what's Bengi going to do? He's been farming up so well right now, and then now he's got 2 kills to his name, so it's going to be Bengi shouldering the lead for his team.
Well, Bengi can go off, but this is reoccurring storyline
Yep.
for Vici. Bengi gets a lot of kills in the early game. It looks really good. Tries to transition it to mid game. Up, top's behind, mid's boss behind.
Yep.
I'm 1v9, and then they don't win.
Yeah.
So
If honestly, if I was
Yeah.
watching a Vici series, if this was a Netflix series, I would stop watching it 13 episodes in, because that's not a lot of progress happening in this story. So
13 episodes. This series has already ended by 13 episodes.
oh, that's true.
Yeah.
They do end fairly soon.
We're
You
talking
know?
about Luke Cage. You stop after 6.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be 6 episodes on that one.
Forget
I'm
the
usually
rest of the
pretty
series.
forgiving. I'm usually pretty
Is this-
forgiving when it comes to it. I'd say, you know what, maybe the next episode. Maybe the next episode. It's like endless 8. You keep going in to these episodes, you realize you finished 8 episodes of bad shows. Oh, wait a minute.
It's still episode 5. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Vici will get away. And Easy Hint is for the fruit, so it's going to win. Yep. Remember to get all your nutrients,
Yeah.
kids.
I remember when the honey fruit was introduced, and it was just like, well, whoever wins the top lane, if you can get there,
They
you
win.
can- If you fruit up, you don't even have potions under your belt. It doesn't matter. You just get all the sustain you need. Yeah, you just win a little harder.
And Long did get a nice bit of poke onto Gimgoon, but it's all gone now because of the honey fruit. And what? Gimgoon will get another joust down. Long
Yeah.
will have to slice and dice away.
It's good for Gimgoon in this matchup now that he's not so far ahead because Black Cleaver did get built by Long. He's got his first item. He's now going to start going into his second item. Meanwhile, Gimgoon is still trying to finish up that Titanic Hydra. But he actually can just fish. He's literally just fishing with his hook. He's just fishing whenever he gets the hook. He's walk it in. All right, do I want to commit to this?
Yep.
No, I'm just going to get a little bit of damage with the hook. Cute. I'm going to try again. Then he all in. So he's completely fine with this. That being said, PentaQ might not be.
Now we're looking for this bot lane dive. There is no minion wait for another 15 seconds. Bengi is waiting in this bush, and now cleared out that control ward. So Soulmate and PentaQ are blind, but Xiaoyu's coming down.
Yeah, he's sitting in there because Republic did just come back from base. Kha'Zix cannot go there safely. He needs to wait for Orianna, but that's not enough time. Syndra's already making her rotation here. GT need to back away.
Exceptional control ward as well from EasyHoon. He will spot out Xiaoyu as he tries to rotate all the way around. This tower should be going down now to Vici, but good wave clear in from Soulmate. Protects it from another wave.
Yeah, very good wave clear. That does mean now that Vici have to back away, or at least Syndra does, because that gives Orianna time to go back to her mid lane and shove that in. Syndra has to answer to that. Maybe Bengi can stick around because that's a lot of range that Game Talents doesn't really have because they have the Kha'Zix. But that would be too long of a time to wait for, so they're just going to back away.
Republic actually disappeared from Vision as well, so Vici just decided to back off, which is the smart play. And Republic will go back into the mid lane, but it's too late for Vici. Yeah, we'll try a mid lane gank though. Republic's coming in. Here comes a charge in from Gimgoon. He's a little ways away though. Shockwave has gone wide. That's a fast Orianna.
he's
He'll
going
jump
right
over the wall. Misses Ben drop on the rope, but the damage from Violent Tendencies is huge. And EasyHoon will drop. Long was looking for it, but Republic is too far away. Nice kill to Gimgoon.
That was a great look. He tried the first time around, went back to his top lane. Oh, he's going to...
He's coming in once more.
Man's
He's
a
expecting
fishing
the he was respecting the response from Long. That was a crafty fish.
The mid lane down. Maybe he can look for this. Nah.
There's a lot of wave clear from Bengi. One end of the line clears up the minion wave. Xiaoyu looking towards the second dragon. Unfortunately, it is Cloud.
Yep. So just to recap how that all happened, we kind of talked about it a little bit more because Gimgoon did went into that mid lane. He wanted to get on top of Syndra. He had flash, so it didn't matter if EasyHoon was able to get away from that. He was going to be able to follow up. There's a lot of speed coming out of the Clud. But also, he finished up his Titanic Hydra. That is a big purchase for him. Now he's going to be able to get over that hoop in terms of dealing with Long a lot easier. This is going to convert into a lot of damage, of course, if he's not under tower. I don't even know if
Gimgoon's still looking for it.
Look at this guy.
Ruthless
He doesn't even
Predator.
care.
Nope, he doesn't even care about Long. He's going to connect into the bear trap on a rope. Long will be left to clear out these minions. Gimgoon will let him live today, but he has his Titanic Hydra, and he has those boots completed.
Yeah, and they're essentially on even playing ground because Long invested in the double Dorans. Gimgoon did not. This is that one Doran still. Now he's going to be starting up in his second item. Probably going to be going towards the Black Cleaver. Meanwhile, Renekton is going to have to deal with something.
Bear trap misses. Xiaoyu's on the way, but I think that'll be the end of it because the bear trap did not land, so we're good for now. Bot lane will go over to Vici, and that's first tower of the game, so
Okay.
big gold influx to them. Long is waiting in the bush for Gimgoon.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right play. Gimgoon should be able to deal with this fight even with how little
He's
HP
winning
he
in the
had.
same bush he was in last time.
He has no graves this time around.
With the Predator. Yeah, Gimgoon would be quite happy to turn this one around. He was looking for the violent tendencies. And last auto attack will hit that minion.
All right. Oriana's actually moving up with Kha'Zix, so yeah, you might want to get out of there.
Oh, we're charging in with Gimgoon. Here comes Xiaoyu, and Republic should be able to cement this kill. He flashes over the wall. Xiaoyu will follow. Dominus, extra damage in from the ball, and the shockwave to finish him off. Gimgoon will go back up to the top lane. This should be the tower in return with his next minion wave coming in, or maybe not, because there is a nice rotation from Vici.
Yeah, this is good from Vici. They have a stronger bottom lane. Ezreal is taking a little bit of time in terms of pushing in the bottom lane. So now Endless and Hitong are moving back up because the next objective is the top lane tower that you know, hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only protect their own tower, but set up for the next objective.
We're looking towards Pentakill to see if he'll push the tower. There is no one on bot side, but he does choose to back off. Gimgoon is spotted as he recalls and Xiaoyu is onto these Krugs. This may be a potential contest here from Bengi. Ward over the wall. It's a little bit scary for both these members, but Gimgoon has been disrupted from recalling. Smite comes down, and he will actually just recall in the face of Bengi, actually.
And this is good for them. All right.
Yeah, no recalling here, Gimgoon.
This is good. They're all leaning on the fact that they want a faster tempo. What that does mean is that when Kled goes back to base, yeah, he can actually rejoin the team on whatever venture they go towards. So either the top side of the map, or he goes towards the bottom side of the map to match Renekton. With how slow he was able to do that, he had no option to come back top side with his with TP. That was just not going to be an option for them. So Game Talents were not going to be looking for a fight to stop that tower. And already like Renekton's cleared that wave, so there is no option for Gimgoon to really impact any decisions Vici was going to make.
So many pings coming down from GT. We have spotted exactly where Vici are rotating towards, and is the last outer tower remaining. That mid lane tower, Republic will back away. Xiaoyu catches Long in the forest. Takes the call to Meek. It looks like this mid tower may be falling. Ashao is loosed, but does miss. Bengi hit up by the shockwave, but honestly did not take a lot of damage whatsoever. Gimgoon is thinking about coming in, but Long was blocking the path, so charge would not have been that great in that situation. Also, is only just coming off cooldown.
Yeah, they're playing well around their flanks, as you mentioned. He was able to catch him out there. Long, ever since losing out the top lane so heavily, has been playing well, and as I say that, I need to watch out, buddy.
Bear trap on the rope, and the violent tendencies. This is so much damage from Gimgoon.
He
It looks like he's going to go for it. Another bear trap land. Dominus going to be popped. Gimgoon maybe dropping into just declared. No, he pops the ultimate. He's going in. Oh, and Long will be falling once again on another episode of Looney Goons.
Yeah, this is getting a little ridiculous. Gimgoon is going to be able to take this tower, and of course the kill. Long is 0-4-1, but it is so hard to not fall so deep into that well ever since, like, Kled, he is the greatest diving champion right now, and it's only making it easier if Renekton's just getting matched up with him one-on-one.
Mid tower will fall to Vici, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but 3-to-1 in total. Vici have been getting ahead over and over again with these tower takes.
Overall, this is a larger win for Vici, and I have to be able to credit that to Graves. Bengi is on the proper side of the map. Easy, get out of there. Run. Run, man.
Soulmate and Republica giving chase. Slow down field coming in. Lots of damage in from Easy, who will take one with him. Soulmate falls. A 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's just Easy Hoon being on the wrong side of the map. So, you know, Bengi's going to be giving a bit of a look. Say, what are you doing over there? I mean, I just gifted you so much gold, and this is how you repay me? He's been playing well with his lead. He had the 2-0-0 really early on. He had the farm advantage really early on, but he's always been on point, helping and roaming with his bottom lane towards the bot side. Got a lot of towers for them in the top as well. And so now they just have to play calmly. They have control of this matchup, even though the top lane matchup is the only question mark that they have a real problem with Luong just bleeding out. But they should not feel threatened by that. The reason for that is because they should be very confident in how they've been playing out the game, how they've been controlling the map.
And Vici will continue to try and control that map in the mid lane as they keep up the push. And it's just resetting, seeing where they're going to go. But my instincts tell me Dragon in 20 seconds.
Yeah, they got the control of the first Dragon around. It was Infernal Dragon. Now it's going to be double Infernal Dragon if they are able to get there on time with Control Wards. They have 2 Control Wards. They have 3 red trinkets, so they should be able to clean this out fairly easily. It's going to be on Game Talents to upset this and stop this, because you don't want to be able to go up against the Vici that has a lot of damage on their team with 2 Infernals. Oh, that's ulti being used by Republic.
And it's ultimate being used by the Goon. Here we go, onto Bengi. He'll lead the charge onto Hetong as well. Flashing forwards. Bengi now under attack from Gimgoon. Ultimate out from Pentacute is enough. Gimgoon drops down into Kled. He should be falling into Long, who finishes him off. Easy Hoon chiming in for that kill. Xiaoyu getting chased out by Endless. Vody finds that one. And that will be a 2-kill lead to Vici.
And I think Luong played that incredibly well, because the big question was, yeah, that was Game Talents going all in on there. But if that's the entirety of Game Talents going in onto the squishy backline of Vici, that would have been disastrous. It was Gimgoon getting isolated by 4 members. Meanwhile, Luong was able to close the gaps and threaten the entirety of Game Talents to back away. And so sure, he has been behind the entire game, but the gold-heavy backline of Vici was able to kill down Gimgoon on time.
Or Hetong will be flashed after Republic finds that
All
kill,
right.
and Vici are in very deep. Republic cleanses out, he'll go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade there. Easy Hoon turns onto Pentacute, turns around as well with his Mystic shots, but it's not enough over the wall. They do stop the Baron out from Vici, but it was bloody.
Yeah, 3 for 2. Vici are going to take that, even though they wanted to be able to win a little bit harder on that one. They wanted to be able to get the Baron. They had good control over it, but they still got a team fight win. They've killed Republic, Pentacute, and Soulmate. They'll take that. They'll take that to the bank.
That'll be fine. GC now equal in kills. A slight advantage in the form of 3.5k gold to Vici. Let's see that once more as Hetong bit the dust to start it off.
Yeah, that's a good challenge, and they had to do this, otherwise they would lose the Baron. They lost the 2 members because of the earlier fight with Kled and Kha'Zix. They were not going to be able to get there, so it was nice to see that they were able to get the pick off Hetong and look to go forward with that. But of course, they lost a lot of kills off the back.
Teleport in from Godgoon, but it will be Dragon secured from Bengi. There was no smite nearby for Xiaoyu. That'll be another Infernal to Vici. So double Infernals to that team. And the next Dragon will be Cloud, which probably GT will be finding. It's sad times for that team in terms of Dragons.
Yeah, and it seems like Vici are just getting super powered here. You look to Bengi, and he's going towards the crit build. He's already got himself. The Zeal's going to go towards the Phantom Dancer. He is definitely feeling himself 3-0 and 3. Was able to get the Dragon with 2 Infernals. So, yeah, this right now is Vici just trying to close this one out.
But that is the problem for every Vici game.
Yep.
We hit this point and we're like, look at this gold advantage, look at the control they have these dragons, and for the next 15-20 minutes they cannot close.
That is true, but with the asterisks on that, with how they've gotten their advantage, with the team fight much earlier on, with Luong playing at a disadvantage, that's something we usually don't see from Vici. And so that's the difference between past Vici and future Vici. They definitely had a ghost visit them, and so they went through a life-changing experience where their team fights are getting a lot cleaner. And so how clean? Well, we're going to have to get tested by Game Talents. The Game Talents testing crew is always going to check you on how well you can fight. But the last one came out positive.
The ghost of Vici past. Who would that be?
Ooh, that would definitely be just Dandy alone.
Dandy?
That's it.
Yeah.
Just Dandy. Not even Dandy and the rest of his team back in the past. It'd just be, hey, what are you doing? I see you're playing Graves. That's my champion. You better be building a Phantom Dancer, as I always have. Get a lot more lifesteal on you. You don't even need the rest of the team. Just fight 1v9. Now, Bengi's going to be just, nodding off. All right, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, whatever.
With these wise words, that will be his item choice here. As he goes to fight the raid boss, Gimgoon, who is level 15. When he hits level 16, it will be quite difficult to deal with him. However, Easy Hoon is already level 16, so he's going to nuke somebody in this team fight.
Yeah, that's what's difficult.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Soulmate is going towards what I believe to be Redemption, and hopefully after that he gets the shielding. He's already got Redemption, so he just purchased it right now with his back. And then if he gets a little bit shielding with the Locket of the Iron Solari, then he could just be Shield Master and just hopefully someone survives long enough for them to heal and shield him. That's going to be his only hope, to deal with Easy Hoon and Bengi's burst.
Xiaoyu has also not gotten a lot accomplished this game, because he jumps in, everyone's grouped together, and then he just kind of dies or runs away and then dies. Republic has had a pretty decent game, had some pretty good shockwaves after that initial death.
That's the thing with Xiaoyu. I mean, we criticized him because he's a new addition to the team. He's been around, I would say, mid-split through E3. Oh,
Bengi's called out. Good knock-up in from the Lulu. Two-shot barrage goes right through the middle of Vici. Charge coming in as well from Gimgoon. Where is he going?
the
he's
play!
coming in for the bot side, but there's no one with him. It's Next Source, and the Unleashed Power barely does anything, but they will be able to close the rest of the damage on top of him. Long has to flash away. As Pentakill almost finds his prey. It will just be the one kill over to Vici, taking out Gimgoon.
That was definitely a bad game of Where's Waldo, where you're trying to figure out where the man is even coming in from. And then, well, the moment you find him, he's dead. It's just like, that's not the ending you wanted to see from Where's Waldo.
Nope.
But yeah.
I mean, Vici found him first. That was the problem.
Yeah, that is the
GT
problem.
didn't even know where
Yeah.
Gimgoon was when he was charging in.
If they had went in as well at the same time as Gimgoon, yeah, I could have definitely had a better ending on that one. But yeah, that was not... This is going to be a little bit more difficult for Gimgoon. By a little bit, I mean a lot. He's evened out. Now Long has gotten a lot more assists. In fact, it doesn't even really matter what gold value he's at this point in time. He just wants to be able to buy enough time for the rest of his team to burn him down, because that's a lot of items on top of Ashe. He's got a lot of attack speed in the Blade of the Rune King, Renowned Hurricane, and then Black Cleaver. And then, of course, Syndra is just doing a lot of damage. 4, 2, and 1, and is just about to finish, I would believe, to be the Rabadon's Death Captain. So if once that goes through, you're like, all right, who's going to kill this guy? And if you can kill him, as we saw a little earlier on, he's definitely going to kill at least the support in response.
At the very least. Jungle will be up in around a minute and a half. Ashe Arrow doesn't quite connect, but it's worth just firing him out. If it does, then it's a Baron or a Dragon. Over to you, or at least a Vision as an objective. Now it is just a stare down. Gimgoon has gone back to his natural habitat of the bot lane. Does have the TP, while Long does not.
Yeah, luckily for him, he was able to get Guardian Angel, which is a really important spike for him, because that does mean that if he gets in, he has a lot longer of a time in which he's actually killed. And that gives him a little bit of a good synergy between that and his Skarl, so he can wait a little bit longer in terms of getting a Skarl, waiting for his team to commit. So if that last fight that we saw in which he got immediately blown up, if he had GA then it would have been a different fight, obviously. They probably still would have lost. I'm just saying, it would have been a longer fight. It would have given them a chance. That being said, Game Talents, they've set themselves up towards the top side of the map, and they have another good fight if Gimgoon goes for one again.
Just get these flanks, but not everybody on the same page of as him so far in this one. Where's Pentakill going with his build? So yeah, he's picked up the Mirror Mana, has the Triforce, looking towards Blade of the Rune King next to it appears.
Yeah.
Seems like pretty standard builds across the board. Yeah, Phantom Advance are now completed by Beggy. That's pretty much it. So yeah, while the combat power is definitely in the hands of Vici, as they have that 5,000 gold advantage and the 2 Infernal Dragons, it's not unwinnable for GT. We've seen them take some crazy victories before from behind.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams in the LPL come to this point. Even if it's a 10k gold lead, they can come out with some ridiculous comeback mechanic. We even kind of saw this earlier on today with NewBee being able to pick up that win, that one
EDG,
win
yeah.
against EDG. So it's just a 5k gold lead. I mean, 5k gold leads for a lot of teams usually just mean the end of the game. But it's Game Talents, as you mentioned earlier on, they can really just pick up the pace and get that one team fight that they were looking for. That's what they've made themselves a little famous for in the LPL. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
Yeah, our director made a dumpling bet against me. Fool! You never
Ooh.
make a bet against dumplings against me. I'll win that 100% of the time. No
Even
matter
if you
what we're
lose,
betting on.
you're still gonna
I'm
get
still
dumplings.
winning. Yep.
Yeah. What's the bet?
It's just a dumpling, but those are good dumplings.
Okay.
Dragging over to GT. That was a bad dumpling. Like the fact that that was over to Vici as well. So GT didn't even get that. So if they get an Elder Dragon on top of that, Vici are going to be in an extremely good position.
Yeah, Vici, they've, even though they look towards the kill count, 9 and 8, that's just not how they win games. It's not going to be through kills. They slow lead the wins, even though they are really far behind in terms of the standings, 6th place. Even at the beginning of the split, when they were just racking up the losses, they were always known as a team that could just get those leads very early on just by playing a smarter game. And it's very rare to call out a team on the bottom of the standings and say that they're smarter. It's usually the teams at the bottom of the standings that, hey, maybe they can take up a win off of team fight, much like Game Talents, but they actually lack a lot of game knowledge. But that's never been the issue with Vici. They did have the game knowledge, good from Pentakill, but being able to convert that as a team and make that a team-wide win is a problem.
Oh, well, they are getting the slow bleed down now. They're attacking GT with plastic safety scissors. Like, it's taking a long time.
Yeah, it hurts though.
Oh,
That hurts too.
they got one cut in.
There we go. That plastic, what, the scissors?
Scissors, yeah.
Yeah, that one broke on the man's face.
Yeah. Yeah. GT flexed, and it broke the scissors and pinged up and hit them in the face.
That hurts.
GT fought that among themselves. Xiaoyu was just around the Baron. The worst member to die as well, the fact that your jungler was caught out in the jungle means that Baron is now on the cards for Vici. So GT cannot let it get too low. True shot barrage onto EasyHoon and Hatong, basically undone. Gimgoon comes in with the ultimate. Shockwave only onto one though, and to support, they'll lose Soulmate. Gimgoon is now in full retreat with his team. Republic also falls. Gimgoon has been dismounted. He has the Guardian Angel, but that's all for naught as he will go down once more as he comes back up. Yep, see you later, Gimgoon. And 3 kills to Vici. They'll turn back onto the Baron.
And you can just feel the salt from Gimgoon, because guess who got all those 3 kills? It's Luong, so the man is back in action. The only weak member on the team is able to come back right up. So that is Baron for Vici, and they're definitely feeling a little nice after that one. Oh no.
Wow.
The ulti didn't even move towards them.
Nope, that was like a ball.
Yep. That was hilarious.
Wow. Let's see that one again.
So yeah, they lose their jungler. Redemption's able to pick them right back up. Gimgoon comes right in there. And so, yeah, that's the big one. Republic using his ultimate, you think that it's right in the middle of 4 members. That looks beautiful. They're going to be able to pick up that massive team fight win. Republic has a lot of AP items, of course, now at this point. He has the Rabadons. He doesn't have the Void Staff just yet, but he should be able to pick up a lot of kills, or just like a chunk of a lot of their members. But they all just move away from the ball. And the moment that happens, it's like, all right, well, there we go. Just dive the man. Soulmate's down. Republic is down. Gimgoon's just left up open and available because he burns through GA.
Yep.
And so it's like, all right, I'm just watching as my friends just all fall to pieces.
And now this game has actually just gotten a little bit out of hand. When it was that 5k gold lead, you can say up. It's the time where GT will come up with their incredible comeback. While it's still possible, significantly less likely. With a 10,000 gold lead to Vici. 2 towers ahead with that Baron as well.
Yeah.
And that's only going to increase as they'll look towards top, they'll look towards bottom. And GT do not have too many tools left in their arsenal to bring this game back to their side.
Yeah, what's really hard for game talents at this point, if the Baron was to dissipate right now, magically, game breaking, but the Baron is gone. What does GT have to do to be able to come back from this? Because they can't even look towards that 1 win condition of Gimgoon.
Oh, I know Gimgoon's going in. He's onto Bengi. True shot barrage tags Bengi on the way out. That's a slowdown out from Xiaoyu, but that is ultimately just a shot in the dark.
Yeah, you know what? That's their matchup fight, regardless of whether or not it looks to be a good one, because they are desperate right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't even look towards Gimgoon to get a fight going, get his split push going, because at this point in time, Luong's actually just stronger.
Asharo hits Gimgoon, but he is the tankiest member. He's not very tanky anymore. Will dismount. There's Redemption, and he'll have to go all the way back to base to find Scar once more. Mid tower is getting sieged and killed very quickly, and is instantly gone. Endless does so much damage. Penta-Q, I didn't even see him like go down. He just instantly evaporated. Bot lane Long was taking the tower. That was a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, once again, I don't even think the Syndra ulti even reached him before he got bursted out. So, yeah, this is getting a little hard.
Oof, Republic, massive force of will out from EasyHoon, turning it on in this game, Long with a knock-up, and here comes Godzilla. He's onto the tiny skull. They'll be losing their jungler, going all the way back to base, and Gimgoon, he's got no Guardian Angel, so he'll fall. Xiaoyu, the only member remaining. And at 37 minutes, EasyHoon wants this. Dark Sphere on the spawn pad. Spawn camping the man. And 5 for 0. GT will be dropping this one to Vici, who take down both Nexus turrets onto the Nexus itself. Game 1 to Vici Gaming.
And they just wiped them off the map. That was such a clean game. And it's so fun to say clean, because maybe I overuse it. Because, yeah, Long had a tough time on the top side of the map. But Bengi, he didn't see that. But Bengi, this is a squeaky clean game for him. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about having tough time. Easy game was, the early game was easy. Mid game was easy. And I got a Phantom Dancer just blasting them with my shotgun.
You can say that about pretty much every game with Bengi, though, but sometimes it just goes awry in the mid game. But it was a 35-minute win. So, yeah, pretty solid from Vici. It really just snowballed around at the end of the game into the win. Welcome back, Rusty.
G'day.
Good day.
That
How's
was
it going?
not just a clean victory for Vici, it was a victory against Gimgoon when he was ahead. It actually
Yeah.
did just become this, honestly, 1v1 battle between what can Gimgoon do and what can Bengi do, but one of them has a greater influence on the map because he's able to move around earlier. Not just that, Infernal Drakes are the dragon of choice that Vici had with 5 damage dealers or 4 damage dealers and a tank on their comp. They were potentially always going to outscale, barring that one big team fight. And that never happened for GT because of the way they were executing.
So was the play then just to say Xiao Yu go top lane and the jungler now, and Gim could go into the jungle once he has those kills with the Tiamat? It's just like, all right, let's go.
Well, I mean, the first big thing you have to consider, right, is that he's 2-0 in laning phase. He has like a 2-level advantage. He is set up for success, absolutely. Gimgoon's a monster right now. Let's just see what happens with this massive tank. But Lung's still keeping up in farm. Like, he may be behind in experience, that's just the difference in the kills, and not even that far behind in items. He's just going to build tank and be perfectly fine. Black Cleaver does the bulk of the damage shred anyway. So top lane's fine. They just need 3 items, and then Renekton's still going to be there. But what are they going to do about bottom lane? Because Bengi's influencing that lane. They're getting the turrets. What are they going to do about mid lane? He level 3 ganked it, level 4 cheesed it with a red buff. Like, he's hit everywhere, and there was nothing Gimgoon could do but press R and hope that he survived for long enough.
Yeah, it's hilarious because Gimgoon at that point in time, he was trying his hardest to play the role of the jungler and impact the mid lane when he had that ulti towards that lane. And then in the top lane, he can't do anything about that unless Xiao Yu sets him up with a TP.
Which is exactly what we see in one of the replays that I'd like to bring up for you, Raz. So the thing that you have to look at before the replay actually happens is Orianna shockwaved on Lulu just there. Shockwave's gone. And what planet do you decide this is when we engage? It's because they have no real choice. They're trying to get these fights off Gimgoon. He's the kind of champion that can only go forwards. And then EasyHoon is zoning with the Renekton. So there's actually nothing that the Kled's going to be able to do, barring the ability to kill somebody. And that's the thing. Renekton's behind. It doesn't mean that Lulu's not going to make a tank out of everybody. So Kled was never going to legitimately kill somebody by himself. He was team reliant. And with no shockwave, Game Talent should never be fighting. It is actually a big mistake.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It was just constant fighting. So GT did live up to their mantra in that one. It was like, even when behind, we'll continue going through these fights. But it was poorly executed by individual members. And also, Xiao Yu just didn't have an impact like at all in that game. Bot lane survived, and that's exactly what you need from the bot side of a GT team. But Xiao Yu just like didn't get anything accomplished. And Bengi like was doubling his farm in the jungle.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the jungle matchup. This happens a lot where Xiao Yu just gives himself the poor jungle matchup. He goes towards the Kha'Zix or he goes towards the Rek'Sai, and he just says, okay, I'm just going to play passively give wards to my team members, and then maybe they can carry it for me. But the problem with that is that, especially if he's going up against a better jungler, or if he's going up against a better team, they will challenge him because game talents, even though they have better, or at least the lanes they have shoving in lanes at sometimes, they don't always help him out with warding. Or when he gets a position to maybe like, or at least personally himself, he gets caught off guard sometimes, and he loses a lot of experience. And this is a game where he could had an opportunity to farm it out, but he just got demolished in farm.
Yeah, and like Game Talents aren't a team, they're just good team fighters. Whereas if you look at how Vici started the map, you know, they give the red buff leash, massive leash to Bengi. He doesn't finish the Raptor camp off, rushes level 4 before ganking mid lane. This is set up because the team's making a conscious decision, whereas Xiao Yu just walks around and slowly lumbers through his jungle, tries to get a gank off, tries to make something happen, but he's always really far behind the pace and tempo that Bengi's walking with because his team's setting him up for all of these things, enabling for him for all of these ganks.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it because, GT are not really like an LPL team, whereas like you look towards Vici and they have all the components of that, but typically they're not able to actually finish off the game. And this one, they actually played out those team fights really well, which is one of the big adaptations we saw from them. Long was doing his part despite being behind, and that was actually particularly impressive from the lineup, and then just allowed EasyHoon also to go off, and all those components of what should work in that team actually came together in all the pieces.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be a little bit hard for Game Talents when it comes to the 3-team lineup that's going for 4th place, is because NewBee looks so much better. Vici, of course, is looking much better as well. EasyHoon's going to be able to take up the MVP here for himself on the Syndra pick. It's so hard for Game Talents because their mid lane and their jungle synergy is bad. Their individual play is off. Going up against Bengi and EasyHoon is a very tough task. And going up against any mid lane jungle synergy, they get outmatched almost consistently. So if Gimgoon goes off, he needs other members to at the very least make it so he has a track towards success, either towards mid, which is easy. He can do that on his own. Honestly, whenever you're shoved out mid, he just walked towards the mid lane and shoved out top, he goes towards the mid lane. That's something he can do on his own. But they need to be able to set him up towards bottom lane.
Yeah.
That'll just not lose.
Yeah.
Like, just go equal and he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that is the recurring problem. They do not have another carry. We'll see if GT can fire back in game 2 as we are going to take a break, so we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to the LPL. You're gearing up for game 2 here with GT and Vici, who did take game 1. It was fairly convincing in the end. There was a couple hiccups here and there, but that's pretty much every team against GT in the league anyway, so it's to be expected. But Vici, honestly, like a lot of the problems that they had, actually finding a win outside of mid-game and actually making sure that the team fights did go their way, did happen in this game. So not only did we see them do that against the better teams, but they did it against the teams around them, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, in fact, like, Rusty, just even before the game, was talking about the only big question mark was going to be in the top lane matchup between Long and Gimgoon, and if there's going to be a matchup that works well for Gimgoon, it's going to be this one. And he styled on it, but it's just not enough because Vici is doing really well in this matchup.
Well, I mean, Game Talent's going to have one performing member, but if Vici all show up as a team, then you're going to have a pretty bad time, even if you manage to get yourself fed. Lung was still a fantastic team player. It doesn't matter if he's 0-2, he's farming, getting items. Lulu empowers him, so he's still going to be a tank on the roster. And that's what Lung's role was in this game. That's what he did. He needs to do nothing more when Easyhoon gets an MVP performance and Bengi's able to hard carry.
Personally, I was pretty impressed, though, by the bottom lane of GT, seeing PentaQ come in, because he did hold his own against the bottom lane there. And also, he was putting out consistent damage. However, we do have a substitution of West and Savoki coming in now to that bottom lane.
Yeah, here's the thing. Because you mentioned that you've been like, just setting up for that, you're like, yeah, the bottom lane did well that set. So they're swapping in another bottom lane, West and Savoki. And that's not going to change anything. In fact, if you were to ask me who would have subbed out, it would be either Republic or it would be in the jungle and Xiaoyu. So we've seen jungle sub outs in which you can see a massive change in direction. With the example of OMG, it's just that Game Towns doesn't have that option. They have Wushuang, sure, but there's a reason why Wushuang got subbed out by Xiaoyu. And in fact, Xiaoyu played better early game than Wushuang. They just need another sub. They just need another jungler or another mid laner. But that seems like a next season question, So maybe they're just trying to find out whatever band-aid possible they can actually work around in this game.
Just start putting your random subs in mid lane. We've seen it before from other teams, and it's done surprisingly well.
For what it's worth,
Misled.
these are still the two best that we've seen on this roster so far this split. You bring back Savoki as the higher performing, potentially the best support on this roster. West, I would say, has been the smartest of all of the AD carries. PentaQ by no means looked bad, but West has always made better decisions. He's the Caitlyn player, so he has a little bit more lane control as well.
Yep.
PentaQ playing the Ezreal, they just organically lost that lane. They had Benki come down once, and there goes the turret. Voila, set up for him, ready to knock down.
Yeah.
I think the easiest transition and change this time around is they've got a Tahm Kench player into what is Ashe from Endless, and they've got a smarter AD carry who can control the lane with his champion.
That's true. I think, and it's going to work a little better, but better doesn't seem good enough. And I think you agree to that one as well, because even in that bottom lane situation where Bengi was pressuring, it was just a team coordination issue where Syndra was able to get the shove out mid and then go towards the bottom lane, and then Orianna just had a bad back timing and was coming to the lane far too late. She had to be able to shove out to go towards the bottom lane. And that's just an issue where both the jungle and the mid are getting really caught up with that one point of pressure. Where honestly, for the longest time in the early game, you should just be able to find a way to bring your mid, like the duo mid, to be able to come topside to impact Gingoom's matchup or try and get him to TP out of it. But that's just an issue that they've probably been having a lot with the practice they've been having. So
I just think that's the jungle though, right?
yeah,
Like if you want to bring your top laner down, but he's already being pressured or he has to help the jungle because Xiaoyu's losing, the simplest fix that I would say for Game Talents is to just pick him Rek'Sai again. Just let him sit back. At least you get vision without having to place wards then because of the tremor sense.
Yep.
We even saw when he was playing the Rek'Sai, they were proactive. They were actually trying to invade and take camps here and there. And it was a better direction.
that's true. That is true. So it's either going to be the Rek'Sai or just the Graves. Either one you have the stronger jungle matchup. You either make it so you actually have an even or strong jungle matchup, or yeah, pick the Rek'Sai in which you can actually play the defensive game a little easier for himself. Yeah, he hasn't had the best success with Kha'Zix, but at the same time, of course, the team just hasn't had a lot of good success at all. So it's hard to decide which champion he should go forwards, but I think those would give him the best result.
Yeah, seeing something a little bit different from him. Mid lane, Republic was on the Orianna, which was actually not like a bad pick at all, but we did see some pretty horrific shockwaves. But at the same time, something like an Orianna in a mid lane that can go even and kind of neutralize the matchup so you're not going to get blasted is one of the better things that a player like Republic can do right now, as he has not been performing in the last couple sets.
Maybe even go back towards the Rise. This is just, they had a lot of success with the Rise too. And sure, the nerfs came through, but even RNG is making it look good. Same with
man.
Scout. Victor works because this man plays Victor. There we go. You placed that seed. Maybe he plays it now. Let's find out.
Alright, let's see if Rusty's prediction comes true. GT and Vici. Game 2, Vici lead the series 1-0. We have the Ivan, we have Elise towards Bengi. Actually, we're just
Wow.
we're just throwing everything at Bengi. All right.
Let's get this man off the map.
Take
Maybe if
away
you
his
throw
Graves
enough
as well.
Maybe if you throw enough jungle bans, maybe the man just doesn't play jungle anymore. Maybe he just does. Maybe it's just a 4v5.
Ah, yeah, this world champion definitely does not have more junglers than 3.
No, maybe he just runs off the
Impossible.
stage.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like, I don't know, I can't play this game. I'm getting bullied.
I'm getting cyber bullied. Malzahar Fizz ban out against GT once more. And what's this? Because is this going to be another jungle ban? GT have the option to first pick a jungler as well. Rengar, Kha'Zix, Graves on the table.
Yeah, game talents are going to probably look towards the Graves. Or if they ban it away, then it kind of showcases that they want to play the Rek'Sai. Of course, there are so many picks that you're going to be comfortable going into Rek'Sai. So even if they pick Rek'Sai, the Olaf pick is going to be great for Bengi. So yeah, they're not going to go any farther than the early game junglers here.
Dagoon loses his Camille. Now GT will first pick Graves. Yeah, okay. So makes a lot of sense. Vici now still have Rengar and Kha'Zix, so Bengi's not going to be too unhappy with what he has left in the jungle. Back over to Long to pick a pick for his team. It's going to be Ashe for Endless.
Might even just be a Lee Sin here because Vici, when they see this, I actually just, it's one of those questions where you look at, yeah, it could be Lulu as well. But yeah, game talents, when they have the Graves jungle matchup, it's going to be good for them early on. But what is this man going to be doing with it? Xiaoyu has to be playing aggressively with a jungle, with a mid lane matchup just to see if they can move around properly. But game talents hasn't showed much good early games or smart early games from them. So we'll have to see what Vici looks to match with the jungle matchups.
China Republic will be up for their team right now. Thinking about the Lucian for bot lane. T-Tors. What else will go alongside it? Well, Karma's still available as well if he wants it, but we literally just said that West is a Caitlyn player.
Yeah, you might see the Karma anyways. I mean, it is Savoki, so
Caitlyn
maybe
Karma.
they look to pinch out supports in the second phase. Maybe they just don't pick it up here and kind of bait Vici into that second phase without picking up supports. That could be an option for them, but they just might just go for a Karma pick. There's no reason to do that, especially since the Lulu's already been picked out. So yeah, I think Vici, I'm actually really interested if they go towards Olaf here, because even though the Graves got picked out, you have the Lulu and the engage potential from Ashe, so they can just go towards raw damage.
Yeah, Echo picked up here for GT. Can go mid or top. This would be something a little bit different from Republic, but Echo has a very high win percentage, so don't mess it up. Easy Hoon will pick up Lee Sin over to Bengi, so we're going hard here.
There we go, goes Lee Sin. That kind of I said Olaf later on, so I can't even backtrack towards when I said Lee Sin. I should have just stuck to the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good playmaker. Went to Worlds with the Lee Sin play, so he is definitely proficient on the champion.
Yep, can confirm. And he is looking to accelerate the early game. So just check out Sam Kench Bannock against Savoki, one of his signature champions.
Vici has definitely checked on the player sheet who's coming right in there. Definitely looked to the left, saw Savoki sitting in that chair.
Saw the sideburns.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, get the Sam Kench out of here.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. Might even go towards Braum. Just ban out these random tank champions. Vici was smart to get the Lulu early on, so they're always going to have the stronger matchup. Unless, of course, if Game Town says, I'm just going to be smart and pick up a Karma. I'm just going to be smart and pick up a mage champion as well. Savoki would probably, no, never mind. I was about to say he could go towards Malzahar, but it's already banned away. He just doesn't have that option anymore.
Jace, Kennen, and Talia will finish off the banning phase. So, again, there is a potential for the Rumble to top lane for Long if he wants it, but Renekton is also still up. But there is the last pick to Vici this time around, so they may actually give it to mid lane. Shen was banned out last time.
Yeah, so picking up the Shen would be smart because they have to show at least mid or top lane. This means Game Talents has the option to pick towards where does Echo want to go. Echo into Shen isn't that good, so it would probably just be a mid pick here. So that just means that Game Talents, at the very least, they're deciding what mid laner they go with, or at least what top laner they go with. They should, Kim Goon should be comfortable with a Renekton matchup. Probably just goes back to Kled. Didn't get banned out. You can do anything against the Shen matchup because Shen is pretty stock standard. Has an okay laning phase, but does fall off because he just goes straight into tank.
There's the bottom lane we were talking about, Karma and Caitlyn. Pretty stock standard. And GT consider their final pick. And this would be
yeah, this would be the pick here.
This would be the nuts of the GT composition.
Yep.
And it's gonna be locked in, of
Yeah,
course it
there
is.
we go.
Yeah. Get that cloud over to Kim Goon. Good stuff. Vici, final pick. And Izuhun has a pretty good. Ooh, here's a pick at the litter, and he chooses to go for Vladimir.
That's good. That's a really good composition from Vici. They have a lot of engage potentials. Yeah, sure. I already mentioned that the Ashe arrow could come in. Maybe Lee Sin as well, but Lee Sin will have that extra access into the backline if Shen ultis on top of him. But we have to talk about the Shen-Vladimir combination. So Vladimir will always have that bit of safety. He will always bring a lot of fear into the backline if he ever gets right in there with the Shen ulti on top of that. So that's just going to be an extra point for West, Savoki, and Xiaoyu to worry about. But I did want to see Game Talents double down on their all-in attempt. Before it was the Orianna. Now, Echo didn't get banned this time around. It's not only going to be the Kled in the backline, it's also going to be Echo. It's all up to Republic to showcase the same proficiency that he had on the Echo as he did last time. But he has been having a bad time, few bad games in a row. Just don't know if this man can do it again.
Yeah. Republic, when he's put on those champions who make the big plays, if it's not Rise, I am skeptical. But there is a chance that it makes it work. However, on the opposite side, I have absolute faith that Lee Sin and Vladimir will work for Bengi and EasyHoon. They have proven track records, and they could make that early game real tough for GT. But once more, they have the Kled, so they'll never not be able to find a fight.
Yep. If the fight is in front of them, they will be able to pick it up. It's the dynamic duo of Echo and Kled. So that's going to be real fun to see how they play that through. The only issue, of course, is how they set it up. Their 1-3-1 is strong. There should be a TP on the Echo. Fairly sure. And so if they have the opportunity, they can 1-3-1, especially when Renan's Hurricane is built on the Caitlyn. And if they can set up for their fight properly rather than haphazardly falling into it, then they actually have a chance up against this team. We're going to have to see as we go into the second game.
Okay, let's see if GT can do it. And let's back on Ashe. A real surprise. And this is a pretty standard Vici composition. And if EasyHoon gets ahead, he's just never dying. Like, long on top of him.
Yeah.
Sanguine Pool. Zonya's.
He's definitely happier that the Vladimir came out.
Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu. Yeah, that's actually true. There is so much protecting this man as he goes straight in there. He has Deathfire Touch 2 for the lane rather than the extra speed you get from Storm Raider Surge.
Yep. Bit of extra damage.
It's actually same for Echo, so he has the Thunderlords. That's not too. That's actually pretty stock standard. Sometimes you go to Storm Raider Surge, but that he already has a bad lane early on, so he doesn't want to get that bit of mobility.
Yep. Stock standard has become a word of the series.
Stock standard. Invest in that stock.
And make it standard.
Standardize that stock.
If people don't know why sometimes mages go for Deathfire, it's usually because they can't hit someone 3 times easily with their abilities.
Yep.
So Deathfire makes more sense. Hit them once with the like the E, for example, or just hit them with a Q from Vladimir, and it's more damage.
That's the thing with Vladimir's trade patterns is that he can stick to the lane a long time. That's going to be an issue with Republic. Republic's wave clear is just using his Q. Walking up to auto the minions is really risky because, yeah, the auto attacks come through from EasyHoon, and then once he gets Crimson Rush, he can just Q you once again for like a crit magic damage, which is ridiculous. So Republic should just be burning through mana. Meanwhile, EasyHoon has that Deathfire touch, is going to be able to get in and out, can be weaving in auto attacks as well. So it should be very easy for Echo, at least Vladimir early on.
Should be able to poke him out, but Republic has another wave clear. Wow, he's already going back to base.
Yeah, usually if you're Echo, you want to get back early, not this early, but you have the TP, you can burn it easily. Whew, that's a good trade
that was a real good trade from Republic. Damn.
Yeah, that's just bad positioning from EasyHoon. You have to be able to catch that out because you don't want to get the third proc coming in through.
You also have to not walk against the wall because that's the very edge of tower aggro, so Republic didn't even take a tower shot.
Yeah, it's very easy to get the second Q proc too. So yeah, that's going to be fun about the mid lane. Top lane matchup's really fun too because Shen versus Kled, this is exactly how it goes. Shen is good into small trades, so like Gimgoon will find himself getting popped into just Kled. Skull just runs off. But he's able to get it very easy because Shen will never finish the job. Shen will never be able to get the kill off of him very early on. So that's just a sustained matchup where Long will start to feel the pain as the lane goes on.
I always want to feel like he's gone into a different form, but actually he's just dismounted Skull. So that's the best way to say it, because it's a different champion towards all the other transformed champions. Oh, Bangi. Hello. Xiao Yu. This is a little bit awkward now for Bengi. He's got the rest of his team. He's going to turn around onto Xiao Hu, chase down out from her tongue.
Wait a minute,
Saboki, what are you doing? Why are you
pop that plant?
Yeah, get over there. Go over the wall.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was a little stupid from Saboki. But thank goodness that plant was not popped before he was able to flash towards it. I can understand it. I mean, I respect the fact that he wanted to all in and help out his jungler, but that's risking your life. That's a little bit too far.
I actually don't know if Vici realized he was there. It's just like, all of a sudden it's like, why is Saboki in the middle of us? What?
It's like, wait a second, he can't do anything.
This ranged champion is in the middle of us. Fantastic.
Yeah,
well,
here's what's fun about this. Xiao Yu going in there just to play aggressively and actually get into the jungle. That's good for him. That's what we want to see him when he picks up that aggressive jungler. He's just not giving this man any bit of time.
Oh! Okay, that time Saboki could do something.
Yep.
Bit of a kill steal, I might add. But still, it secured the kill. And Bengi with flashless. So, yeah, second time's the charm, I guess, Raz.
Yeah, I mean, if Xiaoyu could do this before, why isn't he picking up Graves? Why is he picking up bad matchups consistently? Yeah, there we go.
Solution. Just pick Graves.
Yep.
Wow, perfect. Well, really good start to the game for GT now. Jungler's ahead as well.
Oh. Easy when they die jump.
Yeah.
Oh, just kidding.
JK.
Yep.
C drive resonance. Oh, hello, Gingoon.
Yeah, he didn't want to get taunted, especially with a massive moving wave there. So that's understandable. Just gonna make some noise and run out.
Yeah, jousted away. And overall, I'm pleasantly surprised by these lanes. Republic has gotten some really good trades against EDG. He is down in farm though. He's about 10 CS, about like 150 gold or so.
What are you
top
doing,
lane? Gingoon is absolutely bodying Long. Final Tendencies, this is the second time, a second series or a second game where he gets a 1v1 go against Long.
Another one. Just
another one.
Another one. Is he just going to TP back into the lane? And you know what's going to happen?
Another one.
Yeah, that's this is this is not good for Luong's portfolio, I'll tell you that much.
It is not.
There's a lot of L's happening here.
That's what happens when you visit the Temple of Goon. You got to be ready. Because there are traps everywhere.
This is the second time. He's just getting into the new room, which is a new game.
Yep.
And he's just realizing, yes, that's not a real floor. That's just a lot of spikes underneath me.
Caltrops underneath me. Steps on a pressure plate.
This is essentially him trying to play Tomb Raider. There's just too many traps happening here. He goes into the next room and there's just a bunch of tigers. And he's like, all right, this needs to stop.
It's getting a bit ridiculous.
This needs to stop.
It'll be snakes next. Easy Hoon.
Oh,
great trade for Republic.
He canceled the first one, but he got it.
He
Didn't
did.
matter.
Yeah, look at that. West is having a great bot lane as well. We haven't even looked at the bottom lane outside of Savoki just going ham in the jungle. But we have a healthy CS lead to West. So you have that lane dominance. And GT with an early game advantage. Well, we know how easily it can go away from them because they will fight regardless of whether it's a good idea or not. But it does give them the edge when it comes to these fights. And the first dragon is Infernal, so if they can net that, they're in a great position. And West trading off against Endless. Endless not getting the best of that trade.
Yeah, and to your earlier on point, West getting Caitlyn is pretty influential, and Savoki not playing a tank champion. That's also pretty influential. Now they can actually play through the lane and get that lead that they wanted. Even if it's just keeping even, as Rusty did want, don't lose your lane. Just get in there even or ahead. And West and Savoki are doing just that. Republic also getting his hand on the Echo. Sure, he's a little bit behind in terms of CS, not that far behind. He's able to trade well now. So these are all leads. And I didn't even talk about Gimgoon then getting that early kill. So the difference between this game and the last game, the one adaptation, we're seeing a better early game. Nothing changed for Gimgoon. He's still on the same champion, still getting the same lead. Maybe not as hard 7 minutes into the game. But it would be a little bit unreasonable for him to get another kill.
Yep.
Okay, buddy.
Alright, I don't know what that was about.
Yep.
But
keep track of your ulti.
EasyHoon's going to hit him with the Hemo Plague. Rehook slow on mana.
You can get it. Okay.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
He gets flash as well, so it was possible. And top lane, Gimgoon and Xiaohu are going to take the long run around the tower. Dismounted.
Yeah.
And Long will survive. That's just diving at Shen. It's pretty hard.
So yeah, this is the lesson. Thank God Xiaoyu recognized this early on and he just backed away. Don't gank, or at least don't two-man dive the Shen. Especially if you're Graves. It's already bad enough, hard enough to just land your auto attacks when there's a turret in between you and the enemy champion. But he hasn't even used his W. What's happening here?
Oh, Long goes in and Skull's come back, so he's going to get the tower. Go back over to Xiaohu. No, in fact, Xiaohu didn't hit him, so Gimgoon will go down. That's just straight up unfortunate. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Xiaoyu may be able to take this tower on the next minion wave.
Yeah, so I guess that's still a benefit to game talents because they're able to stick there for so long. Bengi is not on the opposite side of the map, actually not doing much at all other than counter jungling. Xiaoyu is going to be able to get this tower.
Yeah. Right now, if I'm Gimgoon, I'd be shaking my fist at Xiaohu, saying, why didn't you just hit him? Take the tower aggro, walk away, and that was a free kill and a free tower, and I wouldn't have had to die. But Gimgoon, it's still 300 gold influx to him, and you can see that's resulted in a 500 gold advantage total, and also a lot of gold for Xiaoyu. He is over 1,000 gold ahead of Bengi. West, arrow to the face, point blank. Bengi's going to follow up. This should be a kill. Surely, flash and the heal from West will keep him alive. And Psych we're actually not going in. Gingun did not finish the TP.
Thank goodness. So that was Endless trying to get a guaranteed ulti. Very short range. Going to be on West. We even saw a flash come in with Bengi because he was going in for a ward hop kick. Had the ward.
What?
Had the pause.
Vici is saying, why aren't any of our plays working out?
Yeah.
Usually,
we're going up against Game
we would
Towns.
just win against GT.
Yeah, this is getting
All this should work.
definitely a little frustrated. They just didn't want to deal with a Game Talents winning in the early game. We might have to get a remake for that one, everybody.
Yeah. Guys, we had 3 people on 1 person, and they survived.
Yeah.
What happened? Yeah. Get the referee in here.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at Savoki's screen. Doesn't see a gray screen, so we're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Savoki is well enough alive early on in the game.
Just got to check all 5 PCs. If one isn't great, then something is up with GT. Intense concentration from Vici right now.
I mean, look at this, man. He's a little happy. He should be. He has
That's
the
not the
same
face of
lead.
happiness, Raz. I don't know what happiness looks like to you, but
I thought he was going to be like...
that's a 4 on the emotional scale. Like, it's slightly below, neutral.
To be fair, I was looking at his hands. I thought he was going to be like, given the good, yes, everything's going well. Yeah. But no, he's just stretching it out.
Yeah, no, that's the face you make when you're getting your passport photo taken. Where they tell you can't smile. So it's like neutral expression, and you just end up grimacing.
Yeah, that's happened to me. I look like an absolute criminal in my passport picture. Then I look towards Americans, and then apparently they just allow them to smile. I don't understand. That one seems like a bit of a... I felt like I got ripped off at the post office. They tell me to give a grimace. Yeah, well, I do give a grimace because they're just unhappy even when I show them my standard face. And they're like, you're smiling. It's like, no, this is just me. You're smiling.
Nope, just my face. Just my face. Yeah. I know we were getting passport photos taken recently, and it's just like, damn, we all look awful. It's like,
we look bad.
That guy was not good at taking photos.
Yeah. I got mine in a different place, and I'm just, all of my pictures look bad. I mean, not bad. I'm just saying, apparently, I try to just give them a standard face, and they're like, no, you're still smiling. I just have larger lips, all right? I'm just telling you right now.
I'm just a happy guy.
Yeah, I don't even feel the smile, okay? And that's just a message to all you people out there.
Yeah. None of these players are smiling, though.
Yeah, they won't be happy until they win out.
Well, I have just heard it is a mouse issue. I don't know who that is with. However, we did see the referees on the side of Savoki, so I would assume Savoki.
Yeah,
ETA, 10 minutes.
Okay. I think this is a good time to talk about my own experience with mouse issues, because back in the day, I think you get those experiences. I think in the LCS, there was a time when you're like, I think it was Smitty J's mouse going off haywire. You're like, all right. Do we have a spare mouse? And by the way, always bring a spare mouse. You don't want to use the mice that the people in the studio have for you.
No.
They're probably just going to give you some $5 mice.
Yep.
So yeah, we did have a few mice out there, but the problem is that if you have the new mouse, you haven't like worn it down, or at least like made it easy to use.
Yep.
So sometimes they're a little bit too sturdy. So that's just, you never want to have a different mouse being brought into you. Hopefully he can use his own.
Yeah, that's the preferable way. And lots of players have very unique wants for their mice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember it used to be trackball players.
Yeah.
Kerp. And there was another one. There was another trackball player.
Was there?
Yeah, I know Crumbs used to.
Yeah, he has that. It's not a blanket, but it's like a rag on top of the mouse.
Yeah, it's like a rag, like a flannel, that type of thing. Yeah. Oh, we're back into the game. That was a fast 10 minutes.
All right, there we go.
Time flies when you're talking about mice.
They probably just unplugged a man's mouse and then
put it back in.
Yep.
Turn it off and on again.
Yep.
Fixed. That's how I'd approach it if I was a referee. Xiaoyu has started off the dragon. They have control over the area, but there's on the way ping, so I'm a little bit scared for GT right now.
Yeah, Lee Sin's just coming right all in.
Here comes Hatong, Easy Hoon, and Bengi. This is a little bit dicey, but the smite is nearby for GT. Come on, get that smite down. Yes, we get it secured over to Xiaoyu. Easy Hoon over the wall. Wells blasted away, he's still alive! Republic chasing him out, and we're good to go. Bengi is low, Savoki should be falling. Someone died from GT. Oh, unbelievable! A 1-for-0 for GT and the Dragon.
That is unfortunate for Vladimir that he didn't get the final Q off on Xiaoyu. He got Crimson Rush up, so he definitely headed off cooldown. That was just a little bit of unfortunate timing. Oh no, he's gonna.
no.
No, I don't trust him.
Oh,
I should have
he got the
trusted him.
smite down.
He's a world-class jungler. Why am I not trusting this man to not die to a camp?
Well, we've seen many a professional player die to the jungle.
Yeah.
There should be a wall of shame for that.
There should
Hall of shame. Yeah. Well, GT, I don't know what's happening. Like they just bribed a left corner or something, but they've gotten lucky so many times in this game with their lives.
They have. I also like to think they. I was about to say something rude, but I'm just gonna double down on it. They got a bit of a brain on that one, because the top side of the map when that dive went through, I was like, oh, it's all over. They're just gonna die, double kill towards the Shen. But no, I mean, sure, one person dropped to it, but they also got a tower for it. So even in these plays that you're like, you're definitely overreaching. You're not bringing in more players for it, especially the mid laner in Republic who wants to be leading the lane.
Yep.
But yeah, they're coming out ahead with a lot of these trades. So this is a massive lead coming in for Game Talents early on.
Now, as Rusty was saying in the early game, or the pre-game, that if you have a player like West and you have Savoki down there, they're going to push up the bot side and they'll just set it up for Republic or Xiaoyu to come down there and just knock over the dominoes, finish off that tower. All of a sudden, 2-tower advantage, 3 kills over Vici and the Infernal Dragon, and GT have everything they ever could have wanted on the Christmas list for the early game.
Yeah, they definitely didn't expect Game Talents to be coming up ahead in this one. They gave them really easy lanes. Vladimir was a blind pick. They didn't expect the counter matchup, even though they banned it out in the first game. Top side of the match, they didn't. They're just like, all right, give him Shen. It works well for the combination. So they built a lot for the combination of the team fight comp that you can get with Shen and Vladimir, even with the Lulu involved as well. But with the combination that they have for the team fights, they definitely lose out within the lanes. So they had the weaker lanes, and they're getting punished here, especially with the weaker jungle matchup.
Bengi is patiently waiting.
I don't know what he's looking for.
But there are 2 members there, so it's jungle support versus jungle support. Oh, Savoki. His wall got cleared away. Here's Gingun. You really want the control over this one bush for some reason.
Yeah. It's good
But
control. Yeah, it's good control, or at least for Vici to just stall them out.
Yeah.
They're going to lose control of that bush either way, but they just want to be able to stall this one out as long as possible.
Yeah, mid lane's under attack from GT. It will be cleared out by Endless. There is enough wave clear there. And Gimgoon goes back up to the top lane. He's ready just to keep on farming. He's on 2-1 and 0 at the moment. And he's going for that. What is he going for? He has the Kindle Jump, so it looks like a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, he might just be going to the Black Cleaver and keep it at Tiamat. That would be smart for him with how much damage he's doing right now. He has constant shove over the Shen, and Shen is not going to be going towards the Tiamat just yet because he is far behind.
Yep.
So he doesn't have to go towards that. Right now, it's going to be Game Talents. With how comfortable they are, it's good to slow it down. They're setting up towards mid lane so well, so methodically, that the only threat, and it's looking towards Gimgoon. Gimgoon must feel a lot more comfortable in this game, very obviously because of the early game lead, but because of how they set it up. You look towards the top side of the map, there's a control ward placed perfectly for Gimgoon so he can rotate down towards the mid lane. Republic, though. Okay, nothing really good. Just pressuring. But yeah, there's a good control ward for Clyde if he wants to rotate towards the mid lane. It's good, that being said, that Vici did place a solid trinket in that same jungle that doesn't get caught out by that ward. So they expect it. The control ward will live out much longer, obviously, so this is just a game of time before Gimgoon is going to be able to come towards the mid lane very unexpectedly.
Long just hit a really nice pass back for himself, though. The Sunfire Cape will help him a lot against Gimgoon, combined with those Ninja Tabbies, so a lot harder for him to die now in that top lane. And he's got level 11, so tier 2 ultimate, really nice.
Yeah, but I don't think there was ever a chance in which Gimgoon was going to be able to deal with Long. At this point, the Sunfire Cape is good for helping him shove out and just being the tanky fighter when the fight does happen. But currently, Gimgoon, all he wants to do is constantly shove out the lane, maybe even push him off. It might be a little harder now, but he just wants to rotate towards mid lane. Mid lane is still the major focus. It's the only outer tower that is up and available to them, and it should be fairly easy with the Kled pit here.
Yeah, search for that fight. Get it rolling for GT. There is a dragon coming up shortly, and it is Mountain.
Oh.
So, RNGesus in the favor of GT at the moment. Bengi will get that Raptor. but his smite's on a long cooldown.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because with that smite being much longer, he must be smited another camp.
Whoa!
If I'm GT.
If I'm endless, I'm flashing.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, for certain, because he just did.
Wait.
You turned around for 1 second, Raz, and Republic just dived endless
Oh,
on the tower.
you're actually
You
right.
literally turned around for like a second and a half, and in that instant, Republic dived the tower, endless flash, and he jumped back out.
I just wanted to free myself with this cord.
Mid lane still being sieged out. Wait, was that Herald going down?
Yep.
Wow, it was. Gimgoon collects Herald.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be great for Game Talents to go towards the dragon that would be spawning up. But the smite for Bengi would have been up and available for it. They just get the Herald, and it works so well for Gimgoon. Hopefully they gave it off to him and not Xiaoyu. I mean, it's great for both champions, but with how well Gimgoon's playing, and if he's going to be the one leading the charge towards the backline, it's much deserving that he gets it.
Does make sense. Dragon's up, and Vici are around the area with their wards. Izahoon is chasing down Republic. Ooh, does not connect Ties of Blood, so we're good for now. Bengi doesn't hit the shock wave, sonic wave. There's too many waves in this game.
Yeah, too many waves. Too many damn waves.
Amount of waves, too damn high. Top lane, there's a trade. Dismounting Kled.
Thankfully for Gimgoon, he can just auto-attack the turret and still be able to get the rage come back right back up. But of course, if he looks to auto-attack in melee range, he just gets taunted right in there. So it's probably best for him to just back.
Get Skull back.
Yeah.
Yeah, get ready for this fight. Has the TP. Or wants to use charge.
Especially with Vici currently looking to set up towards this, he needs to be ready for it. And currently, he is not. This is going to be Vici. You have to expect Long to be communicating that. So if Bengi starts up on this right now, what is Gimgoon going to do? He's not going to immediately respond.
Republic coming in from Izahoon and Bengi. He'll jump back towards the Lee Sin and try and kill him, but it's a smooth combo. The kick into the dash, and Vici get the mid laner.
Yeah, and there is no real way for Gimgoon to ever help that out. That was a real issue. If it was Republic. If Republic continues to walk in, that would be a problem. If he wasn't even walking in, that would be Bengi and the rest of Vici starting up on the dragon. What is Gimgoon doing throughout the entirety of this point? So in fact, he's going to be looking to split push to the top side. Okay.
Xiaoyu, arrow coming in, resets the dragon. This is now not a good situation for Xiaoyu to be in, but he's still looking for that smite to come down. It's going to be down to the wire. Gets the steal. Xiaoyu over the wall, and a collateral damage. He's still alive.
There are 4 people. Kill that man.
Why didn't you just turn onto him?
That is ridiculous. That is actually, if I were to look into the definition of ridiculous in the dictionary, it'd be the entirety of Vici.
Yeah,
It's
just
every
Vici's
single one of
face.
them. It would be the longest dictionary because it would just be a massive picture of each and every one of these individuals, and each and every page you turn through, it's like, yeah, that's Bengi.
Yep.
On this definition of ridiculous. It's just dumb.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't just kill him.
Yeah, they probably just were really confident in the execution damage coming in from Lee Sin. I think they were even out in levels at the time, and he had the Q on that dragon, so he was like, I can take it. Then we can turn on Graves. That's just not a smart decision.
No.
No, okay.
So, second dragon to GT. That was a mountain dragon. Third dragon's going to be infernal. Vici cannot just let another dragon go to GT. And we're hitting power spikes across the board. Caitlyn on her way to the Infinity Edge. On the opposite side, Izahoon on 1 item. So, it's not too bad for Vici, but it is a 4,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and what this does mean with the Renowned Hurricane being built up here, and he's going to be fairly close to IE. I don't want a team fight ever happening with Game Talents, regardless of how far they are ahead right now. I just want the Caitlyn to be in the mid lane. They still have this outer turret still up and available, and it's kind of, I wouldn't want to say it's inexcusable, but that should be taken down far earlier. And now there's no objectives here, so there's no excuse for Game Talents to be looking anywhere else. And sure, it's 20 minutes. That's too early for Baron. You already took the Herald. Dragon's not up and available. All your camps are down. Walk into this mid lane tower and take it down. You can see Kled is already moving towards this, so this is going to be tough for Vici.
There's no minions.
Yep.
However.
Yep. This wave is taking a little long. They need to be able to protect the wave coming in. If they can't do it, if they just allow the volley to be able to kill it. Volley's not going to do much damage to a Graves if he just body blocks it. Just get in there.
Gimgoon is on wave clearing duty. He's on blue buff. Die, blue buff. Ugh. Now he has a blue buff.
There we go. Gonna give him a little bit of CDR. Get in there!
Republic stuns up 2 targets. Bengi with a knockback, and it'll be the snapback coming in from the ultimate from Republic. But Gimgoon charging into the backline. Easy who does the same, but he's locked up underneath the Karma tether. Long is getting hit up by West, but it's not enough to finish him off. It is still the tower over to GT.
All right, just gonna hit him up a little bit, but there we go. Even though it was a very sloppy dive, just a little bit of pressure to be able to get that turret down. It could have been better, but they're going to be going for the next tower here now.
We're still going. That trap connects onto Long. This tower is pretty much gone. Gimgoon's just going to tank up this damage. Long was trying to find that taunt, but a fantastic Soul Flare from Savoki keeps him at range. 2 towers to GT in the mid lane.
Yeah, they just didn't ease up on the pressure. They recognized how low Bengi was when they ulted him down, and so that was just the decision. Stick onto this tower. We have the Caitlyn. We can siege up on this, especially with the dive threat that we had for ourselves. So that was a good decision from Game Talents. I criticized them for not going for the outer tower for so long, but when they finally did it, they also got an inner tower as well.
Yeah.
So now they have so much pressure that they can go on towards for the next 10 minutes.
Now, Raz, it feels like the way that GT have won this game so far has been very similar to how Vici won game 1, where Xiaoyu was up in the grill of Bengi, he was getting stuff done, jungle won. Top lane, okay, it did fall behind. It got ahead, which is arguably just even better.
Yeah.
Republic was pushing in mid lane, and bot lane was pushing in as well. Like, GT have not just won this game by running at Vici continuously. They picked it up by making smart plays, taking objectives, taking an extra tower in the mid lane when he saw the chance to. Like, this is weird.
It is weird. When you look towards Xiaoyu, we just kind of lost complete faith in him because he plays towards the Rek'Sai, and immediately the observers think this is weird too.
Yep.
They're already starting up the music. Let's get this one going.
We're taking a look at the players. Hang on. He actually just didn't swap computers, and it's Vici playing on the blue side.
Ooh.
Yep.
Spicy. But yeah, that's just the point. Heating up that last point, Xiaoyu on the Graves, if he had this priority. Now, imagine a world where Game Talents has jungle priority in the pick ban. Imagine a world where they pick up the Graves more so than any other champion. A lot of jungle, or at least a lot of teams do this. This seems standard. If you pick up the Graves, and if he plays this aggressively with his lanes, I'm sure they got gifted standard lanes as well.
Yeah.
But if he's able to go towards the lane that's winning and just hammer through the jungle, make Bengi's life hard, then yeah, it's going to be just that easy picking up the lead that he is able today, especially with Gimgoon constantly just beating out these 1v1 matchups.
That's the big thing in this game, that GT have just gotten these incremental advantages. It is a mouse issue. It is the same mouse issue.
Ooh.
So again, I would assume it is Savoki.
He's trying so hard to keep that mouse alive. He wants that mouse to stay up and alive. It's probably battery power. Change the battery.
It's giving me a CPR. It's not how you fix mice.
You could try.
Mouth to mouth.
Depends what mouse issue it is.
It's true. Yeah. I guess he's not really a fan of dead mouse. I can't believe I actually just said that.
Yeah, you try. I mean,
I did a
the producer just
I did a
whispered
Raz.
it into your ears.
I actually just did a Raz. It's like anything that comes into my head, I'll just say it.
You just went out and said it.
Yep.
Why not, right? There's no harm in it, except there is. All right? There is harm in it. Don't do that. Mouse isn't even playing this game.
You can't even say that to me though, because you do it all the time. You are the main offender.
I do. But I have a few, I have a few
You're like
weeks
6
under my
points on
belt.
your license. That's my first offense.
It didn't happen to me lately, all right?
Yeah.
I know demerits do stack up, but there is no demerit count for this exact issue. All right, so you failed.
Okay.
But yeah, the mouse issue coming through, that's interesting to see. And hopefully he just... I don't want him to get a new house. I'm not going to lie. I just want him to stick to the same mouse because it feels bad. Even though they're winning right now, that's going to be the next game where he's potentially going to have this mouse issue.
I thought you were like, he needs to get a new house, and I was just like, what? No mouse, no house? What is this? This is like
it does
Dalo
sound like,
coaching?
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a Twitch meme right there.
Yep.
That is my favorite Twitch meme. That's one of the worst things to happen with Dalo stepping down. That's the worst thing.
Yeah, and the loss of OMG Scoots as an emote as well.
Yeah.
That was dark days for Twitch chat.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Thankfully, we have a lot more to work around.
Thankfully, we have Concha, which is an exceptional Twitch meme.
What's that?
It's the new face. It was the one I was wearing yesterday.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's good. We need more anime faces out there, apparently.
We absolutely do.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway,
Yeah.
I guess it's we haven't even. I was waiting to see Savoki to see if it was actually like a ref standing over him, but I don't think we've seen him yet.
Yeah, they probably just they don't want to look at the man who's
We're hiding him.
Yeah,
What's with that?
don't want to look behind the curtain. That's what's happening. There's a lot. There's probably some construction work happening in his general direction. Probably bringing in the drill.
Bringing in the drill.
So just don't pay too much attention to it, cameraman.
I think Gimgoon is the drill.
I don't understand that reference.
No, I don't either. I just
Okay.
made it up. Wasn't a reference to anything.
All right, I was
It's like
just
in this game, he's like drilling into Vici.
Oh, that's true. That's
He's
true.
got the clad.
Yeah,
It's like
he's
drilling in.
been doing really well this game. He does well. So this is
We
this
said
is
that
the
every
thing.
game.
Yeah, this is the problem now with game talents. We talk about the problem being with Vici is that Bengi does well all the time, then they lose the games. You know what? Guess what? Gimgoon does well all the time, lose games. This seems to be like these guys are a match made in heavy.
In
Heaven.
heavy.
Heaven.
In heavy.
Heavy.
They play a lot of Team Fortress. Oh,
Ooh.
every single time we come out of a pause GT fight, I realize that this is actually a tactic.
Yep.
It's like pause the game. They're just sitting back in their seats. And they jot upright as GT is just running at them with Gimgoon's ultimate.
I think they've been conditioned at this point. There've been so many pauses. The coaches have probably told them the moment you get in there, that's when they're not expecting it. That's when they don't see you.
That's when you pounce.
Yeah. They're looking at the referee one moment, they look back, you're gone. It's like the
There we go. Easy who was in the jungle.
Oh.
And immediately he's collapsed up, but it backfired for GT. They'll turn on to Bengi.
Oh.
Gimgoon's charging in. Say goodbye to your ADC and actually just everyone else. Long, that was not the way you wanted to go. Shredder dashes into his team. Republic is saying see you later. He'll go back to his back line. And GT, West is going in. He'll finish up Easy Hoon. Gimgoon is charging forwards. Long gets a taunt. Here comes Bengi. He gets another one. That's a 3 for 2. Western Republic are in the base. Now they're out. Okay, what even was that trade?
All right. West was hilarious that fight. He was even just putting in pop shots. He used his range to get like the auto attacks on top of Endless over the terrain. And guess what? You know, Endless is like, okay, I'm pretty low, but I'm trading shots with West. I'm okay. And then he gets rammed by the Gimgoon machine. And so he just had to back away. And it was just like a mechanical back and forth because Bengi played that very well. He was able to get himself a kill off top of it.
Oh.
Yeah, just take a double look at this one
I need
because
to know what happens to Caitlyn then.
yeah, this is going to be hilarious. So, Bengi, I'm just going to start off with focusing on this guy because he catches out Xiaoyu. He completely demolishes him. He gets in and he gets out. Endless, yeah, that happened. he gets completely opened up on. So, but this is great from Long from this point forward. He's able to just taunt the man, even use his W to be able to say, okay, Gimgoon, you're not going to be able to do much damage onto me. But then West, of course, flashes forward, uses his heal. At that point forward, it's doing a lot of damage.
Oh,
But
and
this-
suddenly we just have a fight over Dragon. Xiaoyu jumps in. He doesn't get the steal. He'll fall this time because the polymorph came through from Hetong. But Gimgoon's
Wait a
into the
minute.
fight. So is Republic. Endless is not having a great day, but he does survive. Gimgoon dismounted,
Save
and he
this
can't
man.
get Skull back. He'll go down. He'll lose his mid laner as well, who was still in the fray. Endless falls, but West is going to town. Turns on to Hetong,
Oh.
but Long is big.
That's
So
one.
is Bengi. Easy charging after, but he's very low himself. Taunt lands. And they'll be shutting down West. Savoki's on the run, but Bengi should be able to shut him out of this game for the ace. It just needs a quick punch, a quick left hook, and it's Long who keeps him in place and finishes him up. That's a 5 for 2.
Yeah, that's a KO there. Vici able to get the dragon finally, and they take a very messy fight that Game Talents chose. And Game Talents had no reason to be able to take that fight, but they tried because Republic and Gimgoon, they're dive buddies. They went into the backline, they wanted Endless, and they thought they got the damage on him. They were able to kill him, but EasyHoon was just in the backline doing all of the work. So, yeah. That's a big win for Vici. And honestly, they're really crawling right back into the game. It's still a 4K gold lead in Game Talent's favor, but that's how you start crawling back in this game.
Now, it was almost good at the end. I thought West was going to go off and just kill everybody. But Long had too much HP remaining. He's even gone for the Titanic Hydra build, and he's still tanky. All right, we can see the start of that once more.
This is a little crazy. So Xiaoyu's obviously going to die for his sins there. But you start to see the 2 men strong of Republic and Gimgoon try to just dive right in there. Endless stays alive for a very long time. Finally has his back to the wall, so he dies off for that one. But that's EasyHoon completely demolishing these people in the back. So he just zones out the rest of his team and gives his team the time to be able to kill out Kled and Republic. So there we go. Yeah, sure, we kind of expected West to be able to get the kill, maybe on Vladimir on top of Lulu. But no, they're not letting him get through.
Yeah, the main part of that fight, as you mentioned, Raz, was the fact that EZHoon zoned West for like a century. Like, it was just warding them away, down the Sanguine Pool, then the Zhonya's, then Pool again. And it's like, we can't kill him. And West wasn't even hitting people for most of that fight, while Endless was getting full DPS out. So, big problems was really EZHoon playing so well. And that was like the old Lysandra thing. You can just like 7 seconds of just zoning away half of the team.
And EZHoon definitely has a lot of experience because Lysandra is down his wheelhouse as well. So this is probably a preview to the next couple team fights. This is what Vici definitely wants to go through a few more times.
Arrow, almost a good predict, but it will give Vangi some time to lock down Republic. Ultimate in from long as well, does not get the Shadow Dash. Republic underneath the tower. Rest of the team was collapsing. And a big ultimate down for long.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they had the damage, even if they did get him. And this gives time for Gimgoon to really nail down towards this tower. So he's going to be able to get it 100%. Oh, wait a minute.
Republic walked back in. He'll pop the ultimate, but we're looking for the taunt now from Long, and he's absolutely gigantic with Hatong's ultimate on him. Dragon's Rage, a roundhouse kick to the face will finish off the Echo.
Yeah, what can you do? At the very least, Gimgoon is still going on with the split push. EZHoon's not going to let him do it, though.
No, Bear Trap will dissuade EZHoon from chasing. But ultimately, it was a tower for a kill, so it's still good for GT.
Could have been a tower for nothing, but Republic just, I don't know.
I have zero idea.
Does not value his life at all. Someone should probably convince him. Someone should convince him that his life is worth living.
Yeah. Call that hotline. I have zero idea what he was thinking right there. But still, he'll be back and we'll have the ultimate once more. And Vici are still bleeding out in terms of these objectives. And it's just opening up more gold advantages for GT. Gimgoon is on the way back. What's he going to pick up? Well, he has Guardian Angel now, which is real good. And the Giant's Belt. So he's very tanky, does a lot of damage, and is the initiator for GT.
We also have Savoki building up the, I guess he just purchased the Redemption. I was about to say Rejuvenation. Does both. Either way.
Technically correct.
Yeah. So these fights are going to be a lot stronger from Game Towns. The flanks are going to be a lot better from Game Towns. So if Gimgoon sticks in there, of course, as we mentioned, Guardian Angel is a massive spike for him. So he can really just play around with Skarl going down, coming right back up. And so the free HP is coming through. So he maybe could be able to get Endless and stick alive a lot easier. So now that's the big question of how the team fight's executed between Vici and Game Towns. Or if Game Towns even get the team fight that they're looking for, because Vici are looking to get these picks off Republic if he's in the sideline. But they have to be able to bring a damage source. So if they're going for that pick once again, bring an EZHoon so it's a little easier. You don't want Kled being able to split push on that bottom side for far too long, and if you have too many members on the opposite side of the map for far too long, then you have a problem.
Oh, Gimgoon is difficult to deal with, though, even for Shen at this point in time, but he has built only armor items. So as soon as Republic goes towards him, he is very squishy to the likes of Republic. He is the only real AD damage, well, AP damage on that team. Republic is looking to catch up. Bengi, he is too fast on the trigger finger. Will ward hop to safety. Hatong is waiting around the side just to help out if needed with the wild growth, and this is keeping mid lane pushed.
Yeah.
But G2 invading very hard.
Yeah, this is what we were afraid of when it came to Game Towns. When they actually set up this 1-3-1, someone has to deal with when he was shoving out that wave. Someone has to deal with Gimgoon shoving out the opposite wave. They have wave upon waves shoving into them. Gimgoon is going to have a little bit of a problem though. So this is, even though I mentioned this is a big threat for Vici, having to deal with a constant wave. Oh, here we go.
Long traded onto Gimgoon. He thought it was going well for him, but now Skarl is back.
But that was good for Game Town, because we saw last time what would happen if Gimgoon lost Skarl and then just didn't back and lose all pressure. If that happens, then of course that's going to be a go button for Vici to do something on the opposite side of the map, because you don't, of course you want Gimgoon TPing without Skarl.
Yeah.
Or he's just not going to TP at all, and that's just a numbers advantage for you. So it's good for them to act immediately, so now they can just do whatever they were doing before because Skarl's back up. But he does get his back timing off. He's close to his Randuins.
Republic may get dove here, but Vici's primary objective is the tower. Next dragon. Oh,
wait a minute.
Here comes Gimgoon. He's a long way away, but he has the rest of the team behind him. He'll charge onto EZHoon.
But he's going to turn it around. He's dying into the Sanguine Pool and had Long on top of him. There's the Zhonya's. He's still not going to die. Great redemption. Republic will get most of his health back with his own ultimate. But EasyHoon, he's right underneath the tower. And Xiaoyu's flanking. Savoki takes out EasyHoon. And this is all turning around now for Vici. All slowed down by Savoki. And Xiaohu once more. Gimgoon flashes forwards. And he really wants a kill. Her tongue will fall down. And Long, he'll dash to safety. But he leaves out Endless to dry. 3 kills to GT.
Massive, and they're going to try and keep chasing up. No, that's Bengi and Long still up and available. Game Talents just around Baron. It's going to be hard to see if they're going to look for it. TP is up and available for Gimgoon and Republic. So they can just double TP right back in there if they are challenged. Gimgoon's just going to stick around, though.
Teleport from Republic. Yeah, he's turning away Bengi. Zero chance of him getting involved. And the Baron now to GT.
Yeah.
7,000 gold advantage, and this was all off the back of the charge.
This was massive because you look towards the front to back on both elements, both teams. It's in favor of Game Town. They can stick around and be alive for so much longer. Look how low Republic is in his HP, but he's able to ulti, get a lot of his HP right back up and available. And with Xiaoyu zoning out 3 members of Vici, that's pretty much it. A lot of slows coming through from this point forward, and kills are just going to rack up.
Republic gets 1, and Long not protecting Endless means a he'll fall, but he does get away with his own heights. So in the end, GT is getting further ahead. Long is very tanky, as Xiaoyu has just discovered. But Gimgoon is just equally as tanky, if not more. And mid tower being shoved in. GT in a prime position to take this to game 3 here, Raz.
Yeah, West is massive on top of this. This looks like it's going to be a game 3. West is starting to, you see him flashing forward. You see him being a lot more confident with the plays that he's making.
Long says, hey, I caught Gimgoon. But
yeah.
that wasn't like any damage whatsoever. That was like maybe 10% of his HP. Gimgoon gets hit there. Very difficult to step through this line of traps.
It's definitely a problem right now. The front to back is in favor of Game Towns because their back line is a lot stronger here. Right now, West has gotten the premier items. He's gotten his full 5 items of getting armor penetration, and on top of the 2 attack speed items. I think that's even just like a red pot that he's able to purchase.
Yeah,
for himself,
it looks like it. Yeah.
So yeah,
Elixir
he's massive, and then Ash is still a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, West is in a great situation. He doesn't have any innate lifesteal, but now he does. With that Elixir. Has been targeted by Bengi, but he's instantly into that trap. So that was really nice by Xiao, who he put the smoke screen on top of West. So Bengi did decide to jump in. He couldn't see where he was going.
Yeah.
He'd make him more blind.
The blindest monk alive.
The blindest monk. And this takes a headshot. This will be the tower on this wave for certain. It's whether EasyHoon can convert this into anything.
Yeah, they shouldn't be afraid of that. That was EasyHoon trying to fake pressure, but there's no way he can step up. He doesn't have anyone in his team. Maybe now he can do it, but he's far too low.
Yeah, he's already down to less than half. We get some health back from that minion. West is chunking away this inhibitor. This is going surprisingly and suspiciously well for GT in this push so far. They'll convert this into a bot lane push, courtesy of Gimgoon, but it's a little bit difficult for West. Bengi, he did not get the insect. He only knocks him away, and this has opened up into a full-blown fight, long into that back line, but he's just not dying in a hurry. West turns around, they lose 2. EasyHoon team play is massive, and Gimgoon is going further. He'll go down into the Guardian Angel, who's left alive. Xiaohu and Republic looking to deal the damage. I'm choking on my own words.
Oh, no.
EasyHoon as well. Oh, Gimgoon, he got Skull back, jumps onto Endless, finish him off, turn around onto EasyHoon, and Gimgoon refuses to die. Eventually, with the help of Polymorph, EasyHoon finishes him off, and that was just a Vladimir show.
Yeah, this is way too much happening. I can understand how you're coughing this one up because Vici were able to come out with a massive lead, and it's because of the man in front of your screen. It is EasyHoon. He got so many people in his ultimate, and he's able to get through so many of rotations of spells. He wasn't really locked down at all, and so, yeah, Game Talents had to be able to deal with it. Savoki instantly died off of the ulti coming in from EasyHoon.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage that just wasn't answered to, and Endless was able to get a lot of damage to the front line as well.
So overall, it was a well-fought team fight from Vici, but they still lost in a tower, inhibitor tower, inhibitor, bottom inhibitor tower, and that bottom inhib is fully exposed.
Very soon.
Very exposed. And there's a dragon coming up in 40 seconds, and GT have 3 dragons already, so it's not like it was a bad trade necessarily from GT. And next time around, EasyHoon, you can't guarantee he's just going to get such an amazing Hemo play and a great team fight.
Yeah, this kind of harkens back to an IMA moment where Athena on the Vladimir able to come right back with multiple team fight victories, and the key word is multiple, because you definitely need a few more of those to be able to get back into the game. So even though it was great to be able to pull this one back, because if they had lost that team fight, they lose the game. But they need to beat at least 2 more of those fights, be able to get the inhib right back up, and then reset the wave pressure so they can be on somewhat even playing field. So this is definitely hard for Vici. They have a bit of a mountain to climb.
Moving over to the Infernal, or rather the Elder Dragon. GimGoon has been initiated on, and goodbye West! EasyHoon detonates him. It's Xiaoyu and Savoki under attack, and all of a sudden, Vici just run over GT. Where did this power come from?
Yeah, he just demolished the backline instantly and alone. EasyHoon blew them away. He's 7-3-4, and they get the Elder Dragon. That's a lot of time available for this team.
EasyHoon goes back into the top lane, instantly clears out the minion wave, and that's not even the tower falling to Republic. I mean, that damage should be illegal.
Yeah, it should be. But guess what? We ain't in the state of Florida. So GimGoon gets go. I'm not even GimGoon. He tries to stop it. He gets Ash ulti, means he can't do anything to stop it. The AD carry falls instantly. Down goes Graves. It was just such a hard game because Echo is on the opposite side of the map as well. No one expected that. I don't even think EasyHoon expected that. The wheel just kind of took over. And he was like, all right, I
do damage.
Yep.
Great. And that was also a fantastic kick from Bengi as well.
Yeah.
Into those 2 squishy members, West, Savoki, and Xiaoyu all just drop almost instantly. And GimGoon hits the ultimate button, goes blasting off again. And that was the whole team fight. Vici, huge win, and the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest win they can possibly get, because getting this Elder Dragon means that they can wait on this to be able to get their inhib once more, and then the Baron comes up in 30 seconds. It's well within the time in which they still have the Elder Dragon, so they should be able to get it or get the fight, because their team fighting is actually really strong. Ashe has built her enough items where she is able to survive with the Sterix gauge that she has, and of course be able to just kite back up against the front line of Republic and GimGoon. So suddenly, this theoretically clean game from Game Talents, or at least their early game, which was a great early game win, yeah, it's falling off.
I told you it was suspicious, Raz.
Yeah, very suspicious.
Yeah.
That was definitely a catfish of an early game.
No game can go that well for GT and have no blockers in the way. Vici at the final room in the dungeon suddenly come at them with everything they have. And EasyHoon, yeah, I wasn't sure he was going to be able to replicate a performance like in that base defense, but the fact he basically killed 3 people up by himself was definitely good. And GT with Baron being up, Vici are able to push out of their base, and I would say this game is at an equal playing field.
It is, and what's really difficult, just to bring it on back of what really made it hard for Game Talents, is once you start to close in on this team's base, once you start to get closer and closer, you get towards the inhibs, that's where the real challenge lies, because you've essentially, yeah, 1-3-1 is going to make it easy for you because you're on the opposite side of the map. That's such a large travel time up until you get towards the inhib, and suddenly it's just 10 seconds of walking to be able to make it a full 5 lineup. So Vici had a real possibility of just getting that one team fight. And so they got the one team fight that worked out for them. And now Game Talents are going to have to really commit to a team fight if they want to be able to take any part of Vici's base. Or you go cheesy. Maybe you get a few cheesy items. If let's say Savoki. He's full of an item, so it's not even a possibility. If you don't trust yourself at all, suddenly you get Zerat's Portal. Just
dump it in the lane.
Yeah. Suddenly you get,
Banner of Command.
Banner of Command. And you just let the minions do your work for you. I'm just saying, if you lose faith in every single one of your team members, that's your option. It's not a good It's not a good option. But you're not playing well anyway. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a band-aid solution.
But don't do that. just putting that out there.
It's good when you're a super late game and you have the gold for it, where you can sell an item, buy Zrot, place down, sell it,
Yeah.
buy an item again.
We've seen a few Banner of Command. That's just against like Rumbles, mostly
Yeah.
Rumble.
Because Shen's going to clear it
Yeah,
pretty
100
easily.
yeah, very easily. So that's just not an option.
Yeah. If Vladimir was the one in side lanes, then
There we go.
that would be hilarious because he'd never be able to deal with it,
Yep.
despite how strong he is. And Baron has been started off.
Oh.
GT needs to do something.
This is not a good decision from GT.
What is GT doing?
This is quite honestly the worst decision.
What?
Oh,
Instantly
oh
cancelled.
no! That is the most hilarious. They didn't know it was happening. They must have not. Like, Republic was looking to be sneaky. Was just sneaking on up to the bottom side of the map saying, okay, we've got 2 people, 2 split pushers. We're going to kill that Shen. It's going to, oh, Baron is there. We need to get this fight. I'm going to TP right in there. Don't TP right in there. Okay, I'm going to cancel my TP. I just lost time. I just lost my TP for absolutely nothing. It's not even Republic that TP'd. It was actually Gimgoon that did that. So, yeah, very unfortunate.
GT are imploding, Raz.
That is like just bad decisions after bad decisions. And they had a lot of, I guess, they had a lot of room and time to be able to at least get the wards down. But they just didn't expect it.
I'm not liking the chances for GT to win this game anymore. GT are falling further and further behind, and the gold differential is pretty low. Here comes all of GT onto EasyHoon, but he's going to buy so much time for his team to get here. So Foki's almost just going to die. This is a 2 versus 5, and EasyHoon's turning it around. What even is this fight? Long has got jumped back to his team, and Tafoki falls. 3 kills over to Vici. Endless is the only one to die. Republic and Gimgoon, the tag team. Isn't enough. Remounting Skull. He'll jump into Bengi, jump into EasyHoon, but he's still alive on that Vladimir. He refuses to die, and Gimgoon will come back up for another fight for round 3, but he has no Skull, but he'll take down one, and he'll get Skull back. He'll turn it onto Long. Bengi now has to jump away to EasyHoon. Tiger Blood comes up. Gimgoon is turning it around once more. He'll look for the dismount. Now he's down again. And finally, they put him 6 feet under as Republic finds Hetong. He blows him up. And that's a 3 for 4 in favor of Vici.
This is getting a little ridiculous. Finish the match.
Oh,
no.
Republic looking to make the play onto EasyHoon. He'll jump back, closing up the escape route. He'll finish EasyHoon off. And Republic, he wants more. He wants Long. He has no magic resist. And he sees this health in front of him, ready to just get disintegrated. It's going to be a long chase, though. But he really wants it.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to catch the Shen. He does have the movement speed. He didn't get the slow. Oh, no. Oh, he's got to fight him. He's standing his ground.
Oh, Long does a lot of damage. Republic may have miscalculated.
Oh!
As Jaro, the range support from Endless, turns this into a kill for Long.
That's when you just dance on top of that man's dead body. that was not the fight that he wanted to choose. And speaking of fights you don't want to choose, EasyHoon, let's just sit down and take a little bit of a watch on this one. Look how much damage this man just did to Savoki, to Xiaohu, to West. Every single one of these guys, they thought they could be able to end EasyHoon's career. But no, he lives on. He's able to demolish them. And this is when it gets a little bit unfortunate for EasyHoon and the rest of Vici. Because they're like, okay, you know what? We did it. We made it easy for you. You can finish off Gimgoon. And then Gimgoon just kills Lee Sin. And they're like, all right, I guess we're going to have to call Vladimir right back into this.
That was a classic EU clown fiesta happening underneath that tower, Raz. I am
Right, you take
very
that
familiar
back.
with that.
You take that back. We have enough clown fiestas in the LPL for you to be shipping that off to EU.
Nothing quite like that, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Gimgoon got like 5 skulls in that team fight. Oh my god. Well, Vici, I think, won that. The fact that I think it was a
don't even know anymore. You actually just don't know. Because Republic just took kills and you're like, all right, who's up? How long are these death timers? I guess the fight's still going on. Theoretically, I guess Vici came out a little bit ahead, but now that so much gold did flow into Republic's pockets, he has a Rabadon's death cap. He actually just has full-on 6 items. 46 minutes in the game, you start to expect people to just complete 6 items. I think just about everyone has actually at this point, except for the supports.
And junglers.
Yeah. So if you have low income because of your jobs, yeah, you're definitely
You're hardworking.
Yeah.
Doesn't pay well.
Middle class, supports low class. That's just life.
That's how
I
it works.
apologize.
Yep.
But yeah, so this game is getting to that point where it comes down to the team fights and how it comes through. I mean, it's an easy point to say, but with how Vici has drawn this game straight back and how hard it is to be able to kill EasyHoon, if you can kill him, there's actually just, it feels like there's no damage coming through from Vici. Sure, there is an Ashe who's built up quite a bit. She's actually sold her Sterix Gauge. And then on top of that, we have an Ardent Sensor coming in from Lulu. So sure, Endless should be outputting a lot of damage, but you have to expect that Endless is going to be very flimsy in when it comes up to dealing with Republic and Gimgoon. So Endless, if she can stay alive, sure. But it's going to be EasyHoon who outputs so much damage right now, but also outlives a lot because the Shen ulti is going to be on top of him. So it's going to be really hard for Game Talents, but if they can get on top of EasyHoon and Endless, because it seems like a very obvious John Madden point. But they win the game.
Okay.
That was my impersonation at the very end. I hope you enjoyed it.
That was good. That was good. That's exactly what they need to do. But this game has, let's be honest, turned into a 50-50 coin flip. These team fights really can just go one way or the other.
Look at the gold value, too. Both of them are at 89K. Even. Incredibly even.
It's an even game. And honestly, I would weight it slightly towards Vici, just because EasyHoon exists, and EasyHoon is a monster.
Yeah, the EasyHoon factor. I remember last split when the man was on Lissandra, and the game was just about to end, and he gets an pentakill. This man has the exact same ability. He's already in the flank.
Arrow onto Gimgoon. He's turning onto Savoki. Big ultimate coming down long. He's protecting him. Once and Republic disappear from Summoner's Rift. And Gimgoon wanted to charge away, but he's run down by Vici. And after an incredible 50-minute game, they look for the turnaround win. Xiaoyu is taking the minions from mid lane. Savoki's doing the same in bottom lane. It's damage control right now, but it looks like it's going to be the game.
Yeah, they have enough of the wave. I know that Karma's just trying to stall it up, but there ain't no way you could do it. This game is done and over with.
Unbelievable. 50 minutes in, Vici finish off the inhib. They turn onto the two Nexus towers. And Xiaoyu, what is he gonna do? There's no minions here to assist. There's nothing to do. And GT 0-2 in this series. Vici sweep GT.
And that is incredibly important for both of these teams. That means Vici is tied with Game Talents and well on their way to try and meet NewBee. This is definitely a tight race going in Group B.
Well, I guess the kid didn't fall over and the boulder is well in the distance.
He definitely dodged out on that one. They were making the run. Game 2, they were definitely running from that boulder. It was massive.
Yeah, and it had Gimgoon's face on it. And it was just rolling towards them. And he was constantly getting these solo kills. But my god, EasyHoon is a beast.
Yeah.
And that was like 4 team fights in a row that he just killed like everybody.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like you look to that boulder, and it's basically Skarl just curled up, rolling on in, and that's Gimgoon on top of him, just charging on through. Of course, very linear. You know exactly where that boulder is going, so if you're able to smarten up and move past it, then you're able to get away from it. And that's what happened with Vici. They outplayed Game 2 when Game Talents were well and far enough ahead. And then in Game 1, of course, they were able to play that smart game.
That's also not a way you expect Vici to take a game. With a comeback win by winning team fights.
Yeah.
Like, that is straight up shocking. But they did it. It's another feather in their cap. Something that they can say that they've done against GC of all teams. And these points really matter to them. Bringing down one of their competitors and going up a point, really, really big for them.
That's now that Vici, it looks like next week they're going to be going into another double set week. And they should tie it out now. So that's Game Talents going to 4-9 and Vici going to 4-8. So well enough, actually, since the extra loss, they do go up ahead of Game Talents, and theoretically Game Talents are in last place.
This is hard to read. Okay. And yeah, what I can see though is EasyHoon did a lot of damage. And so did Long, actually.
Yeah, they did.
Long outdamaged the entire enemy team.
But the man was just being able to get free hits on that Ashe, or at least the Caitlyn. So the man was just sticking up a very long time. The tanky members are going to do just that.
Welcome back, Rusty. Hello.
There was a lot of damage from the Vladimir, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually quite absurd. The funny thing to me when you watch this game, you normally wouldn't say that someone wants to late game team fight a team like Game Talents. but that's exactly what Vici did, and simply because they built a team composition to do it. You know, game number 1 we were looking at, it was Bengi against Gimgoon. It was the battle of the jungler winning the map against the top laner, just winning his top lane, and we're going to see how that transitions. But you come into this second game, and it was actually a battle of West against EasyHoon above all else. So the AD carry and Ked the mid laner kill the AD carry. Basically, EasyHoon had to play an assassin and flash into the backline 100% of the time, and Vici only started winning when EasyHoon was winning the dives.
Yeah, it happened a few times. There's definitely the bot play moment. That was a lot of moments. I actually can't even talk about specifics because there were far too many moments when the Vladimir was going in. And yeah, he was able to get the assassination, a shock and awe in a lot of cases. And of course, you saw a few back and forths with Echo coming through. It's the nonsense. It's nonsense is what it is.
Nonsense.
Yep.
Rusty, was this a specific moment in the game that was the turning point for you?
There was a few of them. I am not entirely sure what I actually got as a replay. I asked for a couple too many. It was a bit convoluted. But the last team fight is one of the bigger moments that I would have to address. And simply, the reason I wanted this one is it's a 5-man Vladimir ultimate. It's a 2v5. And it's the combo of Vici that is able to get them this victory. Notice EasyHoon's health bar went down to 1/3, then back to full, then down to 1/3, then back to full again. And look at where he ends right now with still half health. That's the most disgusting part about his kit. And unfortunately, this fight becomes a little bit of a whitewash and should have been completely in Vici's favor, but EasyHoon walks it out, thinks he's a badass, and lets the GA go to push another lane. And just thinks, you know what, you guys have got it, I missed. And then obviously they don't have it.
Yeah.
But that's just Kled for you. Like when you really highlight what happened in that team fight, it was Game Talent saying go. And once again, they picked themselves the Kled comp. They picked themselves a team composition that has to go one direction. And they were doing it successfully when they worked around their AD carry being able to sit at the back and be protected. Because front to back is Kled on Vladimir. But every single time that Vladimir was in a flank or he was 1v2ing, it was too easy. And this is honestly the
Oh,
most
no, I don't want to see this. Oh, thank God. Thank
Get it off on screen.
All right, yeah, that's EasyHoon picking up the MVP, as he should. We're just going to talk about this man until the end of the set because, honestly, yeah. Oh, we're going to see it anyways! No!
I want to see this Lee Sin kick.
Yeah, let's see it.
What you did see was in about half of a second, a Caitlyn died. That's exactly the moment where the game turned around to answer your question, Pulse. That was the most defining thing that you will see in that game. EasyHoon said, time to win.
Yeah.
That was pretty much the game. Like, it's never boiled down to such an easy thing to say, like, EasyHoon just killed everybody. And that was basically it, though. The fact that GT managed to push into the base, and it was just like the moment it was like, this is going suspiciously well for GT. And 30 seconds later, EasyHoon just wipes them.
Yeah, and it's so hard to imagine or remember a time where some people are going to be fresh off VODs, but a time where Vici just couldn't teamfight. So, like, legitimately just incapable of teamfight. The basics of teamfighting, the basics of just saying, hey, you know what, tank, go up forward, we will follow you. But we saw in this set, in the first game, we saw in the second game that when Vici, we even saw a few weeks ago, even when they brought in Ocean, that those were definitely patches that they were making. They were fixing up those plays where, yeah, they would be able to be smart enough to get the leads early on, but to just be able to take the fights even when they're behind. That's a new part of Vici we haven't seen before.
When you actually look at it fundamentally, however, you have to remember when Vici play against Game Talents, if they can't team fight, they'll lose.
Yeah.
So they had to practice that. They had to work on that exact thing. Because Game Talents, even if you beat them early game, you get a 10,000 gold lead, you're barreling down to their inhibitors, they will Kled ult. They will 5v5 you. There is no shadow of a doubt that they're going to try and commit to that to try and save themselves instead of turtling, instead of playing it slow. So Vici, by being able to team fight, even from a deficit when Game Talents had the advantage, speaks towards their ability, perhaps their improvements in that specifically. And it may even just be that they practice that knowing they're against Game Talents as their one game.
That's true. They definitely had a lot of time. Remember that prep time they had for the entire week. And especially the proving grounds they had when they were going through cross-conference against all of Group A. That will do the exact same, except a little bit smarter on how they play the macros. So that's good for Vici now that they are moving up ahead. And they have only NewBee to really focus on now that they've taken that set win up against Game Towns. That means that they do have head-to-head. So that's going to be really fun. That's going to be really good for the 2v2. I mean, it's the 1v1 between Vici and NewBee.
Yep, sets them up really well as well. And I guess, yeah, you're right. They had like a 3-week boot camp getting ready for GT. So as soon as they went up against GT, it's like, well, we know how you tick.
we've just faced a billion teams like you. So yeah, well played to Vici. The fact that they can do that, and if they can actually transition what they had in those team fights to other games that they play from here on out, that could actually net them more wins against even better teams than GT.
Yeah, that's why it's really scary for teams that are on the bottom of the ladder, but still have that, not so much the talent, but the brain. And that's what's something that you never see from teams that are right now in like the bottom 6 teams, where they all it really needs for them to have the communication or the extra push to just fight. And so for Vici, that means they have the most to grow, where you're never going to question EasyHoon or Bengi in terms of mechanical skill or how smart they are. So now that they're finally getting it to click as a team, it's every team has to respect them for going forward. Xiaogu has to respect them, maybe even EDG. Not so much WE. W seems too far ahead of the pack, but it seems like Vici will challenge you. Even when they were on the down end of it, Vici did take a game in a set versus WE.
They occasionally will get maps here and there, and that's the thing. They have got the brain, they have got the mechanics, and we've just been seeing neither of it until now. We're seeing the mechanics. Game 1, I will say we saw a bit of the brain, but it hasn't ever come together and actually just created the super team that Vici is entirely capable of being. Right now, it just looks like it is Bengi and EasyHoon, and if they can work together, they'll carry. They get late game, then maybe they can team fight because they've built themselves that way, and they did that. But we're nowhere near 100%. I even think we're at 80% of what Vici can do.
Now versus NewBee, which team between NewBee and Vici are just more well put together? Which team looks better?
I would say NewBee. Not only just because of the cheat of them being a point ahead, right? But also because they've just been a lot more consistently like threatening teams at the top. And so if they can continue to do that, they also had a lot more time in which they were just going back and forth between Cool and Coco.
Yep.
And so it feels like they have a more well-rounded lineup in every lane. Even LWX is starting to perform. And Vici, yeah, sure, they are a smarter team, but it just feels like they still have a few missing pieces in the bottom side of this map.
Yeah, I have to give it to NewBee as well. If I was to contrast both of these teams, I think that NewBee have, with Coco, actually got a lot of potential there themselves once they actually find that. And it is, it's kind of like what Vici have to do. They have to get used to playing with each other, communicating with Bengi now. NewBee is, to contrast that, more about learning what Swift does and how Swift plays and can we empower Swift. And that's why I think Coco being in the team gives them this extra advantage where Cool is about Cool.
Yeah, for sure. Now we turn our attention to GT as well. Like, where do GT land? It feels like they are now firmly at the bottom, if not like bottom 2 now. And it doesn't seem like they can even make that playoff run when you compare them to the competitors of Vici and NewBee.
Yeah, they can always surprise you. That's one thing that's very true. But surprising you doesn't really mean much because teams are starting to expect the shenanigans here. They're starting to be a lot more conditioned to what GT is looking to do. And so if you really tear that all up and you see what GT is actually looking to accomplish with their actual talent, it's not their mid lane, it's not their bottom lane. And if you nullify top lane, then that's the way to beat GT.
And that's what Vici managed to do in that game. They pretty much just nullified GT. So well played to Vici, managing to take that set 2-0 over GT. And that'll bring us to our final set of the day. We'll see you after this break.
Welcome back to the LPL, and our final game of the week and the day is going to be WE up against QG to round it out. And we are back, and we have swapped up our casters and our analysts. So Rusty,
Who could
I
it be?
know. Who could it be? Maybe it's just the same people because we played musical chairs, Raz. Anyway,
Okay, fine.
Rusty, you came into this week and you came into this game and it's like, this is going to be my game. And you said to me the other day, it's the equivalent as if GT was playing GT, and that's how hyped I would be. So now, how hyped are you about this game?
I have, I'm excited. Like, I really want to cast both of these teams, right? Which is why I'm here right
Yeah.
now, because I want to,
Yeah.
because you all have to deal with that. So sucked in. But QG aren't playing that well right now,
Yeah.
and WE are playing incredibly well right now. So it's just exciting because I like both of the teams. I feel like when we actually break down who's going to win and why, it's not that exciting. But it is.
What's hilarious about this is that it's not hilarious at all. But it's like you're. So I have to tone it down because it's. I was saying that you came into this set, you love both teams for different reasons. WE playing incredibly well, Xiaogu being very unique, I would assume.
Yeah.
The problem with that now is that, of course, the announcement did come through that Ari is no longer playing for the team anymore. He lost the contract because of the fact that there's a lot of health issues for him. So, and he was, of course, not only the best for his team, but definitely one of the best, like the upcoming supports in the LPL.
Yep, and a shot caller, so had a big part in his team's role for success, whereas his replacement Cloud is still good. We've seen him play already with QG, mechanically fantastic, but doesn't fill the same role to the same level.
And Cloud definitely, my criticisms towards Cloud, and it seems to come back time and time again, he goes towards laning phase like the Nami picks, the Thresh, the Bard, where they will almost consistently lose out the lane. And that just needs to change, and I think Ari was far better, but now they don't have that option.
Yeah, and Doinby though. Doinby is still pretty good,
There
right?
we go.
So is it just Doinby versus 9 now?
Yeah. It pretty much has been since the start of the split as well. I'm not going to lie. Kabe has been really good. Klid showed up as well and has made big plays, but it's all about Doinby. He's doing so much damage for his team, plays all the unique champions, has the crazy strategies. He's played Akali, he's played Kled. It doesn't actually end there. Who knows where he'll go for next. Gunblade LeBlanc actually as well while we're going. Like, it is a 1v9, no matter how you want to phrase QG as a team.
Yeah, like here, the thing about Kabe is we look towards this team, and it's like, yeah, sure, Kabe Klid, but Kabe is more of a tank supportive top laner where he is playing incredibly well, and sometimes we see him on the Camille because Camille is just that type of champion where it's fairly easy once you get going. But I want to see him if he can play towards the carries because maybe that's the extra threat that they need because if they are too focused on Doinby or playing that too much of a Doinby focused composition, it feels a lot easier. Maybe not for this set because WE is just much better and much more well-rounded. But if they go up against different opponents, they have been losing a lot more recently, then it's difficult if Doinby doesn't get rolling.
It's just funny. Like, QG would win so much better if Doinby had a Swift, right? Like, which is a sad joke to always bring up because Swift and Doinby, they had a fight, they had a little tiff, and they're not friends anymore, so they're not talking. But Klid was meant to be the replacement for Doinby. He was meant to be this aggressive, really strong mechanical player. He was like rank 1 on the Korean server, meant to be an absolute superstar. And he has been playing well, but he doesn't play like Swift does. He doesn't go invading into the jungle. He doesn't give Doinby excuses to rotate all the time. When QG win, Doinby is definitely rotating to jungle. Like, he's trying to steal blue buffs constantly. That was the one positive we saw from them when they were playing against NewBee. Like, there are definite ways for QG to just suddenly get better, but Klid's not doing it yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate because Klid in the LSPL and moving on up, that was one of the major strengths of him, is that he would force his team to play around him in a Swift-esque fashion. When Kindred was a champion to play, it would be him just all-inning on that 1v1 in the jungle matchup, and he would be looking towards Doinby and the rest of his team to collapse on top of him. Maybe we need that now. Maybe we need just a jungler that looks towards being as active as possible. Now, Klid, when he's on, of course, at least then he's a great initiator, a great team fighter, but an extra bit of focus would be great for this team as well.
But WE are just so solid, though.
Yeah.
They don't make many mistakes. They play exceptionally well as a team. They almost never bleed out in their own lanes. Like, it doesn't seem like there's many ways for QG to come into this game. As much as I want to see like Doinby pop off or Kabe on like a tank just get a few kills and just be unkillable, it just seems so difficult against WE.
But it's like game talents, you know? There's always a chance.
There's always a chance, and they're going to have to try and do it with Kabe, Klid, Doinby.
Alone and, as you mentioned, Raz Cloud in at bottom lane. Ali is no longer with the team.
It's a bit sad.
It is a bit sad because he was exceptionally good in the support role. On the opposite side, 957, Condi, Chie, Mystic, and Ben filling out the ranks of WE once more.
The thing is WE against QG will be like a giant fist just like being punched as hard as they possibly can at WE, but WE is a brick wall. And so it's very unlikely that the fist will do anything. But there's maybe that one chance, you know, like monks that sit there and punch trees or something, that eventually the tree will cave in. But it's so unrealistic to actually expect anything like that to happen.
Yeah.
WE are currently the best team in the league, and QG are just perpetually a dark horse that can cause upsets. But every time you look at these teams competing against each other, WE are just superstars. How are you going to beat that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like right now it is the case that the team in Chagu is definitely falling in a lot of cases. Even if you look towards power ranking in their own group, not so much the current standing, it'd be hard-pressed to say that, oh, if they were to face NewBee, I mean, they already faced NewBee, they lost that one. But Vici as well, that's looking very good. It just seems like their ranking currently in their own group is not so high. They're definitely falling in comparison to the rest of the teams underneath them.
We're gearing up for Champions Stakes very shortly. Man, NewBee, I want to see Gunblade LeBlanc. I want to see him bring something just crazy out.
So I actually looked at Gunblade LeBlanc. I wondered why it was a thing. A random dog Twitter told me the answer, and I was okay with that. But the real thing that I don't like about it is that you upgrade to Gunblade. There's no reason to upgrade to it when you have Revolver. I think you actually leave it at Revolver, and then LeBlanc mid lane is still a very much viable strategy. Gunblade's too big of an investment. You lose too much for it. So I want to see LeBlanc. I want to see Doinby play it, but I don't want to see a full Gunblade. Unless you Power of Evil or Doinby, because they're the only two people I've seen do it.
True. Yeah, there's some players in the world where I'll just say it's okay, because they'll make it work somehow, and it's usually bubbling out of the cauldron that is Unicorns of Love a lot of the time, and Doinby is the guy who comes along every so often to the witch's hut. It's like, what do you got cooking?
Yeah, Doinby's
Gunblade
always
LeBlanc,
that guy.
excellent. I'll take it.
What Victor build does he usually go? Oh, Rylai's Crystal Scepter into Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Just everything he does is slowing you. Apparently that works too sometimes.
It's trolling, man.
But it's a good type of troll.
Fun troll.
Fun troll. Troll that actually works as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind if you're going disco Nunu in my games as long as you play well.
We call that madness. But behind the madness, it's a mask. It's actually genius.
This is madness. QG up against WE. It's going to be game one. And it's going to be an interesting one. And by interesting, that is the classic play-by-play word to mean bad. I don't know what Raz said.
It's
but
the international shoutcaster crutch word that generally just means fiesta, that you don't want to say the word fiesta.
So you
for.
say interesting. I would say probably like 20% of the time you actually mean interesting. Well, we had the bans coming through. It's going to be Gragas, Graves, Elise, so lots of jungle bans. Karma and Rengar with Camille aimed at QG, which means a first pick of Lee Sin for Glid. Well, that leaves up Lulu, so WE. I mean, they're full meta slaves, so
They
they'll go
just
straight
picked
Lulu.
the Lulu, right? I understand what QG are doing. They have a strategy, and their strategy is to prevent Condi from having anything at all. Gragas is a flex 957, has been a fantastic Gragas player, but Graves a Lee Sin, first pick of Lee Sin. That speaks towards it entirely. So Rengar banned from the side of WE means Kha'Zix perhaps is the last outstanding primary jungler of choice, unless you start diving into the depths of your champion pool and playing something else.
Something crazy. QG will pick up Nautilus as well for Carbe. We get him an early tank pick. And then down to Doinby. What's he going to pick for his team now? Could be a bot lane pick.
Should be a support. Makes the most sense with the Karma banned and the Lulu locked in. They can get pinched if they don't actually lock a support here.
We've seen a bunch of Thrash out from Cloud, and we'll see it once more in this game. And we're looking now towards WE, who are considering their jungle pick and leave their solo lanes for last, which does make the most sense. Kha'Zix is pretty much the only jungler remaining outside of the meta junglers for him.
Yeah, you stretch to the Rek'Sai if you're really feeling lucky, but Kha'Zix just makes the most sense. There's no reason not to be it when it is there.
For
And especially
sure.
into Lee Sin, isolated damage on a single target user.
Why not? WE looking towards their bans now. They will need mid lane bans and they'll need AD carry bans. I'll take away Doinby's Victor. Don't want any Iceborne Gauntlet shenanigans in this game. QG will aim it towards the solo lanes now.
And I do wonder what the last ban from WE will be. Karma and Victor are definitely doing these specific bans, and you wonder if they'll go for a LeBlanc as their last remaining ban here, perhaps, or if everyone's just currently so afraid of Talia when they're banning mid laners away.
I'm pretty sure Talia doesn't even have a good win rate. But whatever, man. QG Shen will come out as the first ban for them at 957. And here's the final ban from WE. It's going to be Vladimir. Again, another Doinby special. He was the one to bring it to the LPL. So take that one off the board for him.
The only one we didn't mention, of course, out of all of Doinby's champions was the Vladimir. We just watched Easy Hoon go berserk on it and be able to hard carry his whole team towards the later stages of a game. And that's the guarantee you usually get with QG. They'll get the Vladimir to 3 items. And even if they're 10,000 behind, he'll have 3 items. That's their last-ditch attempt to fight. And sometimes it just works.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens. Final ban Rumble, aimed also at 957. Just saying, whatever, Shie, just do whatever you want, mate.
Yeah.
WE. Let's see if it will be that mid lane pick and give the counter pick to top lane for WE.
Definitely a good idea to put priority onto the Syndra. You don't know who you're going to be against, but Syndra does well into champions like Orianna, if they're going to put Orianna in the mid lane. Pretty much all of the control mages.
First Callista of the LPL. Let's go. That'll go right onto a lane. He picks it for himself. So Callista finally coming back. I was wondering how long it was going to be with Blade the Ruin King being on every ADC ever.
Yeah, it's true. We have been seeing it in other regions. I believe EU is a fan of the Callista. But seeing it now in the LPL, they have the Thresh Callista bottom lane, which is actually quite strong, of course, enabling your Callista to do as much damage as possible with the crowd controllers. There's also the mid laner.
That's going to be Rise to Doinby, so nothing crazy out of him, but just a solid one for the mid lane pick. And now over to 957 for his final pickup.
And it's not quite, while we're talking about the bottom lane of QG, like a Jhin Thresh combo. It doesn't mean one CC into the other, but there are very unique interactions you may start to see as the game actually plays out between both of them. Slows into hooks and whatnot.
And Maokai will be the final pickup. There are many, many top lane bans, so he will be put on this one in the end, up against Carbe. So it's just a tank matchup up there with advantage to Carbe. And yeah, we get to see Callista for the first time in LPL this split.
It really says a lot, actually, from QG and to 957 specifically. 3 bans away from him. And, of course, WE getting rid of the standard Camille. So 4 total. And he has to go back to something like the Maokai. We have been seeing Maokai, you know, phase out and then suddenly come back in when people realized you can buy more than one Doran's ring.
Yep.
And so it's not a bad choice to be on this champion. Acknowledging, however, how the laning phase is going to go is a slight cause for concern if you're WE's top half of the map. They've got the Lee Sin. He has the potential to invade. The junglers just come down to who finds each other first. And mid lane Ryze should be okay, at least equal with push. I feel like Clid has an opportunity here to actually start making some plays.
Especially because they prioritize that Lee Sin for him, so we want to see him make something out of that priority pick, and if he can snowball that early game out of control, that might be it. But the fan support there for Carbe. That's great. 10 out of 10 sign. Yeah, WE. This is the team who very rarely makes mistakes, and they took the series away from RNG. Like, they're on pretty much the top of the world right now. At least they're on top of Group B. And good luck to QG if they can topple them. It will be tough.
You have to remember, if you're Team WE here, you're not just against QG. You want to retain your top spot. You want to make a statement. You know, every single time you have to play now, there's pressure because you were #1, and you want to keep that towards the end of the split. It makes your gauntlet run easier.
Yep.
You just have to be #1. You get a slight advantage come playoffs time. WE also a very hungry organization that have been so close to qualifying or being the best team for multiple splits now. This is their first real split where you would say redemption is theirs to take, and so every match matters.
Yeah, you're looking towards this team, and if this was summer, you'd be like almost certainly would be going to Worlds, because last time it was snatched away from them by IMA. But we're into game. Let's see if they can really bring home this statement match, and they can just straight up demolish QG.
There's a chance that they can, exactly what they have to do. So WE, so we get a live action shot of Summoner's Rift.
Yep.
And now us.
And now us.
And now back to Summoner's Rift.
A live action shot of us. And Shie, I saw him in the river, just in that that panning, and there was like 3 people right on top of him. So I want to know what happens next, actually, because maybe he'll just die, and that would be really bad for the start of the game.
That's the plot twist. You
Yeah.
don't actually find out what happens. Who knows? No, I'm not sure. He's in a brush. Brush. I keep doing that.
It
Brush.
is technically a brush.
Yeah, but I'm saying it wrong because I'm trying to say bush and brush together.
Oh, and you're
it's becoming
saying
brush.
brush.
Yeah.
That sounds like you're a northerner from the UK. A lot of people from the north would be like brush.
Really?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
Like
fair
if you're
enough.
like not quite Yorkshire, but around that area. Stoke-on-Trent. Yeah, someone from around there, but bush.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not technically wrong then, but I still feel wrong.
Oh no, they're definitely wrong. Anyone who says that is definitely wrong. But I'm gonna get a lot of angry people from the north of England now. Hey, I'm from the north as well, alright? From Merseyside. It's all good. Condi is gonna turn the corner in a minute, and it's like, oh, where's my red
Hello.
buff? Oh, it's Clint and Carbe. No, that's not. I want out. I want out. Carbe first blood, 500 gold to QG.
That was very clever, actually. So we didn't see the setup to it, but what we do see is the execution. QG, they steal the red buff immediately at level 1, and they keep Carbe around. They've acknowledged that the Raptors is where it was going to be. And just like that, we already highlighted there's a possibility for the Lee Sin to make plays with a winning top lane. What if it starts winning? How does this actually get it significantly worse from here?
I think of all the top laners in the LPL, when you look towards those tank players, Carbe is the one who springs to mind.
Ooh, hooks on.
Hook onto Ben, will flay him into Alone, and Alone is going to carry all of these Ren stacks. He finds one, Mystic turning it around. It should be a kill. There it is, but Clint is coming into that bottom lane. He's hungry for another kill. Mystic jumps away, but the quick kick to the face, and that's another 2 kills. 3-1, QG.
Alone did not need to flash forwards. The kill was definitely still securable. But Clid's now straight down here. Red buff the bottom lane. I don't even think he looked at a jungle camp. He was immediately going to Condi's blue buff to try and counter jungle. And as a result of that, he's just at the right place to secure the second one. Mystic does well to trade, but holy moly.
Rusty, he hasn't even gone for any of his camps yet.
He has not touched his side of the jungle. Just think about it. Level 3, and he's just done the Krugs.
He's just starting his jungle clear.
The man's Kanye rich.
He's playing on easy mode. This is a little bit absurd. 86%. Yeah, what a time to roll the fan vote.
Take that, voters.
14% feeling real good right now. 1,000 gold advantage. We only just kicked off laning phase. Oh boy. You know, there was a game in EU. There was like 21 kills in 5 minutes. We're not quite there just yet.
I did watch that one, actually.
But
It was certainly a thing.
it was a thing. This week in EU LCS was
A thing
a
as
thing.
well. Yeah.
I can say we were a smarter league, actually.
This week.
Yeah, this week.
Oh
not
my
again.
God.
Mystic just wants to farm. That's all he wants in life. Let him get some farm. He's going to die again. 4-1.
Oh, man. So Alone stays alive at least this time. They make sure that the Callista gets the kill. Extra experience and a minion wave conveniently pushing in towards him. For a game 1 of a series, to be 4 minutes in, it already feels like it's over. If this was a scrim,
Man.
they would exit immediately.
5 Doran's rings in the top lane. And you know, if you go into something with exceptionally low expectations, like I did with Ghost in the Shell, and you come out pleasantly surprised, because everything good that they do is only just something that you're going to appreciate. So well played to QG. They're well on the track to picking up game 1, and we're only 5 minutes in, as you just said, Rusty. So they can claim this. They just need one random upset victory in this series, and WE could drop a series against them. And like, of all the teams that have played recently, wouldn't that be crazy?
It'd be pretty absurd. So we do have to remember, so at this stage in the game, Clid's going to be huge, but Condi's still level 5 because of all the farm he collected, right? So jungle's not actually in the worst position yet. It just means relative money is going to be in favor of Clid. Bottom lane's the real problem, where Alone and Cloud should hit 6, and the second they hit 6, goodbye, Mystic and Ben. They just have to either exit the lane immediately, or they just exit Summoner's Rift forcefully.
Yep. There's a Fate's Call coming in, and then someone's gonna die.
But there is still a good mid lane. Jungle has farmed. Top lane will still be okay as a Maokai, and he's not outright losing lanes. Just a Maokai. They have that going for them. You know, it's not a complete whitewash just yet, but that is a horrendous start for Team WE.
Yeah, quite bad. From here on out, we want to see WE just do that thing where they group up and, as a team, they have no holes in that armor. But as soon as they are separated, at the point in the game where they're just trying to assemble the armor, they're trying to put it on. That's where you can exploit them. So yeah, just he's just thrown back to tower. He'll be picking up, be picking up blue at some point in the near future. It's also the fact that I think NewBee picked up an early blue because Clid
doesn't need one.
Doesn't need one.
Yeah, exactly.
He's already very far ahead.
But this is that point in the laning phase mid where he'll be perfectly fine, even against a blue buff. Lost chapter's a big deal. This shouldn't be happening.
It's fine.
But it is.
Yeah. Has sapling damage been there? It might have had kill potential on Kabe, but it's alright. And Kabe still has his ultimate, so it's all good in the end. Let's go back to base. And
bottom lane still good.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, wait a minute, this is a 2-1-1 on Callista, and lane isn't being stomped out. Well, he hasn't gone back to baselet. Yeah, it looks like. NewBee and Clid coming to the top lane. 957, he's used his ultimate already. He has flash, but not really going to help him. Titan's Wrath, the ultimate as well. Kabe locked down, Clid as well. Does he have the ward hub? He does not. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
That's not the worst outcome for 957. If he was 6, he just ticked it. If he was, then Maokai was outright dead. There was no chance for him surviving there. But QG, they don't hold their horses. They have to just go a little bit too early in typical their fashion. And meanwhile, WE are somehow in this opening bottom lane where QG had to go back to base. And now there's 4 here to get the turret.
This is just nothing I would expect from anyone but WE. The fact that they turned a top lane diver into a less than 8-minute bot lane tower based on a recall from Cloud and Alone. That is exceptional heads-up play.
Yeah, it's very positive stuff from Team WE. Again, they have an awkward early game, but they are steadfast. They don't actually get tilted by it. They still look towards the proactive moves and making the correct plays. NewBee notoriously will go towards those side lanes, will ult in, will use Clid when he's on the rise. He is fantastic at it. But how quickly WE reacted, even bringing Xie down, is outstanding.
WE are only 500 gold behind now because of that tower. QG did pick up the Infernal Dragon though, so it's not all doom and gloom. And the next dragon will also be Infernal, so it's not too bad. But Kabe is still ahead. He's picked up that Spectre's Cow, hasn't got boots yet, but picked up those triple Durant rings. Seems to be the flavor of the month build for those tank tops. Definitely have to try that one when I get home. Bot lane now being shoved in from Alone on Cloud once more. So now hit that level 6, where they're quite scary against Mystic and Ben, and they're paying respects by sitting at their tower.
It's amazing how many stats NewBee has as first in the whole league as well. You have to remember that percentages are warped by your team's performances, however. So first kill participation, damage to champions, damage ratio, and damage per minute. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. In fact, he is like across the entire...
The big one, though, is damage per minute. That means first in the league compared to other mid laners.
And that's with his oddball picks.
Yeah.
So he's clearly doing something right.
He's a very unique mid laner. And again, the reason that I'm so excited to watch QG games is NewBee is predictably unpredictable. And that he'll do these weird things, but he'll do them all the time, and they work.
Yeah. This is the most normal pick I've seen out of him in weeks. It was NewBee who picked up that world record damage game, right? With the Victor?
Yeah, 57.7% of his team's damage dealt.
Yeah, he did do that as well. Definitely buffed up his damage per minute stats from that one game.
And notably as well, Callista, you mentioned this already, but we'll go Blade of the Ruin King. The changes to it help a lot. You wouldn't expect anything crazy from the masteries or the items. It'll be pretty standard Callista. There's a chance Death's Dance is looked at. If I was to go, you know, the craziest item in the build. But really, Blade of the Ruin King, you know, Hurricane or whatever you want. Gwynzoos if you're really going to go that deep. Like, it all works.
Yep, it is a pick that's been found in other regions, but not ours just yet. Kabe and Clid setting up for the gank onto 957. Alright, second time's a charm. Cloud and Alone will just bolster the ranks, so this should be a kill. Yeah, Clid's got his ultimate, and the execute combo will allow Alone to get the kill, and QG will try and find the top lane tower from this.
Yeah, very good CC chain out of the side of QG. They've acknowledged where they want to gank and how they want to do it. And this time around, Mystic cannot take a turret with the rest of his team. They've grouped up as 3 mid, with NewBee actually in base. And so they are still trying to make these trades, but QG are in advantage. They're making them first, and they are making them happen successfully.
NewBee walks back to the middle lane, hits the round warp.
Fair
Just
enough.
trying to scare them away, I guess. And you know what? It worked. So
He's not going to take that ever.
good job, NewBee.
He was threatening that somebody else was going to
be
come
behind
into
him. Yeah.
the journey.
It's like the Thresh Lantern thing.
Yeah, that was basically a glorified Thresh Lantern. But it was cute. It was meaningless. They were still going to back away. There you go, QG. Growing the gold lead.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, because it was only 500 gold in it before because WE made that nice play in bottom lane, but a good dive once more by QG and no real punish from WE will just bring it back open. So Dragon is still about 3 minutes away. So it's a little bit of time before we see that. Kondi is dragged in by Kabe, but suddenly,
Got him.
well, yeah, Alone got hit by that arrow, but is not a fight opening up particularly, so that's fine. And mid lane also being pushed in. So we're back to a state of calm for the meanwhile. Clid is once again invading the enemy jungle. His red buff is gone. Kondi is not going to get any of his buffs this game.
Oh, no. Poor guy.
He's
Run, Meow Kai.
There's no tower. This is a sad day for Meow Kai. Oh, good flash. Looking for
Here's
a
a
room
ward,
prison now because NewBee is sprinting after him. It's going to cool down very
Run,
shortly.
he's so quick he has Merc Treads.
But he's still locked in place, and Clid will find him,
Oh my
kicks
God.
him away. Here comes NewBee, dodges out of the overcharge damage, and Kabe as well. Clid finds the kill. One last tower shot, not going to come in.
They are still trading. Like, think about the amount of effort that goes into killing him, and is that actually worth it when WE are making plays to win the map? QG, it's good that you're getting kills, but they're not going to equal victories if you're letting WE trade. Team WE excel at trading. QG are letting it happen.
Shie heading on up. I'm not sure he's going to be able to cut
They want
off
the rise.
NewBee. Still check. Oh, he's going to pop flash. Yeah. There's no getting away from point and click.
Nope, cannot dodge that one, so they do get a kill as well. And once again, tower and then the kill. That's what WE do, whereas QG do the kill into the objective, which is primarily a very different way of thinking about it and executing upon these ideas. It's still not a bad outcome for QG. They've got the Rod of Ages on doing, but they're scaling up. There's nothing that'll kill Kabe right now besides Mystic, and even then I doubt that it'll happen just due to the amount of shields that he's got going on. And so they're in the driver's seat, ready to go. They just start translating that into uncontested objectives or untraded objectives. That's the teleport. They didn't clear it. And bye.
We're out. Yeah, and with that, the teleport instantly cancelled from 957. Yeah, maybe just didn't see Cloud actually coming in there. And as soon as that Lenton went down, the play fizzled out from WE, but regardless, they did pick up that tower, which is again evened up the goal totals. And from such a disastrous start, they've really put pressure onto that wound.
They've battened down the hatches very well. They're resilient, that's for certain. But QG will be looking for this Drake. There's a few objectives that they will go for. You know, we said kills before objectives, but they want this one.
Yeah, it's like, here, Clid, I'll give you a way into the fight. I really want it. And that's the smite coming out from Kondi. Team fight should go the way of WE if they go for it right now, but they're looking just to back away. Kavi was still taking a slow march down into this river, but it is the Dragon to WE, so it's an Inferno apiece, and it's the third one on its way.
The QG are also pushing down this middle lane turret, so they get the Infernal, and now they get Kondi thrown at them, but it looks like the turret will be in trouble.
It is, but it's still alive for now. Hook connects onto that minion, and Kabe is tanking up the damage coming in from Kondi off to the side. And after all of that, WE keep the middle tower, they take the Dragon, and are pretty happy.
And they just get a net gain from all of that. So no Ash Arrow means that the engage or the follow-up after the Drake was going to be there. Good counterplay from QG to try and push down mid. They get a lot of damage onto it. And because nobody dies, the trade was actually just damage on a turret for Infernal Drake. So WE do come out substantially further ahead. You have to remember that these items start to get completed, and WE will still be doing an abundance of damage when they've built specifically to do so, especially through Shie.
For sure. Top lane Kabe has completed his Spirit Visage though. There's many big completed items across the board from QG. Flash, Flay,
Oh
Hook.
my
The predict
God.
from Cloud is insane and will allow Alone to collect the kill with Rend. What a play.
That's not okay. There's no... Wow. He's a madman. Somebody stop him. Cloud is on point with these hooks. And it's the flash play that lets it all happen. And even just predicting where the flash is going to go, that's not even a 50-50.
Nope.
You've got a wide array of flash areas.
That's
Mystic
like a 1090.
literally flashes into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure at that point where you say it's Mystic's fault or the fact that Cloud is just a god.
That's not Mystic's fault. His fault was getting caught recalling in a spot that wasn't under his turret. You know, the controller that they still haven't cleared.
Man, that was... Cloud read him harder than Green Eggs and Ham. That was insane.
Yeah, I don't like what Cloud did either. I'm with you.
Yep. Oh, here comes NewBee. Here goes NewBee.
I mean, Dreamy's there.
They'll take the tower. And suddenly QG, after all of that, will take the lead in towers and lead in gold. So
Yeah.
after all, yeah, that was really good. So they did convert it into an objective. It wasn't just the kill. Second item QSS from Malone.
Something that you would say is necessary, but ultimately not going to save him from Xie. The magic resistance that comes from it will help. Getting out of the Ash Arrow is important. Also, even getting out of the Twisted Advance will be handy, or even if he's turned into a critter, but, you know, the damage doesn't get prevented, really. 957, Condi, Xie, they can all press buttons on him and he'll immediately pop. Kalista still has a pretty difficult life on Summoner's Rift. It's never been easy. You have to be really good to be able to even play this champion. And we'll see how he goes. A lot of pressure for our first Kalista in the LPL.
He's already 4-1, so that's going to help. He's quite far ahead of the curve. Dragon, still about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes out.
QG is set up really well. They've got a lot of control wards. They're starting to place down now, but they've got no more outer turrets to take.
Cloud walks into the bush, Fate's Call, keeps him safe, and then was thrown back to his tower. So we're all good for now, and yeah, in terms of that vision, we're looking pretty good. But from both teams, it's all centralized on the top side of the map. Xie is on his way top, and it looks like it will just be a 4 versus 4.
They know Clid's coming, so they're actually prepared to take this.
Hook just gliding across Ben, and he'll fall. Alone will back away, just a pick over to WE to start this one.
And NewBee and Clid were rotating up, but they weren't there already. Like, WE have been there for 30 seconds to a minute in advance. They're making the play. QG are reacting, and now we have to watch if they can actually hold on to this one.
Tower dropping, NewBee. He's just taking the Realm Warp out of here. And that will be the tower falling. So WE, equalized towers. It's just just a game of objectives coming out of the back of those initial kills.
And I have to reiterate the fact that it's a game of objectives for Team WE. QG are going for kills and then getting turrets. And right now, the problem for me is when I look at QG, they have no outers. So getting these kills will be a little bit easier, perhaps because they can advance their vision, but getting the objective after the kills is not easier. It's going to be harder. You have to run into longer, deeper corridors than what you're already doing.
And then we'll continue to farm up here. Let's take a look at some of these items being picked up. Banner of Command now completed by Carbe. I was wondering where that Acres was going into.
I expected a locket.
Me
but
too, yeah. I was
makes
like, man, he's
sense
going
still.
double magic resist items this early. Nope, I'm just going to be really annoying. And 957, have fun with this minion that you can't kill.
In saying that, we know that Cloud will go towards the locket with his current item components. It has to be the Aegis, and there's no point in him going for a locket, a banner when they already have one. The banner's good into Maokai. It gives him well-rounded stats of armor and MR. Also for the Nautilus, who has 3 Dorans, so he has health and then only magic resistance. So now he's able to compensate by having a bit of both. And because it builds out of a Glacial Shroud, not an extra null magic mantle, it's arguably the better item to get with this item build. They'll have a hard time clearing it out too.
There's very few people who'll be able to deal with it outside of Mystic. And it's really easy to have Cloud be the one to face check these brushes when Alone is around.
Real aggressive.
With that Fate's Call, Hook lands on top of 957. He's actually taking a lot of damage, but he'll jump immediately onto that back line, knocked up. Good ultimate in from Ben, but he's now having to back away. Mystic and Xie kiting back. Condi is looking for a chance to go into here, but it's quite difficult. Well, QG are going right into the middle of WE. They'll get one, they'll get two. Going down onto Ben. 957 being rushed back. Another kill over to Alone. Now he's chasing down onto Connie and Xie. Mystic turns around. Dredge line finds one. Kabe, flash, and the passive as well. Joinby turning it around. Connie's so low, but Joinby will take him out. And Alone just has an absolute killer fight. Finds 5 kills for 3.
Utter chaos, honestly, throughout that fight. The Rise ultimate completely resets what was WE escaping. Condi spent that whole time on top of QG. He was literally destroying them and nobody cared. They were just tunneling in, barreling down on trying to find Mystic. And the funniest part about that, I hope we see a replay, is Mystic gets knocked up and baited by the Zonias from Xie. You have to watch how this starts. Kabe selects the right target. Zonias goes on, prevents this, and he's like, well, I'll hit the next target behind you. Both carries standing on top of each other. Already a big miss. Firstly, next 3, they come back in again. Hooks on, kicks good. What is Xie and Mystic supposed to do here? Literally all of QG's emphasis has been just killing them because there's nothing Condi can do, there's nothing 957 can do, and try as they might, they did get outplayed by QG here. Even if it was the smallest amount of health that was outplayed.
Now, Joinby was so incredibly close to dead, but range characters versus melee characters, pretty difficult to win that in a shootout. And QG will pick up that next dragon. Next one's going to be Mountain. We have a good day for dragons. QG and WE. It's still a fairly close
Oh no, they're
game.
doing this. Yeah, of course they are.
But QG have just started off the Baron. They haven't been revealed. Condi,
He knows.
still, he has an idea. More wards over the wall. This is dropping very quickly. Remember, they have Rend. They have a large amount of help to be able to swipe through. Connie, he's looking for the steal regardless, and it goes down over to Alone. Ben, Mystic, and Xie trying to get into this fight though. They've dropped Clid. They're looking for Alone as well. He also
Mystic.
falls. Jumping over the wall will take out Joinby. WE are finding even more on top of this. Kabe will find one. He's pretty much unkillable, but he's got 4 members wailing on him. A 4-for-1 in total, and WE with a big punish.
And QG cannot help themselves but suicide for a Baron without fail every single time. They just won a team fight. Momentum was theirs. They can set up vision, generate picks. They've got a thresh hook, but no, they commit to this, and they can because they've got a Callista. You will see the smite successfully over, but whilst all of this is happening, the Rend is going on, the smites are there. Xie and Mystic finally get in position. The stun from Xie, massive. Allows 957 all the time in the world, gives Condi resets, and then everyone just jumps back in and compounds all on this. Mystic gets hooked, he gets impeded a little bit and stunned, but he's able to do so much damage on the back end of this. And it is seriously just QG dying to the Baron before they fight.
Yeah. They went for the play that would have cemented their win pretty much, but it's only just allowed WE back into it. Now there's the Baron over to that team. It's already a 2,000 gold Baron power play. WE are right back into it.
Wonder what the record is for the worst Baron power play.
I've seen some pretty bad power plays in my time.
I've seen teams. Well, I mean, you can get a Baron like a steal and then lose, so I guess it doesn't really.
That's true. I guess you have to have the added factor of
from ahead.
Yeah, from ahead. Barons from ahead. WE are still trying to defend their base because they have this one person with Baron, and it's Cloud. So
I feel like that was the observer telling us they failed to bring up all of the minions. Not really sure there.
Yeah.
But
Two trailing behind. Looks like we're going for a fight though. Hook lands onto Xie. He's instantly
Cheers.
blasted. He's gone for this fight. It's a 4 versus 5. WE not in a great position. Mystic also gets hooked in. It's Hook City right now for QG. And they'll turn on to 957. But Joinby, he wants more onto Condi. 957 will flash forwards and just try and save his jungler. Great fight from QG.
That was the fight QG needed. Once again, they prioritize the carries. They've got the double hook composition. They've got a Lee Sin and a Rise to follow up with that pick. Fantastic team comp when utilized accordingly, and that's exactly what they do. So they break open the base of Team WE.
With this one member having this Baron, Cloud, the only carrier of it, will allow them to take 1 tower, 2 towers, and inhibitor.
Ooh, I thought they were going to do it as well.
Yeah, they were thinking about it. It looks like someone called them back. And QG will take so much of that before their leash was yanked.
And look, credit where it's due because they keep one Baron buff alive. They're able to utilize that Baron by just barreling down one lane. It's not the wrong outcome for QG. They turn around and minus 2,500 deficit to an inhibitor, and now they have momentum. So the way that this team composition works is entirely dependent around the first hook connecting or the first stun going on. The thing is, WE kicked that last fight up. They threw the Ash Arrow. They wanted to prevent it from happening. Felt like they could, and it completely backfired.
Yeah, it was just down to those fantastic hooks in from Kabe and Cloud, securing those 2 kills. GA and Mystic on the perfect targets as well. Could not have been written better for QG.
957 has proven that he is super tanky, however. Even when 5 people are hitting him, lives for a incredibly long amount of time.
Yeah, he wants to play goalkeeper.
But they're still mid here. QG, they have side lanes that they can pressure. They have the teleport about to be up for Kabe. So in about 45 seconds, you may see them consider doing something again, but eyes on the prize being the Mountain Drake. WE are already here first, though.
They are. They have the vision control as well. Maokai is even going to clear out this bottom lane to boot, so WE want to get as much control as they can. Fights can still go their way as long as their 2 carries don't just get instantly blasted at the start of the fight. And QG will continue to look for these plays. Alone is also very big. He's on his way to his 3rd item on top of that QSS. That's something that they need to keep in mind as well.
Looks like the Black Cleaver will be the item of choice for him. QG able to re-establish their control of this area and just throwing it out. Don't accidentally kill an ally, please.
Round warp. Oh, lots of skill shot thrown towards that area. 957 taking some hits from QG.
Ooh.
He'll turn on to Doinby. Ashara lands as well for the lockdown.
Hooks
But
on
Kabe
Shie.
will eat it. Shie goes down into the Zonias, but the box is right on top of him. He'll instantly flash away. Redemption coming out. First kill onto Cloud, turning it onto Kabe. Condi, does he have the damage?
Ooh,
The answer
Clid.
is no. Clid comes in. Big Kid finds Shie, finds Condi. We're moving on to Ben. And alone, there's no one to stop him. Finds 1, gets 2. And Doinby with another kill. 2G instantly wiped WE.
And Kabe's going back to base. He's going to teleport in. There's the ward placed for him to teleport. And they might be able to do this. They don't have the minions just yet, but I don't think 957 on his lonesome has the capabilities to prevent this from happening.
There's no minions for a long time, though. And his Zeph timers aren't particularly long. Well, there is 20 seconds.
I wonder if they can, though.
Looks like 2 towers.
It may be 2 towers and back. I think they're going to commit to this, though.
957 is going to jump on top of Alone. He knows that these members by themselves cannot kill him unless they all turn onto the Maokai. He's still alive. Will jump to that minion. Will finally go down to Clid. But his heroic defense means only 1 tower falls.
Yeah, they changed their attention to the Maokai. They have to. The threats are actually at risk of dying. You can see their health bars blinking low. It'll probably mean a Mountain Drake, but of course, this is the fight. Condi was the one caught out of position, so he takes the Nautilus ultimate. Now the Naut ultimate is down, you'd expect this is better for WE. So immediately they turn around. They actually engage. But Cloud, if he's not MVP, no one's MVP in the game. Most deserving person right now hits another key hook. Even though he dies, he started the fight properly. Shie actually wastes his ulti, and this is a big kick. Almost hits Mystic.
Yep.
That would have been completely game over. They take an extra couple seconds to lock them down. He does a lot of extra damage, Mystic, as a last resort. And they almost win, but they only get 1 turret. You still think QG could have taken the Mountain Drake, maybe set up for the Baron, you know, but they really wanted that end.
I think the only person challenging Cloud's MVP would be Clid in this game. He's hit some fantastic Dragon's Rage kicks.
I refuse to believe that anyone other than Cloud is getting MVP in
He's
this game.
definitely front runner, Rusty, but I'm just saying, I know how China works.
They work on an algorithm, Pulse.
Do they? Do they really?
They totally do.
What is the algorithm? Who made the biggest play in the game?
It's secret spaghetti code.
Secret spaghetti code. And that's exactly why Clid could be the MVP.
Yes.
But he has hit some
They'll give it to
great
Alone because he
ultimates.
played Callista. Guarantee it.
Really?
It's-
Yeah.
The
you're probably
algorithm
right. That's the worst
preferences
thing.
new champions.
Yeah. Oh well. There's been a lot of kills in this game. There's been 34 kills in this game.
Yep.
Many dragons have died. Many champions have died up until this point in the game. But the Baron is once again up. Baron Nashor is ready to go. Cloud, a little bit precarious without his Callista near him, but here she is.
And I promise you a purple worm will die once again before we actually see the victory in this game. They've been spotted doing it, but it's a Kalista Lee Sin. How are you going to out-execute this damage? They can legitimately two-man this. It's at half.
957 jumps onto Kabe. He's not really taking down. Cloud is the one that they really want to try and take out. The Baron is down over to Alone and QG. 957 is the first tank to drop. He's going to be kept alive for a bit longer. Cloud will go down. And somehow 957 is still alive with that magic. That's the second kill. Joinby turn on two. That's a third. And Condi once more, he wants to find his kill onto Alone, but it's not going to be that one. Another Baron over to QG, but the kills to WE.
And it's a Lulu Maokai from the pits of potentially a defeat with another Baron taken away by Xiaogu. They lose a team fight because the Maokai, no matter how hard you try, he's just indomitable. He'll never go down. He is completely protected by the support of WE. And it's because you're barreling them into a small corridor. You're playing front to back against this Maokai. Kabe and 957, both tanks. But watch the fact that Lulu's able to prevent Nautilus doing damage. And now Nautilus has changed his focus towards the Maokai. And good luck killing him through the redemption, through the ultimate, through all of the shields. Even heal from Mystic, I believe, was put there to keep him alive. Alone and Clit are doing the Baron, whereas Mystic is killing Kabe. One of them shreds the tank. One takes the objective. That's where WE win.
And a 4-man stun from Xie just to top it off, just really turn that fight around for WE. But still, the Baron to QG, they have it on 2 members. Looks like Elder may be the one of the deciding factors in this game, but regardless of how this game shakes out, QG have put up a hell of a fight against WE. And they are still in the lead by a good margin.
A fantastic margin, especially with an Elder potentially being on the menu. However, WE have always had their vision set up nicely. They've always been aware of what QG are doing. And it might be the fact that they don't take it slow, QG. They are a fast-paced team. Victory or defeat, I said they'd make it fun.
Definitely have. There's 40 kills in this game. QG are sieging up the mid lane. The inhibitor has respawned, so that is the objective under attack from them.
It's like Xiaogu have forgotten that there's 3 lanes. I'm not sure that they know that there's. Someone should tell them that their top lane and their bottom lane are definitely places that exist. There's an A-ramp.
It's the bronze 5 shot calling. Go mid, group mid.
No Ali, no clue.
Yeah, no Ali, no clue. They'll turn on to 957. We've found historically that going for 957 doesn't particularly work out for them. He's still alive. And he finally goes down to Cloud. This has now opened up the fight for QG. Here comes Joinby. Jumps in with a round warp, but a big stun from Xie. The hook onto Ben. A double hook onto Ben. Condi turns
Mystic's
around.
freely hitting.
And Mystic is coming in with so much damage, but he'll die to Alone. He had all his Ren stacks on him. And with a nice Zhonya's from Joinby, Condi will also fall. And Xie, the only one remaining. This could be the game now for QG, and should be.
He's trying to 1v5.
He found one. He's got 3 more to go, and they're right on top of his face. Cloud's going to say no to that. Flay will shut him down. The tower drops. 34 minutes against a team of WE's caliber. QG take game 1.
Of course they have, Pulse. Of course they have. We came into this one looking at a 2-0 for Team WE, we said. And guess what? QG, in the middle of a slump, in the middle of weeks of underperformance, have managed to beat the best team in our league reasonably handily. Not clean.
I'm sorry, Raz just rejoined our desk, slapped the desk, and then
Yeah, he
started
did.
to sweep the desk. Hello,
Just
Raz.
like Xiaogu did with WE. And just like I did right now. I just killed a fly. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
You
With
having a
that being
conversation with you?
I'm just telling you I killed it, so you know you could thank me after the show.
Bible thump.
So,
thump.
good God, no one expected this except for Rusty just in there. That he said it was possible. I said it wasn't. Xiaogu was able to take, and you can look right at the beginning. That's 3 minutes into the game where, yeah, Kandi gets cheesed in his jungle. He gets blasted. Immediately in the bottom lane, they get blasted, and they come back again, and it's just the most massive early game lead you can imagine, and it goes over to a Kalista Thresh. You don't want those leads going over to a Kalista Thresh lane.
Yep.
And it just looks, I mean, it is bad. Thankfully for WE, Xiaogu is Xiaogu, and so their map movement is just poor. As you mentioned, they look for the kills and then the objectives. Meanwhile, WE is just trading objectives and then going for kills. So it's a lot more proper from WE, but they have to really climb it back. What was good from WE was that WE was able to, they were getting the proper kills. They were looking to play it front to back after the objectives, and were still controlling the dragon first. So it looked very competitive. What also made it very helpful for WE was this Baron fight. It's this beautiful fight here. Because Xiaogu, in Xiaogu fashion, have a massive lead. They have a rise so they can play it smart. They have such a good pick potential. Nah, they're going for Baron. No, so you look at this as like, oh, this is great, actually. They get the Baron. But no, they're going to lose the fight, absolutely. And this happens in another time as well, where, yeah, they're winning. They commit so many members to the Baron because they're going to be able to split Baron. A few people are going to try and stop them or fight them. And so a lot of their tank line does die out initially. And you're like, okay, well, you just lost the fight because of that. The Baron really didn't turn into much. It just was like 700 gold for them. But then you just get these ridiculous team fights going forward. Because it just goes on to the next team fight as well, where Xiaogu is able to outplay these fights so well. And so WE, look, you look towards 957, and he's actually just paper thin at this point in time. He's going in for the initiation. And so all you really have to look for, as you mentioned, the support.
Individual stuff, right? Like Cloud's hitting stuff, Clid's hitting stuff. Like they are able to individually out-execute.
Yeah, and so Cloud being able to get the Nash hook was incredible. This kick from Clid was also incredible. Also tagged Condi and killed him out. So they were able to net so many kills because of the natural individual skill from each member here. And so even though they were behind in terms of map movement, even though they were just ignoring side lanes, once again, they are so far ahead. If they can force these fights, even though WE is setting up properly, they were just able to get outplayed.
Yeah. That definitely happened. Honestly, it was just my mind is still blown from just watching a game where WE didn't just like take maybe dropped a couple kills in the early game and then just like went back, stalled the game forever, and then just came back again, because that's like what WE do. But that wasn't what happened. QG really rode that momentum, and despite them constantly making these plays, it was like you said during the game, Rusty, they played fast, and they almost played too fast for WE to actually regain their composure.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest points of that helped them out, Xiaogu out, was the fact that in the top side of the map, Kambe was able to get a banner of command, because they were just ignoring their side waves completely. And so the fact they were able to at least get lanes shoving in naturally for them, they could go into the mid lane and just start moving fast, moving for objectives. Even though the second Baron run also got them kills, they would at least have a few members up and alive for the next one. And Clid takes that.
I told you, Rusty.
There we go.
I'm pissed
Algorithm.
off.
Told you.
Algorithm comes out in favor of Clid.
Yeah.
That
It was those high
algorithm,
plays.
It's balls.
I
That
agree.
algorithm needs to
3,
change.
14. Those are the only numbers that matter out here. 89% kill participation.
Did you see those hooks?
And while I told you so, I 100% agree with you, Rusty. Cloud should have won.
I'm sorry, this
That
is the Matrix.
MVP.
I only see the numbers here. The numbers are just flying at me. 10 kills. Oh, that's all I need. Oh, 4. Oh, so little deaths.
Oh, the poor Thresh. He died too many times after engaging onto Xie. Oh, the horror.
Oh, did you see that kick that he was able to get the kill on? Oh, I don't care about the Thresh engaging on that one.
Yep, I do.
Yep. Yeah, that really makes me sad, actually, because a lot of those fights were really on the back of Cloud, like the hook onto Xie,
Yeah.
like even the bottom hook. Like, it was crazy cool to watch him hit that hook, but then they took a tower from it, and like actually hitting these objectives from that was based on Cloud doing these things, especially when we said at the start of the series, like Ali, he's now out of the organization, he was the main shot caller for the team. Is Cloud ever going to do something outside of just being mechanically good? Well, those mechanics just basically won you half of a game, so yes, he can definitely do that. So in our hearts on the English LPL broadcast, he got our MVP, but
that
actually
thumbs
not in reality, so that doesn't mean anything. We're going to take a quick break while we set up for Game 2. QG currently lead the series 1-0.
Welcome back to the LPL, where QG are 1-0 up on WE. That is a correct statement if you have just joined us. They are leading against WE in this series. Now, analysts, explain to me what happened and what will happen now. Are WE just going to slow down the entire series, not just in the game, but out of the game, and just take the 2-0 sweep?
They got to be more
2-1
aware,
sweep.
but I think, yeah, game 1, they cheesed them early on. Game 2, cheese them again. Get into that man jungle early on. Get another kill. He won't expect it the second time.
Yeah, look, I think that is probably what QG are going to do. Let's be clear, WE did get absolutely cheesed. We even mentioned it during the game. At 5 minutes, if that was a scrim, Alt F4ing. Like, I'm done, we're starting again. There's just no coming back from that. But they did. They found ways to come back. And again, WE's strengths, if they coincide against QG and there's no cheese in the early game, or there's no super early advantages through the jungle role, as we mentioned, I think that they can get those turrets. I think they can get those leads very easily. Yeah. Just play the game and don't get cheesed.
And there wasn't any champion particularly you would want to ban out. This is WE coming in. There's no specific champion that they would say, we need to take this away from them. So that's going to be something that Xiaogu has in terms of their advantage, that they can just go back to the same composition if they feel like it's worthy. That's a plus for them.
That's true.
It's true. QG just sitting down once more. Got to be pretty happy just taking the first game off of WE. We'll be trying to ride the momentum and ride the cheese tidal wave into game 2 and see if they can just defeat WE again. But I feel like WE will be a little safer in that early game, so they don't just get snowballed on.
This will be funny to see how this game does unfold through the draft phase first and foremost. Obviously, not getting cheesed is a priority. I think that's level 1 vision. So when we do get onto the map, we can have a look at how they're preparing themselves to not get blasted immediately. But through the pick and ban phase, there's a lot of jungle focus from QG away from Condi in particular. Condi, undoubtedly the best jungler in the league right now, understandably gets focused. But they were obsessed with Lee Sin as their first pick to take things away from him. And so I think we'll see the same bans again. But if W are on blue side, good luck QG.
I actually think that QG's bans were very good in game 1, and like the way they played that early champion select, it was like, wow, okay, we're just taking everything away from Condi, and we prioritized the Lee Sin, which did very well, I might add. Picks up that MVP performance, even though we may disagree. He put up a very good performance regardless on that champion, making the pick worth it.
There are a few teams that do go towards that Lee Sin priority. OMG is one of them, Xiaogu as well. Condi does play it, so if we find themselves in the same position, just kidding, it's banned. Goodbye. See you, mate.
Well,
fantastic.
We're into game 2 of WE and QG.
Sometimes I wish I could just speak like Raz does.
Yeah.
Randomly get excited at one word. I can't do it like him.
No, it's just not possible. None of us are Raz, and we just can't replicate the brilliance. Anywho, W will take away Camille and Lee Sin at QG, and Elise and Gragas towards WE. So similar bans in game 1. And Thresh banned out against Cloud. You see, WE agree with us. He was the MVP at the game.
They banned out the dual MVPs. This is one of the weirdest bans that I've seen from QG. Get rid of the Rengar. Yo, I like it though. They leave one decision there. So it's Lulu for WE, but then Graves is there. And he's the only remaining jungler with the Kha'Zix. What are you going to do, WE?
Sweating intensifies up. There's going to be Condi prioritized there for WE. So they'll allow QG potential to pick up Lulu, but it is not the same playmaking potential from Cloud as it is on that Thresh, but he'll say, well, I get an OP champion, so that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, which kind of voids the Thresh ban, as per QG's really strong drafting and banning phase so far. Lulu's the simple lock-in. Ashe I don't think is ultimately necessary, but can be looked at again with it. I also like the Kalista Lulu combo. It's not a often thought about thing, but with the changes to Blade of the Ruined King, being more AD, not attack speed, and Lulu now giving attack speed. It's actually a really cool combo there.
It's true. And the cluster was very good. I mean, he did get spoon-fed kills in the early game, which just made it unstoppable in team fights. But
they've proven that the Nautilus is good with it, though.
Yes, that is true. And Kabe had a really, really good performance on the Nautilus. I would just like to see it again. There we go. Great, locked in. Exactly 50% win rate. QG, strong first rotation. Back over to WE. They got the priority jungler in the form of Graves, and see where they go from here.
Now they could go towards mid lane, but there's still a lot of options up. I'd say Karma has to be picked soon before the next ban phase, unless they do want to ban it from Doinby, which is, it feels like a weird ban when Lulu's already there. So I'm expecting that to be picked from Ben, unless they go straight down the Malzahar rabbit hole.
Well, Maokai coming in early for WE, so leaving up options as North has also came in early for them. And then they may also consider that support position.
There's a lot of options. Nami's good disengage, good sustain. If they're expecting a Lulu Lucian, then Nami does make sense. They can try and outrange it, or perhaps go like an Ezreal Nami 2v2 lane. But so far they've put themselves into a winning jungle, and they're sacrificing top lane a little bit for push priority. And it leaves open exactly what we said.
Yep, Nami picked up for WE, but here's the Karma potentially for Doinby, was banned out last game. So nothing completely crazy from the mid lane, but Doinby does play a good Karma. Oh, no.
Okay, why not?
We're just doing, no, we're going into the middle of the abyss. Here's the Nidalee coming up once more. Will be our 5th time seeing it. Has only won 1 game so far in the LPL, but Klid is confident apparently.
I've been picked 5 times, so we get to watch these bans now unfold. You'd expect a Karma to come out from DB. Perhaps it was a pump fake from QG. They hovered it, they didn't really mean it. Now they're like, you're going to ban me.
Because we put the idea in your head, planted the seed. Syndra, Victor, going towards the mid lane. She and Doinby. But it's very difficult to actually just ban out Doinby's champion pool, because there are like a billion champions he can play.
Vladimir's the other one as well. LeBlanc's also there. This is that point in the draft phase where Red Side has the definite advantage, but even when you look at their first 3 picks, they're sitting pretty right now by forcing WE's hand on the jungle role. So at the moment, they banned away the Karma because they've acknowledged they've got the first draft. They don't need to have a Karma on the game at all. Both Shea and Doinby are Karma players specifically, and Karma's the answer to Vladimir. So now that that is banned, the WE now forcibly have to ban the Vladimir so QG can't pick it. It gets a little bit dicey.
And Doinby hitting that champion pool again. So all 4 of those second phase bans were mid laners. QG look towards their ADC now. Lulu Lucian was what you called earlier Rusty, and it is the consideration from QG.
What's the reason that Nami's there in the first place, expecting that? So good foresight from WE, but also expectant against QG. They will go towards that Lulu Lucian combo. And again, expect that one as well.
Yep. Again predicted. WE will pick their final one here, and it will be their mid lane.
The real question is what they want in the middle position. They have a lot of damage already. They can pick something with crowd control, or something that can even help the Maokai to start fights off. My initial thought was like Doinby may want something along the lines of a LeBlanc, but they've got magic damage, so he may even just go Talon. But now he gets to counter pick.
Onto an Ahri for Xie. And he's already he actually just swapped up to Exhaust, so he's expecting something big to come out from Doinby that does a lot of burst damage. It's going to be Jace actually, who makes it all the way through picks and bans as a final pickup in for Doinby. So alright, that'll be it.
And as we said, there's a lot of magic damage, so he can afford to be physical. I suggested Talon, but he didn't know what he was against yet. Jace, a little bit safer. Hexdrinker user, actually has a good laning phase against Ahri most of the time. It's very charm dependent in the matchup. Doinby, can he play the Jace to a high level though? I mean, he can play pretty much everything.
I'm going to say yeah.
I'd be surprised if he can't.
Pretty much.
But hey, we have to ask the question.
That's true. You have to ask the question, but Doinby is still an exceptional mid laner. He's brought out so many different picks. I have faith that he can make the Jace work. And we have the 4 compositions as we look towards our second game. WE, they are on the precipice of actually just dropping their series against QG. And what an upset it would be after WE take down titans such as RNG from the opposing group.
RNG managing to bring MLXG back and look even better. Once they get Uzi, they'd be max power, but WE have bested them. And now, as you mentioned, QG on the horizons of something unexpected, perhaps. With a good team composition to be able to do this. Nidalee is the most important part of this all to me, though. When you look at their team composition, the Jace mid with the Lucian, good mid-game spike, good late-game spike, good all-around damage from the comp. But if Nidalee's behind and does nothing, if they invade cleared and keep him down,
Yeah.
then suddenly the early game's gone, and WE can start to run away with it.
It's one of those picks, right? It's like an Ivan. If your lanes are getting pushed in, if you're behind, then congratulations, you have Daisy, but both of you are going to die very, very quickly.
Yeah.
If you're ahead, though, very oppressive.
And in saying that, it's very difficult to push in QG's draft so far. They've got the Nautilus into the Maokai. He should have push.
Yep.
Jace into the Ahri is either equal or Jace has the advantage. Even the bottom lane 2v2, Lucian and Lulu just have more general AoE that they can put on minions and harass you. So they should have the push. It's very free for Cleared to find where Condi is going to be. But then it comes down to the 1v1. Can Condi actually match him? Can he be there first or best him?
But he has the opportunity to do so. So that's the biggest thing as we head into this game. I'm actually liking QG's chances to find the sweep here. WE, though, we know how strong that they are. And that last game really could have gone the way of WE had a couple of those fights not being just sheer outplays from the side of Cloud and Kabe hitting those hooks onto key members. So WE, with a lot of those threats off the board, QG now having to play a much smarter game with these poke champions of Nidalee and Jace, rather than just relying on the outplay from Kabe and Cloud. Let's see if they can make it work in this one. Looking at those keystones, and pretty common, pretty standard across the board. Not really seeing anything out of the ordinary.
Yep, just Cloud going towards the Wind Speakers, not the Thunderlords, looking to support his Lucian. Again, makes a lot of sense when you've got a low-ranged AD carry. Both top laners, you have seen Grasp crop up, but not for these two. Everything is very much just what you would expect, and that is surprising for QG. If I was to take anything away from that, is a fantastic leash.
That was really, really good. Damn.
But he started Zaplings. Have fun.
Yeah, 957 is just going to take a bunch of damage from Kabe, who will start Titan's Wrath, and we'll get the punish in the bush, so you get a good amount of damage. Probably take at least a quarter of his health off. That's always a great place to stand. If you're ever playing at home and you're on blue side, as most top lane champions, you can get some really big punishes off onto your opposing top laner, because that's the route they'll take most of the time.
It's a good lesson, but also the one matchup I'd say don't do it.
What?
If you've started with Zaplings. No, it was the Maokai that did it.
Yeah.
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 He chose to fight that. Delays getting to the lane a little bit, I guess, but, you know. Level 2.
Level 2 on the opposite side of QG, though, so it's not going to be the both big punish, but I'm going to have to hold that full because alone we'll have to burn both summoners, and Ben will do the same.
And they can do
kill
this.
from Mystic.
That's pretty crazy that WE go that aggro, but they're able to do this. First thing, Doran's into a longsword. You're like, all right, there's a 3-potion advantage for the Lucian. He'll be okay. But because they've got a Nami, they're actually able to do that and sustain up with just the Dorans. And he has the extra combat stats at level 2. Very much a conscious decision, though, from Ben to even level up the E. It's the auto attacks from Mystic that apply the crowd control. Now, Condi, he has his eye in. He's level 4. Did the fast clear.
He's pretty big. Kabe is beelining it back to his tower, but he's rooted down by 957. Flash comes out. Multiple flashes in from WE, but the tower shots are starting to land. And he makes it back to his tower. He's ticking down for the red buff. Barely survives. He was down to, what, 20, 30 HP.
Yeah, they do very well to have Kabe survive it all. Has the teleport. Will come back to lane. Should be okay, especially with the second Doran's in his recall. So, not the worst of timings. 957 now forced to go back to base and has no flash himself. So, top laners are legitimately equal. The only thing that had an influence there was jungle. Condi's been out jungling Clid. But you can also see where the Nidalee's now started to press forwards a little bit to at least get control.
Deep Ward's coming out there. 957 will be on his way to the top lane. Goes for that corrupting potion over the extra Dorans here, as Kabe has done that, or just done that. Condi will go back into the jungle, continue farming, find that his raptors are gone. In fact, everything on the bottom side is gone apart from those Krugs.
But Ben's actually walked over to heal him. He has no reason to be bottom because Mystic's going back to base for the tier purchase. And so instead of being there, he's just walking around healing Condi as he jungles or looks for ganks. How kind.
That's great. And Ben's already been back recently, so there's no reason for him to go back. Ted was stalking him in the brushes.
That's a quick 6 from Condi here. He's got 2 levels over cleared. He's done the
pretty
Raptors
crazy.
on spawn. He was waiting for them.
It's not even like he's just been clearing the jungle as well. He's actually been visiting these lanes, applying pressure.
How far behind he is.
How is Clid so far behind?
It was a buff steal, I think. From Conjure, at least camp steals.
Yeah, but still, that's pretty insane. He's gone back for the Hunter's Potion. But I just don't understand how Clid is so far behind. Like, he'll get level 4 from this crab, but Condi hit 5 30, 40 seconds ago?
Yeah, and he'll be
He's not even level
6.
4.
So the Krugs will give him 4 at least. That's nice.
But then Condi will be 6.
The Raptors will potentially respawn for him shortly as well, so he'll be like still super far behind. Like there's the Raptors there now.
Yeah. Man, Condi is unbelievably far ahead.
Yeah, he's actually probably just ahead of solo laners. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of camps for Condi to take himself.
Yep.
So that's where he gets slowed down a bit.
Probably why he was looking for the invade now onto Raptors. Clid does his own smite though, so it's not going to be awful. But he is definitely looking for that invade. Yep, you'll see Clid just finish the back half of the Raptors.
Over. Here we go.
There's the ward.
And
knows. Yeah.
Interactive jungles, you know, met each other, and Condi will still fight him, 100%.
We thought it was going to be the other way around though. Clid with his pushing lanes. That he'd go into the enemy jungle and see what he can do against Condi, but Ben and Mystic have been pushing up. Mid lane's been equal. Top lane's been pushing in just because Condi's applied pressure.
And I actually have the belief that the reason this has happened, surely not, the reason this has actually been able to happen is because of QG's drafting phase. I like their draft when you look at it overall, except for the Nidalee really. Nidalee's fine as a champion. I don't disagree with it. Clid's also played it more than once and it's okay. But they gave over the Graves. They gave it over to Condi. They gave the best player, potentially even on this whole team, the opportunity to play the best jungler on the patch. And that's because the Lulu was their choice. They gave them the decision of one champion, that's blue side. But I think WE chose correctly.
Yeah, for sure. Despite no kills going down, it definitely does have that feeling of WE being far ahead. All of a sudden though, Clid is just level 5. So he just cleared out all of his jungles, all the jungle camps in an instant. Connie has just dinged 6, so he has that whole level ahead of him. And he has a big combat advantage over Clid if he finds him. Alone and Cloud will go back to base here.
They've been having a pretty rough time, I think it's safe to say, but they'll have close to their next item, so it's okay.
Yeah, Alone has gone for that build water cutlass into the boots and a refillable potion, so he's on his way back bot lane. But that will mean there's a pretty nice lead now for Mystic in terms of CS. It'll be about a wave and a half. Good. Continuing to clear out his jungle. This Grom should give him a good amount of experience. Yeah, he needs just like 2 more camps towards level 6. But Connie is almost level 7.
Yeah, so Condi will tick 7, you would imagine, from this big Raptor, so it's a 2 camp XP advantage. If he is 2 camps off 6, then he's not going to get the blue buff for himself anyway, because that goes over to Jace, then he's behind for a very long time.
Clid barely just managed to make 6 off of that camp, so it's not the worst. And Connie will move towards the blue buff, set it up for Shie. He's going to clear out this mid wave as well. Hexdrinker over towards NewBee, so I mean that's pretty much the standard pickup into an AP matchup for him.
Yeah, he's also gone for the tier as well. It's not the most common item of choice, but really helps with his prolonged trading for a sustained period. This is actually a 1v1, 957. I think he wants to recall.
Kabe's getting the better of him. This might just be a kill. They'll just kind of poke him with the anchor for a kill. That should almost never happen.
957, what are you doing, man? How much do you want to recall that dying's the quickest way?
I mean, he did get back to base faster.
He
but he
definitely bought his items. He hasn't even bought them.
No, he hasn't.
That's not the fastest way to buy, apparently. Everything I've learned was wrong. Buy items!
He gets more time to think about what he wants to buy, I guess. Like, I wish we saw the setup to that. I mean, but that is like Maokai on current patch. You have like no trade potential against Nautilus at all.
He chose to trade, boss. I'm so lost.
Yeah, there's like 0 reason to ever go for a trade as Maokai into any matchup, unless your enemy is just staying there on 20% HP for no reason.
Oh, so Kabe doesn't have to teleport to lane. He actually makes 957 miss minions, as that's straight in your face hole.
Oh, flash, bubble, doesn't land onto Alone or Cloud. They'll look for the chase down. And yeah, we're good to go. Which hole specifically on the face? Because it's like 5.
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay. Every single face hole, Mystic was receiving the volley of fire from Alone, but it wasn't a kill in the end. In terms of summoners, it was a 1-for-1, but it was the flash from Alone and the flash from Ben. Clid now heading into this jungle, finds the ward, clears this one away. Conley on his way up. And Kabe that was a perfect time also to pick up a kill because he's now completed Spirit Visage.
This is actually
almost completed.
Just generally for QG really good timing when you actually watch how they're playing it out now. So Kabe gets the kill, that's nice, but he was also in control of the lane.
Tidal Wave, that was a very poor decision from Ben. 957 will jump immediately onto NewBee, but there's the Wild Growth. Kabe comes in, staggering blow, they'll find the Maokai. Timber, he goes down. Another 2 kills to QG.
And it feels like WE have just spontaneously combusted all their ability to play leagues now out the window. And QG have grouped up at the right time, make the correct play looking for the turret on a recall.
Xie was trying to find a return kill, but not going to happen. In fact, he'll just find Kabe's ultimate. QG, like, I didn't even know what was going on. They're like playing like I would expect WE to play.
Yeah, and interestingly, and this is because they have winning lanes, firstly. So it's not even that bot lane was winning. They actually just had good recall timings and were able to roam around the map with Cloud. Clid invades, gets vision on where Condi is, and at the exact same time, Ahri had to recall. So as Xie goes back to base, they find a window of opportunity to group up around the middle lane. They use the teleport from Kabe because a pick is conveniently gifted to them. And what's the most confusing part about all of this is that Ben used his ultimate as if they were going forwards because they wanted something, but they didn't get what they wanted. Ben just found a gray screen. So they may want to reconsider the shot calling in that particular instance.
Yeah.
Rare mistakes from Ben.
Rare mistakes from WE in general. It's very rare you'll see the team just kind of collapse or make a bad call and then poorly execute it on top of that. But it's pretty much everything going wrong for them, while QG are now doing very well. 2 assists
having a really
on
bad
the entire bot side of the map. Xie, for the record, just got back to lane. He's only just bought, so now down to half.
Yeah, NewBee's actually been doing a lot of work mid. We already mentioned this, but as you get the Hex Drinker, you start to lose that lane anyway, because you just cannot all-in. You cannot even threaten the all-in unless NewBee makes mistakes. He doesn't even have Cleanse or Flash. Xie has both summoners, but still can't even close the distance to harass him at the moment, so has to go back to base. And then NewBee gets the push advantage, maybe gets an extra 6 CS lead, and Clid's also here potentially to threaten the turret because it was already chunked out earlier.
Yep, even more attack speed onto NewBee. And this tower is pretty
Teleport
much
in,
gone.
actually.
Teleport out from 957. They're going to try and turn this one around. It's going to be no flashes coming after Spirit Rush, but the charm goes right through the middle of NewBee and Clid. He'll turn around and finally gets charmed. He'll look for the return kill, but not going to happen. Mystic in the bottom lane, Alone coming up, but he's out of mana. Cloud blocking up the Mystic shot. Out from Mystic himself. True shot barrage again through the goalpost, and Alone on his way back to base.
Yeah, Mystic actually taking the shot at Alone. It goes wide, unfortunately, but W are winning the 2v2 bottom. They have been this whole time, and the reason the gank worked mid was back timings. Now WE are the ones making the play. They get the teleport off. The advantage was there, and Clid's left to defend this. A charm is a lot of damage, though, so he has to respect it.
Clears out the minions in the end. Not the best at wave clearing, unfortunately, but with the help of the smite, he'll make it work. Man, what has happened in the top lane? Like, this is one of those games where I actually do want to see Nautilus versus Maokai.
One of them really wanted to die. And so what he did is he walked up to the enemy champion, didn't hit him specifically, just hit the minions around him, and allowed himself to die. And that's the state of the top lane that we're in. That's as exciting as it gets.
But it's like a 40 farm advantage, Rusty, and Kabe was hitting the tower while 957 was desperately trying to clear the minions.
That tower's gone.
Yep, it is.
Next wave. Nidalee's here just to ensure that it gets knocked over with a stiff breeze.
There's something that people don't recognize about top lane matchups, specifically big tanks, is that they are very volatile.
They're snowballies.
They are snowbally, but everyone's just like, well, you just hit me and they hit them, and it never looks like there's a lot happening. But if you misplay as a tank, then it quickly snowballs out of control because suddenly the opposing top lane does more damage than you and they don't die. Yeah. So congratulations, you've lost the lane. And people don't recognize that, but this is what happens. This is like worst case scenario. NewBee will jump onto Xie. Fantastic charm, but NewBee will still get his combo off.
I mean, just as a fair statement, if you're ever ahead as a tank, the whole map of the enemy team suffers from that. Because you'll never die and you still do damage. Levels are the most important things. And because Kabe is 2 levels ahead of his opponent in 957, you can see the fact that he's just going to have more items with the Spirit Visage, more pressure, and he's able to solo take out the first turret of the game. Not just that, mid lane, we already mentioned this, pushing lanes from QG. WE might be accelerating and winning the 2v2 bottom, but the rest of the map suffers, and that's where Clid puts all of his focus, and now QG actually get an advantage.
This is, it's happening, .gif, this game, because QG, this is one of those games where Kabe is popping off, 1-0-1, picks up first tower of the game, 650 gold in his pocket, plus the 50 farm advantage. And that means he's on 2 items. He has Banner, he has Spirit Visage, and 957 has a null magic mantle.
Now you are absolutely correct. This is one of those it's happening moments, but I don't want to say it yet because there are 2, maybe 3 AD carries in the league. I'm just going to say 2 normally. Deft and Mystic were the 2 people that I would look at when they play Ezreal. Like, he'll give you a win. Guaranteed he'll give you a win. Uzi at Worlds, you know, he'll always give RNG a win in a series. You never know which game, but he'll give you one. Right now, I am seeing signs of that from Mystic. He is playing aggressively. He's playing very well. He's fed. He's winning the 2v2. And whilst QG now have a 2-0 in Italy, they have the mid lane turret, the top lane turret, massive advantage on the Nautilus. He's got his snowball item for the side lane minion control. I just can't count out WE.
Yeah, I mean, you never can, right? But I just imagine a team fight where Kabe lumbers into the fight, looks to his left, looks to his right, hovers the R button, and clicks it on Mystic. And the Mystic just has to run away and Arcane shift out.
It's possible, but he's got the support of the team around him.
He does.
And it's a very good team composition to empower Mystic. He has carried games almost solo for his team before. We just have to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, he was our MVP over an entire week, particularly because of his Ezreal. NewBee and Clid, I think they've identified the last remaining member that could be a threat to them because they are moving towards the bottom side of the map.
Don't tell me they're making a good decision. They had a Banner place top lane. They should bring everyone down.
Well, Ben just lost all of his HP. Mystic and was also definitely just an auto attack from alone, but with Lulu's extra damage, it's going to meet the tower and the dragon. QG are threatening both. Ben, another big shock blast onto him. Conley's trying his best to clear out this wave. He's going to throw out the smoke screen, but the tower's still being chipped away from. Kabe's even in the bot side now. 957 getting nothing done. Clid is going to take this dragon. And it's going to be an ocean dragon towards QG, which is actually just great.
Good damage, but I mean,
nope. Kabe pretty tanky.
Yeah, so QG should stay here. They were 100% outlast their opponents in WE. The minions are the problem, so WE have just said go.
No, they're going to go for this fight. Launching onto Clid. He's pretty much by himself right now, but that's a good knockback, and Tyler wave to follow. Shie on the front lines. He has to jump away. Use all of his charges to jump out of here. And the hook. Great spaghetti code will actually save Mystic right there, and Shie barely survives.
Yeah, Shie barely lives. QG is still here. We said they'll outlast them, and WE's almost last-ditch effort on that wave was to try and engage. And now good luck clearing that big minion.
That's, yep, that minion
it's
actually
about
just
Nautilus
isn't dying.
size.
That's hilarious. And down goes the tower. QG, 3 towers to 0. 2 ocean dragons to nothing. 3 kills to 1. We're not even 20 minutes into the game. 4,000 advantage.
It's not just 2 ocean dragons to nothing. It's a siege and prolonged poke composite. They've got a Jason and Nidalee, and now they've got 2 ocean drakes, which not often I would say ocean drakes are a good thing, but 2 early ocean drakes and with the 3rd one coming, like, Jesus.
What is with the 3 in a row dragons this week?
I don't know.
We've had too many for it to be chance.
Moral of the story for this one is buckle up, WE. You're going to be in for the long haul.
Yep. Well, they are attuned to going for those type of fights. They have an affinity towards long games. So if any of the teams in the LPL, I would say, have a chance when it comes to stalling out for the long game, it is definitely WE. That's the one. They need to be WE in this game. Man, QG, I can't believe we're sat here and we're looking towards a potential sweep for QG. Like, what? What even?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just got to watch these things happen and hope that QG... And this is the thing, right? You got to let them actually finish the game.
Yeah,
we
that's
can
the
be
thing.
excited. I don't want to get excited until they do it. But surely, with what they have right now in the top lane specifically...
Uh-oh. 957 knocked up. That was an early ultimate from Carbe. And 957 is actually not taking any damage so far. Tidal Wave knocks up all of QG. Is this the infamous QG throw? Not
They're
quite.
doing this though because the Ezreal is bottom lane trying to push. Mystic should be able to get a turret. And this is the siege. The spears, the Jace, all of it compounds at once. But unfortunately, they didn't set up. And this is the thing with QG. Like, W didn't do anything flashy. They just walked bottom lane. Mystic just farmed the wave until he got to the turret. Nobody responds to him because they want to make plays elsewhere. We're at 20 minutes and the Baron has spawned. Guys, I know what we should do. Literally, they're shot calling.
Is this everything you wanted out of this series, Rusty?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's a good start.
Where are we going? Oh, okay.
I tell you,
So
W
we're
are
missing
going
the
to
play.
win this one, and then we've got the series that we wanted, or that I wanted. I don't know what you wanted.
Just wanted fighting, man. It's like if it was GT versus GT, my type of game is two Kleds and just running at each other for 50 minutes.
You won't get that from Team WE, but they are often prone to just saying go anyway, saying screw it, we'll take them on.
Yeah, they definitely tried that a couple times in the last game. May not have turned out well for them, but they did try it. And QG still ahead, but they've slowed down.
So Alone's gone for the Kindle Gem aspect of the Black Cleaver, for the 10% cooldown reduction.
And a bit of health.
And a bit of health. But Phage makes more sense if you're going to do damage. And I have seen a lot of AD champions actually go the double health crystal before they finish the Phage anyway, just so that they're tanky.
Yep.
But he just went for a Kindle Gem. Like, granted, he's got the Phage now. I don't think 10% cooldown reduction is that worth it. There's limits to when you would build it. I'd rather have a longsword. My team's winning. I want to do damage.
Just really wants Cull, I guess. I mean, cooldown reduction is very good for him. That's the reason why you get in the first place. Man, this kind of minion is going to town on these minions. What?
957 wants it to die to the turret. Let's
21
see.
gold.
Oh, I was hoping to see if he last hits it. That's the exciting part. They're so hard to last hit.
Yep. I was actually very excited. I really want to know now. Thanks, Rusty. We'll never know. Side. NewBee throwing out this mid lane. Mystic.
Oh!
Well, there's the R button, clicked on him, and now he has to jump all the way away. Dredgeline lands,
Lulu.
staggering blow, and the Titan's Wrath all thrown on top of Mystic, and he'll fall down. 957 tanking up QG, but Carbe moving forward. Here's that flank coming in from Alone with his Kindle Gem. There's the ultimate in as well onto 957. He falls. 2 kills to QG, and no look for the mid lane siege.
And now they start to break it down with the siege. NewBee's health bar doesn't matter because he has the red buff. They break 1 turret, they might look for 2. Nidalee's got the heals as well. And this was a 4v5 that QG just won. They didn't even have Alone there. He just rocks up at the end and misses his culling for the entire contribution to the fight. 2 Ocean Drakes, the third about to spawn. You can see where their preferences and priorities lie. WE, not just on the back foot anymore. They are pretty much halfway out the door. This again, Nautilus, Lulu. What a combo that is when the Nautilus is fed. The fact that NewBee has cleanse means that he's able to just casually walk it out and spends a lot of his time alone. High impact, AD carry. Look at him go.
Blam, 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 blam.
Did about 200 damage.
Not even.
Not even necessary. He's not even a required member of the team right now. That's how well the rest of them are playing. It's Carbe.
It is Carbe. And you know, as a play-by-play, there's not many times in my life where I can gloat and say I was right. But before, when I said Carbe's just going to walk in and click R on Mystic, and he's going to have to Arcane Shift away and die.
Okay, it was Flash R.
Flash R.
You are
Technicalities. He still clicked R on him and he died. And that was a team fight to QG. It was a mid lane tower. It was a dragon. 3 ocean dragons to QG with a poke comp. Oh man. It's happening. It is actually happening.
They've gone to have a spa day every 12 seconds. They immediately just get spa days. They're having the best time.
This is ridiculous. This is actually insane.
Throw
How
on
much regen
spears.
is that? Is it 8% per... No, it reduces the cooldown on it, right? So you just get it like constantly.
Yeah, I think the amount does go up a bit. I forget the numbers. We changed it. I know the old
Multiple
numbers.
times. I've
Yeah.
changed like 3 times. Either way, it's a lot of regen. Usually I cheat and look at the client, but we don't have access, unfortunately. But him as NewBee cleared and Cloud, tag teaming down that ward, and another one, and another one. And just like that, all of the vision is gone for WE in the top side of the jungle.
However, they do still have the Scuttle Crab that just died. As thank you very much for dying as I say it.
Yeah.
Look at the vision now in the blue side jungle. QG can immediately rotate to the Baron if they choose. First and foremost though, 3 Oceans on a poke comp, throw the spears, throw the shock blast and gate empower them. Throw the culling out. Just give them everything you've got. Bring your Nautilus up.
Ooh.
Have a party.
Ah! Yeesh. A lot of damage.
Oh, that's a
957.
deep flag.
Wow, we're going in. Karbi hasn't even started the TP yet. Now he does it as soon as he sees 957. They jump onto Cloud. He'll instantly go down. NewBee has been bubbled, but here comes Karbi. And Ben, he's low. The ultimate used on Ben of all people, but Karbi doesn't care. Karbi doesn't take damage. 957 onto NewBee. He should be falling. Yes, he does to Mystic. And Mystic could kite down a couple more members, could chase down someone else. Flash, Charm, Karbi dead. Connie, the recipient. He finds the kill. He got the kill, guys. He got it. 1 for 3. WE did fire back.
So WE, again, this is the team comp of QG, and that is exactly how WE are meant to deal with it. If they have poke, you engage. You don't let them poke you down. You don't let them prolong sieges. You just have to pull the trigger. He might be a 0-4 Maokai, irrelevant when he's a Maokai, because he has the good teleport flank, gets Lulu. So there's no one that Cloud can protect when he has to protect himself. This gives all the time in the world for Condi and Xie to do their burst. And that was a really good bait from Xie actually to go over the wall and then come back again. NewBee took an extra 3 seconds and was stuck in hammer form. So he pretty much immediately just dies. Alone's not able to do a thing. He's not having the best performance right now. And by missing the wall, Karbi deserves the death that was thrust upon him.
Thrust.
Thrust. Literally thrusted into death.
Yeah, I tried to say recipient in that fight.
You did.
Too many syllables. Definitely too many syllables. QG did lose that fight. They didn't take the tower either, so that was the one fight that WE have managed to stem the bleeding for now. Mystic will also pick up his own red buff, so they have reclaimed vision in the top side, which is very valuable, considering they were strangled of vision a couple seconds ago from QG. When Baron is on the board, and that's probably one of the final nails in the coffin, WE want to be able to contest it.
Absolutely.
There will not be teleport for the flank though, but gotta hand it to 957. That was an incredible TP.
I think this is the point where you actually bring the Nautilus up to help the team. Now, you use your banner. Right now is when you leave. It generates a slow push. You can see him coming up, but he does lose a turret for that. So QG are making this decision. The turret doesn't matter too much. Like the mid lane outer, irrelevant. It had no health. They want to play it slowly, use the minions bottom, and then force the Drake. Continue to utilize the 3 Ocean Drakes they've got. They have to play around it.
Tidal wave goes wide.
Spooky water.
Spooky water.
Look at QG, that's the tidal wave. They were not going to get baited into the area. This is one of the first times you'll see Xiaogu play with some kind of focus.
Free poke onto Xie. As QG now sees the middle lane, they have the inside track. Here comes Ben and Condi. Bubbles onto the minions.
Flank.
We're looking for the fight to happen. It's 5 versus 5. Condi instantly drops QG in a great position. 957 gets a massive arcane smash, but there's no one really else to deal damage. They have, who is that? Mystic? Mystic is behind them, but he can't get close to QG. Inhib falls.
QG just run forwards and WE tried too hard to get a flank. 957, nothing he can do. The flash was good, thankfully, to keep him alive, but QG immediately rotate to the Baron buff. That's what they want to get. Control wards apparently just stacked on top of each other. WE are coming to try and contest this.
They have vision over this pit. Mystic comes in, he looks to assassinate Cloud, but he has the shielding coming out. Karbi now stepping out of the pit to try and block the rest of WE off. There is no smite over to that team. It's smited down by Clint. Do they have the turnaround? WE need to kill someone. Karbi has so much armor, but NewBee will finally die, and Ben will find that kill. Karbi also falls to Xie, so 2 kills to WE, but it's QG with the Baron take.
And 2 kills for the Baron's perfectly fine. So the bottom wave, again, was previously stacked. QG have played this out exactly how they should be. the foresight again of placing the banned minion to set all of this up. Very obviously going to happen if you're watching from our perspective, but WE's response was still correct. They have to fight. If they're not going to force the fight and they're just going to get poked down, then they'll lose slowly. It's frustrating. The engage they'll have will be poor. And without the teleport from 957 and QG knocking on their front door, the desperate play gets them kills, nets them time, but perhaps not the game just yet.
With 10 seconds left on Kabi before the teleport even starts, and NewBee only just respawning. This dragon could go over to Kondi and Mystic, but they are being zoned away. Here comes 957 and Ben. The cavalry has indeed arrived. And Infernal over to WE. So after all of that, and it's very good for them.
Hello.
But there are super minions knocking on the front door.
Get it, minion.
It's going to be close, actually. Shie, he's going to charm it. That's really heads up. But
the
another
other
one
one.
comes in. Our friend comes out just to punch the tower. Oh,
Those heat-seeking bastards.
that is unfair. What? Like, he had all of these minions to hit. It's just like, walked past all of them and it hits the tower.
Those super minions actually have vendettas, don't they, towards the Nexus turrets.
I wasn't even sure like the coding was like that. I didn't know they prioritized the towers. but
Gary just waltzes
there
past
you go.
and just says, "What up, Steve? You hitting the turret? Let's do it."
Yes. Oh,
I have
no.
names now. I named them. Generic name 1 through 5.
I like naming banned up cannon minions who have Baron. Those are when you're allowed to name them. I believe that was official by the Union of Shoutcasters.
They live for long enough that you can name them? Is
Correct.
that the...
Yeah.
Okay.
And because when they step up the towers, they're ranged as well, so they don't get killed as soon as they step up. So you have a pretty good longevity. Or you can get attached to your minion.
That's why I wouldn't name them.
Why not?
Because you get attached to it.
Well, yeah, but that's the only chance you can. You wouldn't just name a minion. Like this guy who's just stepping up to the tower, I wasn't going to name him. He's already dead.
Yeah, fair. All right, well, speaking of, the minions are also stepping up with QG, folks, because they're sieging.
They are. It's going to be slow. Oh, Kawi doesn't have Baron. He's actually just ruined it. But he'll take this tower pretty much by himself. That's being pinged down by WE. He's saying, well, someone's going to have to deal with him. And it's not going to be me. 957, his job is to jump on top of someone, but he got hit by the culling, which struck him down to half. And slowly, Nautilus will take your towers in topside.
That's the thing, slowly, but they will. WE have to do something. If they want to send the Maokai out, which they inevitably have to, mid lane's dead as well, so they have to respond to all of these places at once. QG, calm, patient, methodical play will get them the victory. We know they suck at that, but that's what they're trying to do.
WE are getting eroded. Their towers are slowly falling. 957 will finish off this bannered up minion. QG are keeping up the pressure. Kabe's going to go back. Looks like he has a big item to pick up before he looks to teleport again. And we'll probably go into this bottom lane as the minion wave comes in. How long have we got left on Baron? I would like to know. Well, we're sieging the bottom side.
Two teleports.
It's coming in from 957. He wants to flank, but Kabe is immediately going to run back to where 957 was coming from. The backline from QG trying to get involved right now, but there is good zoning from Kondi. He has to jump away though. 957 is getting shredded. Dressline comes down. Ultimate onto Kondi and Ben, and she is coming in. He goes down. So does the Maokai. And Mystic, he's trying to do what he can, but he can only hit Kabe. Clint looking to finish off, but he finds the return damage and the Mystic shot for the kill, but it's simply not enough. The rest of his team fell, and while he was dueling the jungler, it's simply not enough to save the game. He'll recall, but he is definitely dead. NewBee was looking for the lineup shot, but it's not going to happen. And QG, unbelievable. They are closing in for a potential win here.
I think that they'll just leave it at the 2 inhibs, but they can push forwards. They've got Kabe, and he's never going to die. They just need to get the minions onto the turret and hit the structures, and it might be game over.
Mystic is still alive. He's got Ben with him. Can the dynamic duo do it against a 3-man squad? NewBee's onto this Nexus, and Kari's not dying in a hurry. They're just hitting the Nexus. Can Mystic do anything? He's now being jumped on, turned into a squirrel, and that's not going to happen. QG with a clean sweep over WE.
We said it was going to be a 2-0, but I didn't think it would go this way. And not this clean. QG has stepped up to the plate.
NewBee's like, do we have to play another game? Did we just win? I guess we just won.
He's just realized. Hang on, that was a victory.
2-0.
They just dismantled WE.
WE kind of just in shock. Like, what? What?
2-0. We just took down RNG. We take down the top of the leaderboard. We barely dropped any series so far in the Spring Split 2017. And QG just wiped the floor with them. Well-deserved bout as they walk off stage. Incredible. Actually incredible.
Yeah. A few words that we could use to describe this performance, but I think it's safe to say that QG actually improved a lot and played really well. It wasn't just WE slumping by any means. It was still a strong overall performance by the Xiaogu roster. They came to play, they prepared, they drafted well, they focused and attacked the right areas of WE through the draft phase. And maybe they got some Dragon RNG with a poke comp. They got 3 Oceans, but they still actually played it slow. They waited on the teleports. They set up the banned minions. They did everything required to get them a victory in that game. And even with WE fighting back, getting engages and teleports, they still got over the line.
Welcome back, Mr.
Ooh.
Plasm.
I guess the Nidalee win rate just jumped to 33% on that one. That
True.
was a great game from Xiaogu. Now, first game. Yeah, I said it was a bit of a cheesy win, even though they got the team fights as awards. But this one was just them playing well. That was probably, no, that is the best Nidalee game I've seen. A lot of great focus coming out of Clid initially. A lot of focus where he had winning lanes in the top side. Now, top side is another discussion altogether. Goddamn 957. that man just bled all over the floor.
And the rest of the team stepped up to it and then slipped over.
Yeah. It was so... I don't see how it happens. Either way. Yeah. It was easy for Clid because Clid he noticed which lanes were there. He noticed which lanes were winning. He noticed which back timings. That was a big one. He saw the back times. He would constantly just come back mid and chip down the turret. Go top, chip down the turret. So these turrets, even though, of course, they weren't going down, so the gold value wasn't jumping up at any point, they were going to fall at any time.
Yeah.
And so that was just big bang coming in through Xiaogu's pockets. Yeah. And they had just a clean, outright poke composition. That was it. It was a poke composition between Jace, and it was a poke competition between Nidalee as well. Lucian kind of helps with his ulti, with his calling. If he doesn't, then just kind of he can kite back if the flank does come around.
It's the kind of poke comp that gets them to half health before actually fighting them. It's not just poke them till they recall. It actually has the front to back after poking them.
And so I guess this goes into the first replay, because this was WE dealt with it very well. Xiaogu still has a bit of a problem in terms of not being able to clean up their flank wards. And so this was WE coming back with the win in a team fight. And 957 was able to clean up Lulu just right on the beginning of it. And so there was no way Xiaogu was going to be able to take this coming in back. So this was great team fighting from WE, great flank proper coming in from WE to be able to take the game back just a little bit. We saw it coming time and time again. There was another fight where WE went for a different flank, but this time around, Xiaogu was able to fight back. That's just another battle for Xiaogu to be able to clean up the flanks if they're going back in for a poke composition like that. But that's just WE. They're fighting for it. They're going in and out. But man, they definitely got played by Xiaogu today.
They definitely did. I want to quickly probe you, Kappa Pride, for MVP, who you think coming out of Game 2 will be?
I feel like it'll go to Kabe, but I just feel like that's what they're going to give them anyway. Like I think there was smart play from Clid. I think that NewBee doing all the damage he did, actually think his itemization choices were spot on because he went for the Executioner's calling quickly and as soon as possible against the Nami. If they have the Ocean Drakes, have the sustain, right? Like small things like that I would give to NewBee, but I mean 957 threw himself willingly and got Kabe fed, and he just stood in front of everybody.
Yep. And here's the best thing about that. You talked about itemizing. This was Kabe consistently itemizing the banner of the command. And so that's been the weakest point, the weakest aspect of Xiaogu's game, has been just dealing with side lanes at all points of the game. And so this time around, they didn't even have to. They just kind of let it do its own thing. In fact, they would use it on the same wave in which they were just sieging on. So it'd be a bigger minion to work with. It's NewBee that gets it. I mean, I guess he did a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's NewBee.
He did a lot.
He did a lot of damage.
Yeah. He deserves it for sure.
Nailed it though.
Yeah,
there we go.
I was guessing what they'd guess.
That's how you do it.
Yep.
90% kill participation.
10th MVP as well.
This guy has the most warped kill participation I've ever seen. They
Yeah.
just play towards him at all points. If there's ever a kill that's 1%, he's going across the map for it. This is actually a play I wanted to highlight even a little bit because this was a great pickup coming in from Kabe. Gets a great hook onto Mystic, and then of course you get the 3 to 4 man pop up with Lulu ulti because they all try to defend him.
Yeah.
They didn't really see the hook coming in. If they had, they would have grouped up a little earlier, but they grouped up too late and only grouped up in time just to get popped up by the CC.
Yeah. But it was like almost too easy for Kabe because we knew when he was going to get fed. Like the one silver bullet that WE had was Mystic popping off. And when you have Kabe just like turning to the left, turning to the right, found you.
Ulti.
And then it was just that you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You can't cleanse it. You can't get out of it. You don't have any peel.
Yeah.
So then you're dead. And
You
that's
just-
pretty much it.
You just hold on to the ground. That's all you have.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Brace yourself.
Whoa! That's
Assume
exactly
the
what
brace
happened.
position. And even that doesn't help because you just die anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just like the perfect pick and the perfect chance to get fed for Kabe in that game.
Yeah, it's one of the most annoying things about Nautilus and Maokai, right? And we mentioned this during the game, but tanks can snowball. Nautilus and Maokai in particular snowball the hardest because they've got low cooldown or really high impact spells. Twisted Advance and the Nautilus ulti not being avoidable means that the guaranteed damage is going to be there from the rest of your team. So when a tank like that gets ahead, there's pretty much no stopping it at all.
Yeah, and a tank versus tank matchup, it's very it's fun to watch, especially with the itemizing coming through from Nautilus, because usually the best way to deal with a banner of command is just by building one of your own if you're not going to be able to send the proper person to be able to deal with that. Like, for instance, if it's an 80 carry, you don't want to just send your 80 carry to deal with the top laner. That's never going to work if you want to actually get a team fight going. So you ask him, yeah, can you build a banner of command? Problem is, he's too far behind in his itemizing. He just has to go towards the essentials.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have the luxurious items being built by this Nautilus in the top lane.
Brain lag.
Yeah.
Saves lives.
Mm-hmm.
957 needs to work that one out.
Yeah, we had a lot of weird solo kills in the top lane today. I mean, a lot of them were provided by Gimgoon just going off and Kled.
Oh,
but,
yeah. That happened.
onto long. That definitely did happen.
Yep.
And then at the same time, it was, Maokai just wandering into Nautilus and his Dredgeline hammer. And it was just like, okay, cool, awesome, nice, great. Glad that you did that. Biggest surprises of this week? Was it just QG beating WE? I guess so.
Yeah, it's fun. That was the last one. A lot of the times you have so many games fly at you, you just kind of forget what happened in the beginning of the week. Because, like, oh, that seemed like a year ago. But no, this was definitely. We were talking about how Chagu was maybe even looking weaker than NewBee. And
Well, they were. They lost to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I always forget about that. See, I told you. I can't remember the beginning of the week. Can't do it. Yeah, they lost to NewBee.
I think the biggest surprise of this week, Raz,
Yep.
when you look at Group B, bottom of the table.
Yeah.
I mean, Game Talents are now last and Vici aren't. That is actually crazy.
That's the first time that movement has happened. Game Talents has been comfortably in fourth. Not comfortably, but they've been in fourth for a very long time.
Yeah.
So that movement's coming through, and I think that Game Talents are just going to be sitting there for quite some time. The movements that they're making, the roster decisions, and the movements within the game just hasn't changed. So it'll be a really tough question for them. Vici and NewBee are definitely on the rise.
But silver linings, they're not in such a bad position as LGD are.
Yeah.
They
Ah,
are
there we
like
go.
3 and 10,
Yeah.
and have like almost zero chance of even making the playoffs in the first place. Like
that's- yeah.
they have maybe 1 or 2 games now to secure their fate.
Yeah, this is when you just take that Vici bet graphic, just throw it all away, just get a new graphic that just has a picture of the wig that
Yep.
that Frost is about to wear.
I'm just saying, we're already choosing the wig at this point. Like it's pretty
No
much just done.
spoilers, but I have the wig.
Oh,
It is.
Oh, he's just way ahead.
This guy was already
Yeah.
in on it.
Even look at this.
I'm
yeah.
excited for
Ah.
Frostgurn to wear the wig.
I am as
basically.
well. Yeah,
It's
we'll
going
do
to
it
be
like
wonderful.
next split as well, and we'll make sure that there's a big social campaign so everyone can come and watch that happen. Was there
Come
anything
all.
else?
Come on, come all.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Yep. Come to the show because it
Yeah.
would be great. Was there anything else from this week that maybe took you by surprise, or any learnings that really you found this
Ooh.
week?
It did kind of go pretty quickly. I mean, I'd say NewBee. That's always the easiest one to hit on because NewBee is definitely working very well as a team. And they've been taking up wins pretty heavily. So that's, I mean, they didn't take the win against EDG, but it was still close enough.
Yeah, nothing really crazy for me, honestly.
Yeah, pretty much. It is the start of the playoff run after all. So we will close the show right there and close week 8. So make sure to join us again for week 9 next week, where we'll continue the playoff run and see which teams can actually make it into the top 4 of their groups respectively. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I'm dreaming in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is